しちゃってカラフルに世界がそうなるの。ずっとそばにいたいの。止めないでメリーゴーラウンド。甘い色を重ねてカラフルに包んであげるよ。君にキュンってしちゃってカラフルに世界がそうなるの。ずっと
good afternoon, good evening, and welcome. Happy Friday to you all. Let me know if the music is a little bit too loud or if I can lower it, because I know I can, or I guess I can speak pretty quiet, but also my mic sometimes also is just like, I hope you guys are doing super well. All my final exams are done and over with, so I'm in this weird limbo where everything's okay. I pass, life is good, but I just need to get this one exam out of the way. And even though I do want to pick today to celebrate and do all these really cool things, I have one more exam tomorrow. So what the plan is for today is basically we're going to be going over some notes and some concepts, and hopefully that really helps out, you know? But yeah, we'll see what happens. Okay, let me say my hello still, and then we'll talk about like the plan. Whoa, why am I alerted twice? Oh no! Hey, Chocolate, thank you so very much for the 100 bits. I appreciate you, the itty bitty bits. Holla, get $1. Thank you. Thank you, and hi, welcome on in. Welcome. I hope you're doing super well. Welcome. Hi Atomic as well, hi, welcome. Hi Ninja, hi, welcome as well. Kazu, hi as well. Yippee, I know, I'm so excited that my, that my written exams are done, but gosh darn it, the grind is never stopping, or at least it stops tomorrow if everything goes well. Hi Drew as well, hi, welcome. You got this? I'm just bleh, you know what I mean? It's just one of those like things where it's just like, gosh darn it, if I didn't hack up the first time, I wouldn't be in this situation. But I mean, that's life. Anyway, so let's talk about what exactly am I doing today. This looks very overly complicated, but you know me, cuz I can digest it as much as possible, okay? I'll make it so easy to understand that you'd be like, well, Tipa, these are really new cool things that I'm learning today. And I'm like, geez, great. Gee willikers, I don't know. Either way, that's great. I'm glad to hear it. But yeah, so backstory for those unaware, basically, I just have to do a retake of an exam, and they narrowed it down to hip pathologies and knee pathologies. How the exam works tomorrow is that basically I will be talking to my professor, who will pretend to be a patient of any age, of any gender, of any name, and I have to take an accurate history, perform certain tests to rule in and rule out certain pathologies, and then give them my own rehabilitation diagnosis of what I think they're in for. Because yeah, they can complain of anterior hip pain, but as you see, unfortunately, there are a lot of things that are involved with anterior hip pain. And then what if they don't have anterior hip pain? What if they have lateral? What if they have medial? So today's format is a little bit different because the notes I'm going to go over are a small combination notes that I made if necessary, but a lot of these are going to just be kind of copy and paste pathologies, such as the one that we're seeing now from upperclassmen, or the cohort before me. Yes. So some of these notes I'm just going to be reading for the first time out loud, which sounds crazy, but these are concepts that I went over in my notes, so if I feel like I need a better understanding, I'll just keep tabbing in and out, if that's okay with you, Cup. So I'll be on one page and I'll be on the other, and then again, just digesting it so it's easier for both you and I to understand. Now, the purpose of this kind of stream is not for you to like learn, but if you do, again, like, that's beautiful, that's great. Study streams for me, at least in this kind of format, if I can talk through my notes and regurgitate it and put it in basically layman's terms, I feel better about the material, and I think that's just a fun way of learning, because I feel like when you're studying and you're pretty much to yourself, you know, yeah, you can read it, you can write it, you can do flashcards, but can you teach someone this information? I feel like if you're able to do that, you have like a higher understanding and higher learning of the topics and subjects. So I hope this goes well tomorrow. Yeah, Chocolate says, you know, I've been told I'm pretty pathological myself. Oh wait, what is that supposed to mean? Are we talking like, oh wow, you have like a lot of pathologies and issues, I suppose? Not like well, they could be issues both physically, or you mean like mental physical mental problems. You know how people can say like, oh, you're a pathological liar, you know, stuff like that. I need the details, I need the clarification. Okay. Give me one moment, hold on. Oh goodness gracious, great balls of fire. But yeah, that's gonna be the plan for today, so I hope that's okay with you, Cubs. Let me take a quick sip of water and we'll get right into it, okay? I don't really know how long today's stream is gonna be, to be completely honest with you. Normally when we do other kind of study streams, like the Pomodoro, we normally go for about 4 hours. This is about 21 pages of notes, but I don't know, definitely more than 2 hours. Anywhere from 2 to 5? I don't know. Let me take a little sip though. I think in slang, if you call someone pathological, it means they're a bit of a scoundrel. Okay, just making sure. I haven't heard that kind of slang, so I'm like, oh, what? No, I believe in you. Don't worry. Thanks for hanging out and being here. I appreciate ya. Alright, so let's start with this. So we'll go from top to bottom. So we'll start off with a bunch of hip stuff, and then we'll go to knee stuff. How these notes are divided, other than like I said, my notes and the classmates' notes and time in and out. There are two upper cohort notes that I'll be going through. This one is more compressed, and I actually really like it a lot. I feel like this is much easier to digest and categorize, while the other one, which we'll look at, it definitely has more pictures, but unfortunately a good chunk of it is cut off. Thankfully it's the part that we don't need, but gosh darn it, it's like a lot of information, so hopefully the information that we learned from this one, the more formal one, we can apply to those notes down below, and then we should be good, okay? My eyes hurt from all the text. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's not the intention, I promise. We'll break it down, okay? So, the hip. So, when someone comes in with anterior hip pain, anterior is just a very fancy word for the front. So they could come in with different things, and we'll talk about these again in great detail a little bit later. So they can have a CAM, FAI, they can have an anterior labral tear, they could come in with osteoarthritis, or they could come in with a hip flexor strain. Maybe they're hip flexors, and we know our hip flexors are the psoas major and the iliacus muscle, but we kind of just combine the two muscles and we say iliopsoas. We can show some pictures, I can paste them here, and maybe that will help with some better understanding. Give me one moment. Iliopsoas muscle. And then we'll talk about these in order, but let me put that picture of the iliopsoas, because even if none of the pathologies stay with you, muscles definitely can stay with you. I feel like it's much easier to understand. So if we were to have some kind of x-ray vision where we get to see the muscles in ya, what will happen is that we would see these two muscles right here. Again, they're grouped as the iliopsoas, but the one directly on the hip right here is the iliacus, and the one right here is going to be the psoas major. Anytime we have the word major, we normally have a minor in there, like teres major and minor, which are muscles for the shoulder. There is a minor, but there's some studies out there that the psoas minor is slowly but surely getting like, what is the best word? We're evolving from it. So in some of our cadavers, we actually didn't see a psoas minor, or if we did, it was a very tiny string-like muscle that sat on top of the belly of the psoas major. But as you can tell, again, when someone comes with anterior hip pain, and we consider like all this our hip, we could be like, oh, I can understand why you would have this pain if there was any kind of tendinopathy, okay? Oh goodness, I know I said we were going to go in order, but that kind of explains a good chunk of this. So let me actually go in order. So CAM FAI. So this is where I'm gonna go over and tab into my notes. So this is all a mnemonic. So FAI is going to refer to, and I apologize, let me zoom in. Femoral acetabulum impingement, FAI. And so FAI, what's going to occur with this sort of pathology is if someone does flexion. So if you're sitting right now, if you bring up your knee to your chest, not all the way, but that kind of motion, you're doing hip flexion. Adduction, bring your knee in, because adducting, we're going more medial to the midline of our body. And internal rotation is a little bit of a wacky one, but internal rotation, bring your knee in but your ankle out. If hopefully that makes sense. FAI can also stand for, again, femoral acetabulum impingement, or the way we kind of get this impingement, or the pathological way people will report with pain. So with that, the reason why they're having this pain or having this kind of impingement is actually a structural issue. So what's happening is that we have an abnormally shaped hip joint, and these two bones are going to rub against each other, and that kind of pressure is going to limit the motion and cause pain. So let me go ahead and give you a visual. So we said this was CAM, right? So CAM is actually going to refer to, let's grab the picture, this. So we'll try to go in order, but CAM is just the type of impingement that you have for FAI, and CAM is going to refer to the osteophytes, or like extra bone growths that you have on your femoral head. So if you recall, the hip joint, which we can see in this picture here, it's a little bit covered, but it's a ball and socket joint. So what's going to occur is that think of it like, and you can use both your hands for this, I'm a pretty visual person, so I apologize, but if you use both your hands, one is a fist and one making a C shape, this right here, your femur that has a femoral neck and then has a femoral head is going to be that fist that you're making with one hand, and with the other hand is the C shape. That's going to be your acetabulum, which again is a little bit covered with the muscle, but the C shape covers the femoral head and allows us to do all these wacky movements with our hip. But what happens with an FAI is that you may have like a CAM FAI, and what happens is that there's this extra bone right here, and that's going to affect, when it does its movement, you're going to have this impingement. You're going to be complaining of, I have this anterior hip pain. Bleh. What else you can have, which we didn't really quite talk about for anterior hip pain, but is another type of FAI now that we're on the topic, is a pincer FAI. And pincer is going to be that same thing where we do have that extra bone, but with the extra bone, it's not going to be on the femur or the neck or the head. It's actually going to be on that acetabulum, or that C shape we were making with our head. So again, when we do these wacky motions, when we do flexion extension, when we kick forward and back, when we bring our leg out to the side and bring it back in, like if we're doing like a single leg stance and we're kicking our leg out, you're gonna cause a lot of pain. But again, this is a structural issue. This is people who are born with it. And if you're very unfortunate and you don't have the best odds with your structural body, I suppose, you may actually have a combination of both pincer, so again, that growth on the acetabulum, and CAM on the femoral head, to form a combination FAI, which is going to be that bony growth on the femoral head and acetabulum. And so as you can see, it kind of runs along up here, so bleh. When I go to a club, people say, wow, he's making some wacky movements with his hip joints. Me making any dance move, oh, look at me, I'm doing the sprinkler, but like with my hip. Oh my goodness, oh my goodness. But yeah, I hope that gives a better idea of what CAM FAI is. Anterior labral tear. So this is probably better off with a picture, so let me go ahead and grab it. So your labral tear. Oh, and thank you for the follow. Welcome to the club. Welcome, welcome, welcome. That dance is basically me, or this. Hold on. Oh my goodness, Twitch recently updated, so getting emotes, it's actually awful. They hate me. They hate me. Let's see. I'm also like this in the club. And thank you for the head pat. Hi, Num. Hi, hi. Welcome, welcome. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That stinks. What stinks? What happened? Not me, I'm inflexible. I can't even touch my toes, so I'm with you right there, you know? So when they talk about anterior labrum tears, they're talking about this. So this is your articular cartilage, and you have this thing called the articular cartilage. Basically, this area tears, hence the anterior labral tear, and that kind of serves as like a cushioning and protection and allows us to do this wacky movement. So if there's a tear there in the anterior side, of course we're going to have anterior hip pain or front hip pain, you know? Osteoarthritis, we're going to go more into detail about this. I think they talk about it a little bit more, but osteoarthritis is something you don't have to worry about. It's basically like a breakdown of the, I wouldn't say bone. Let us double check the accurate definition before I throw you cubs into a loop. Hi Matt, hi, welcome, Kuda, hi, welcome. Welcome. And Kazu, you're right, the emote's getting harder. Yeah, I wish I knew why they were like, yep, we're gonna do it this way, and I'm like, no. But yeah, I'm so sorry, my voice is dying for whatever reason. One moment. But yeah, we're studying today. I have an exam tomorrow, and I didn't really know what was the best way to go about studying. And I feel like if I talk about it, I do like it. I do enjoy it. I do feel like I could be like, oh, I remember talking to the Cubs about this, you know? So it helps me retain my memory, kind of. But man, I'm doing good. How about yourself? Literally, as soon as I'm done with this exam tomorrow, I'm gonna be stoked. I'm gonna be so excited. I'm gonna be like, let's go! But for now, bleh. But yeah, osteoarthritis, so that cartilage, or that labrum and everything that we're talking about earlier, what happens is that cushion is gonna eventually deteriorate. Why do I have the karaoke request a lot? I'm sorry, that's not supposed to be there. Enemy! I'm so sorry! Girl, I will do head, shoulder, knees, and toes for you, but that's not supposed to be there! How long will you have off of class? 2 weeks. And no, you're so good. Hi Caleb as well. Hi, welcome. I'll give you that refund too, Violet Girl. I'll do it, but I'll also give the refund because that's not supposed to be there. Caleb, hi. We're learning about the hip and knee. We're just talking about CAM, FAI. So FAI is just a abbreviation for femoral acetabulum impingement, and we're talking about cover your eyes. One moment. We're talking about the different ways that this can happen, this FAI, when you have flexion, adduction, and internal rotation. Those kind of movements will cause FAI, the femoral acetabulum impingement, and you have different types, and it affects different genders, and blah, 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 blah. So we have like a pincer, so it affects the acetabulum, the cam, which is the femoral head, and then combination. But we moved down a little bit, we talked about the labral tear, and now we're on osteoarthritis, which again is that, what do you call it, degeneration of that cushion, and then basically that wearing down can worsen over time and cause a lot of pain. And we'll talk about how, again, that's something you don't have to worry about Cubs until you're over the age of 50. And there's some cluster findings that can indicate whether you do have osteoarthritis or not. It's not the end all be all, but it's a pretty telltale sign that maybe you do have it. Hi Julian, hi, welcome. For more acetabulum impingement stream, I feel like that's all I've been talking about. So actually, yeah. Oh my goodness. Acetabulum is such a dumb term for something anatomical. Yes, the small vinegar couplet of the femur. Is that really what it means? Holy heck. It is a very interesting word, I do admit, but like, Alright, and then other than osteoarthritis, of why someone could come in with anterior or front hip pain is that they can have that hip flexor strain. So again, iliopsoas muscles, that combination of your iliacus and your psoas major. And what happens is, I think I mentioned tendinopathy. I want to apologize and kind of go back. A strain is similar to a tendinopathy, but the tendinopathy is relating to tendons. And we know that tendons are, our tendons are muscle connecting the bone, and your ligaments are bone to bone. So when you have a tendinopathy or an inflammation of that tendon, the attachment area from the bone to the muscle, or vice versa, from the muscle to the bone, when you palpate that certain area, it will cause pain. But with a strain, what happens is that you can palpate along that muscle belly, and there should be pain no matter where you palpate. So, yay! Ouchies? Big ouchies. If you get extra tendons, do they call it 11? No, that's a great question. I don't know. Well, we'll have to see. We'll have to dig that one up. So, now that we talked about all our potential hypotheses, if someone comes in and they're like, ugh, I have anterior hip pain, we can think of these 4 options. Again, CAM FAI, I need to repeat it just because repetition is going to help me. Anterior labral tear, osteoarthritis, and hip flexor strain. So, let's talk about the symptoms of how we can identify each one more specifically. So, for anterior hip pain, for the CAM FAI, there's going to be some type of anterior, superior femoral head neck lesion. I wouldn't really even say it's a lesion, to be honest. That doesn't really correlate with my notes. But okay. What is true, I'm skimming through, is the following. But again, I wouldn't say it's a lesion. Again, it's just a structural growth. It's the osteophyte. So, we'll see about that anyway. So, the pattern does follow. The pain is going to be worse with flexion. So again, bringing that knee up. When you bring that knee up from that sitting position of where I assume most of you cubs are sitting. When you bring the knee up, you're doing a hip flexion. And when you do like a kickback motion, if you're standing, you do hip extension. Adduction, bringing the knee in closer to the midline of the body. And internal rotation is the knee going in and your ankle going out. So FAI will have more pain with FAI. Whoa, that's crazy. Femoral acetabulum impingement having pain with flexion, adduction, internal rotation. No way. Where did my eyebrows go? Oh. Anyway. CAM is actually going to be more common in young males, especially those who have athletic. It's just, again, something with the structure. While the pincer FAI that we were talking about earlier is going to be more common with females, and we'll go look at that a little bit later, okay? So with that, the patient may come in with clicking, locking of the hip. They may complain that the hip may give away, and that they're actually having pain with sitting for long periods of time, physical activity, sprinting, and cutting. I'm actually not familiar with what cutting is. I know it's probably some kind of like sports thing, but let me see. Oh, cutting is a foundational movement in sports that incorporates the acceleration with a change in direction. So if you're running right and you suddenly like cut and go left, that is cutting, apparently. Oh my goodness, that's so extreme. I guess it doesn't have to be running, it's just that sudden change in direction, you know? With the labral tear, our labral tears are as followed. Pretty much, the way it gets hurt, it's different from anterior to posterior. But labral tears in general is a shearing force. So again, our hip is a ball and socket. Make the fist, make the C shape with your hand, and what happens is that together when they move, it's going to be the shearing force. But what happens is that if you're weight bearing and then you do a sudden rotation, especially maybe someone like who's a dancer, you're more at risk, or you're more likely to get this anterior labral tear. because again, you're weight bearing and you do the sudden rotation, the body doesn't like that and it goes If you say something really mean about a football running back, you can call that a cutting remark. You're full of jokes. I like that. Thank you for blessing me with your jokes today. Oh no, I'm a dancer. Oh no. Julie, just be careful, okay? This is uncontrolled rotation, so as long as your moves are nice and controlled and da-da-da, you're still good. Big tee. Da-da-da-ba-tee. So, with osteoarthritis, so I think there's like 4 different clusters of how to identify that you may have this degenerative disorder. But what's going to happen is that people are going to complain of moderate lateral and anterior hip pain. So lateral being off to the side, and then anterior again being the front. And they're going to have pain during weight bearing. This is especially going to be present in people with my cat is having zoomies. No! Anyway, this is going to be over the age of 50. And what happens is that these individuals may wake up in the morning and for about 60 minutes or less, so about an hour or less, they're going to complain of morning stiffness. They're going to be like, oh, I can't get my hip to really move. They're going to have limited hip internal rotation. So again, us sitting, bringing our knee to us, and then the ankle kicking out laterally. That's our internal rotation. And hip flexion, again, that seated march. They're going to have limited motion with that by more than 15 degrees. And it's definitely going to be way more painful in comparison to the non-painful side. So you don't have to have bilateral osteoarthritis, or goodness gracious, I hope you don't. Oh, I'm so sorry. My tracking today's being like slow and weird, so I want to apologize. Maybe it's the lighting, but I promise it's bright in my room. Maybe not bright enough. Huh? I'm a roller skater. Things can go out of control really fast. I've seen a lot of injuries. No, for real. I'm always so like admirable. I admire people who got into sports and whatnot. Unfortunately, I never really got into sports, even though I did want to do track for a little bit in high school. But I feel like that's helped me not get injured in my life. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. I've definitely learned from the people who have been injured, so I don't get injured. But yeah, definitely have to be super careful and take like the proper precautions and whatnot with anything really. Don't want you to live a paranoid lifestyle, but you know, safety is always very important. Phew! Phew! Hi Pata! Hey! Welcome! Welcome! Oh no, late to the tipification lecture. Hello! Hi! Welcome! We're just talking about anterior hip pain! Or front hip pain. Welcome! Oh, so, I don't know if it gets cut off here. Okay, cool. So, primary risk factors, by the way, to get osteoarthritis, other than this combination of like age and having the morning stiffness and having all these clustered findings, is your age. So again, over the age of 50. Developmental disorders, which we'll talk about a little bit later. Like there's particular ones that we'll go through in the other classmates' notes. And previous injury, right? Yeah, previous injury to the hip can definitely kind of speed up that process. So be careful when you hit your 50s, cubs, okay? Okay. So, how are we going to examine this now? So for our CAM FAI, we can examine by ruling out osteoarthritis. So we could check for flexion and extension. And if they're not limited, oh, I actually forgot this. Hold on. Give me one moment. I actually read this in my notes and I have the book right here. Because remember, FAI is, how do you call it? Structural. So let's see. Yeah, so if they're limited, but there's no pain, it would be something structural like the CAM FAI. They would probably have, and if anything, they may have closer to normal range of motion. 120, as you see there, that's just a number they're adding because 120 hip flexion is normal and internal rotation is 45. So again, limited but no pain is a structural thing, but if it's normal, but it has pain. It might be some capsular or tendon thing, and we'll again go more in depth to that later, okay? So normal, P-ROM, classical, and I'm so sorry, I didn't say what P-ROM classical is. What the heck is this mnemonic? P-ROM is a passive range of motion. Passive range of motion is that if I were to get your consent and place my hands on you, I would be moving your hip. And when I move your hip passively into hip flexion, I'll have you lay on your back, I'll move your leggy up, and I'll kind of eye it out, or I'll use something called a goniometer to measure, and I'll eye it out and see like, oh, cool, you have this many degrees of flexion, or you're within normal range. That is the idea of passive range of motion. There's some disorders that are really wonky where you can move someone and they can meet the normal, but when you have AROM or active range of motion, they're not able to do it. And then again, that can be for a whole set of reasons. Maybe they don't have enough muscle strength, or maybe there's like a weird nerve innervation thing. There's a whole list of things of how your body can go wrong, which is so unfortunate. But I guess that's why I'm here to learn it. So CAM-FAI, passive range of motion, classical, should be normal. So we can rule out OA. OA, again, is that abbreviation for osteoarthritis. And what's going to happen is that, remember, they're going to have a limited hip flexion and internal rotation. And they're going to have pain with it. So if they have none of that, okay, could be a CAM. Passive range of motion accessory. So the difference between classical and accessory, classical is me moving you, like more gross movement, like more general and broad, while accessory, I have to do some sort of manipulation with my hands. And what's gonna happen is that I have to I'm basically moving your joints. So with this one, I wish I could show you Cubs a picture. Like, part of me is just like, let me get my book out and like show you what the movement is. And you know, actually, maybe I will do that. Maybe that can be somewhat beneficial. And if it's not beneficial by whatever means, then let's die. Here, let me get everything set up. Actually, give me also one moment, because the other stream scene is taking my webcam and blah 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 blah. Because we're gonna have different things like this anyway, and so me being able to see it and talk it through can also just help me out. So blah blah blah, reiteration, blah blah blah, would be pretty helpful, blah blah blah, I hope you appreciate it, blah blah blah. I'll be right back, okay? Just one moment, okay? Okay. Peace decided she wanted to help too, so there's really no point. There's no point in doing this. But if you were to see peace, peace, peace. So there was I put my book out there and I was gonna like bring but she just I love her, but holy heck. Pata says I love you, Peace. Can I get a sign? Peace. She wagged her tail, by the way. I know you can't see it. Hold on. There you go. You see that? That kind of tail wag? There you go. That is your sign. Gosh darn it. I mean, don't get me wrong. I love a peace cam as much as the next person. But holy heck. I just wanted to show you cubs. It's fine. Hi, baby peace. I'll keep you here. Such a fluffy midsection. She is a sweetie. I'll keep her here because I love her. Hi, Atomic, by the way, as well. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Oh my goodness. Hopefully nothing gets spooked out. Hold on. Let me move this over here. In case she clicks something by accident. Hey, hey, baby. Hey, baby. Hey, baby. Hi, baby. She's so cute. I love her. She's being a dummy. I hope she doesn't lay on my keyboard. Ay. Baby peas, I love you so much. I have to move my textbook eventually unless you want to hang out there. 2 peas? Oh my goodness! Peas, you got a gifted sub! Big Pog, let's go! She's very happy. Thank you for the gifted sub. Thank you for wearing the chicken bag community. Thank you. Oh my goodness. She's so cute. She's my favorite. And I mean, she's my only cat, but she's my favorite. She is so cute. I like to share pictures with her in the Discord, so this is not a shield because this is my stream, but we have a pets channel and I'll post her from time to time, but she's some weirdly photogenic cat. Did he just meow at me? What? Anyway, sorry baby. Huh? Sorry, it's very weird for her to like meow, that's why I'm like, what? She's been on Twitch since 2008? Peace, I don't even think you were born that. She's just a baby. What do you mean 2008? I mean 2008, well, people being born in 2008 is pretty baby, but like, gosh darn it. Bye baby Peace, I love you. I love you. Hi Borbo, hi, welcome. I guess I get my notes back. Breaking Twitch TOS by being too young, unborn. Dies. Ay. Okay, Cubs. There's no easy way of doing this. Anyway, we're back to the drawing board. Peace decided to lay on the ground, so it truly is what it is. But this is the technique that they're referring to, by the way. Oh, you're gonna go to the gym? No problem, Atomic. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you. Oh my goodness. But yeah, this is the inferior. Sorry, now we're gonna go back to the grind. The inferior lateral glide, and what happens when you do this here is that they're gonna be hypomobile. So again, this kind of talks about the idea of like, oh, they have limited motion. They're hypomobile. If they're hyper, they have too much movement there, and that can also be bad because laxity and displacements and blah 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 blah. So they're gonna be hypomobile with the inferior lateral glide. A special test we could do is called the FADIR, FADDIR, and the reason why it's written in this very strange format, which hold on one moment. Why it's written in this very strange format is because it's an abbreviation. So this is again going in turn with the FAI that we're talking about, the flexion, adduction, and internal rotation test. We can actually see the test done. Let's see here. So this is the Fadir test to test for the anterior labrum. This can test for different things, and look at that. It can test for femoral acetabulum impingement syndrome. Whoa, 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 whoa. It can test for anterior labral tears. It can test for iliopsoas. And the only thing you have to do with this test is flex them, adduct them, internally rotate them, and you basically do this like bring it around town motion. And if they're like, ow, I have pain, then that means they have a positive Fadir sign, and that they're able that they may be indicative of one of these three pathologies. Maybe. Okay. Let me reorganize some things really quick. 1 moment, Cubs. Hold on. Sorry, after Peace moved, and I love Peace, but I'm like, I feel like I'm all jumbled up, and I feel like I'm looking like this now for whatever reason, so I want to apologize for that. So 1 moment. Like that? I don't know, hopefully. And anyway, maybe this is better. Anyway, so that is all for CAM FAI. Now let's talk about the labral tear. So the labral tear, again, we want to rule out osteoarthritis. Just because someone's over the age of 50 doesn't mean they have osteoarthritis right away. They can have one of these two, so we need to make sure we're ruling out. So we do the same thing with passive range of motion classical. We'll move them in the flexion and test their external rotation. And when we do that, again, they should have normal range of motion. No pain, hopefully. Passive range of motion accessory, we will do the same thing, an inferior lateral glide. And I don't know if we would seek hypomobility. I feel like with a tear you would have hyper. But hey, I don't make the rules, so I don't know. We could do three different special tests to determine if we have a labral tear. So we could do scours, we could do Fabers, which again, this is another, like, why is it capitalized? Because it's another kind of abbreviation. So it's flexion, abduction or abduction. Sorry, the reason why I say adduction and abduction is because the word abduction and adduction are very similar in speaking terms. So emphasizing the extra letter really helps out, you know? Or we could do a posterior labrum test. So let's do a little active recall, shall we? Oh wow, Tippa, we did the Fadir's test, FADDIR, and that was also known as the anterior labrum test. So how do we do the posterior labrum test? Oh, we just do the opposite, or we do basically the Faber. So let's look at it, okay? Or actually, maybe they're two separate tests. Oh, either way, we do the opposite motion, so it doesn't matter. So for posterior labrum test, just to double check, we just do the same motion we did for Fadir's or the anterior labrum, but let's just do the opposite motion. So we'll flex them, we'll bring them out to abduction, and we'll do external rotation in comparison to this one. So they're bringing them in on the first one, and then we're bringing them out on the second one. Either way, some component of flexion is going to be up there because we want to really get that hip, you know? I'm always like abduction, like aliens are abducting it upwards in my head, so I gotta tell the difference. No, I do the same thing. Absolutely no hecking worries. So, anterior labral tear? So, hold on. Why would we do posterior labrum? Whatever. Whatever. I'll do both. I'll do both if I get the scenario. So by the way, Cubs, really quick thing, even though I am studying the hip and knee and doing whatever, I might not even get the hip. I might be hyper focusing on the hip, but I might end up getting knee. So FML, you know? Do people still say that? Anyway, so the other two tests that they were mentioning are the quadrant or scouring test, which is very interesting for hip pathology. So this one, this GIF is going to keep playing, so let me just read it and then we'll break it down, okay? So we just have to place a downward force on a fully flexed hip and /knee, with a slight abduction and slight adduction. So right now, the person has the patient in a fully flexed position, and they're slightly adducted, and you push down. And now they're gonna put them in an abduction, and they're gonna push down. And if they're like, I have pain, then guess what? Then they may have a labral tear. Now the other test they were talking about was the Faber, Faber, flexion, abduction, and ER. And this one, simple, so easy. Anyone could do this. Lay your patient supine on their back, leg straight, cross one leg over. Do they have pain? They have a positive Faber's test. Congratulations. So we have our Faber, which is right here. And this is a very passive test. And this is basically the same thing, but this is a more active test with the posterior, okay? Trina says it's okay if you don't get hip. I think you're pretty hip. Thank you. I'm only hip if I could pass this exam, okay? Okay. But thank you. I love being hip and cool with the Cubs, you know? I'm so cool. Krista, shout out to my graduation where I studied so freaking hard for chemistry and the topic I pulled was number 1, the periodic table. What a joke. Brother, I would take that with all the blessings in the world. Technically, I feel so bad. I get really sad about it, but the topic I got for my exam was a fracture, but because of how the patient fell, I was so fixated thinking it was some kind of ligament thing that if I would have just stopped to think for a moment and been like, fracture, I would have gotten, I wouldn't be in this situation, so I cry every single day. Take the easy ones! Take it! Take it! And hi, Rip! Hi! Welcome! Meow, meow, meow! I've been meowing while cleaning my room. Tip, I've been wondering, am I normal? Brother, I don't know how to tell you this, but I'm not a psychologist. No, I'm just kidding. I think it could be normal. Listen, we had this whole conversation recently about, like, if you need to be a bit delusional to get through the day and get stuff done, and you're not harming yourself or others, why not? If you think you're a little cat cleaning around, let's go. Meow, meow, meow to you too, my dude. I don't know. You have to do whatever. Like, if you put little cat ears and a little maid dress, and you're like, I'm gonna clean around the house, and it makes me feel so cute, and I'm cosplaying a maid, teehee. Then that's sometimes things you just have to do. I don't know. Oh my goodness. Tippa is short swag? I am swag! Thank you, Che. My self-esteem is raising. Oh my goodness. Hi, Blood Knights. Oh, hey, welcome. And yeah, Rip, absolutely no problem. Of course, you're welcome for the shout out, and you're normal in my eyes. Don't worry. Huh? No, I actually sang the song Friday the 13th by Ice 9 Kills, but instead of the lyrics, I did meow meows. It's about Jason. I like him a lot. He just got revenge, you know. You should watch his movies. Meow meow. You know, I've never watched these kind of horror movies. I don't know anything about Jason or the other guy. Because there's one guy with a hockey mask, and there's one guy who has like a mask like Frankenstein, right? What is his name? I'm not familiar with the movies. Wait, what's him? Is it the hockey mask man? Or are these both the same people and that's why he wears the hockey mask? Oh no. Cab Club movie night? Oh, well, we're already gonna have one because Robo says he's never watched Madoka Magica. And so we're like, no way, you have to watch it because this movie is gonna come out and you need to be in the know. And I thought it'd be better to go to the anime, but apparently they made movies of the anime, so that's quote unquote easier. So we are gonna have a movie night. When is it? Whatever time works for both you and Robo. I am more than happy. You know, you don't have to take the day off. I'm basically free, so you just let me know what time works for you and we can do it. Just let me know, okay? Hi, Weed. Yeah, hello. Welcome. The hockey mask guy? Okay, making sure. The Frankenstein one's a weird. Okay. You know, wait. So is the hockey guy killing for revenge? Okay, Cubs, this is gonna be so off topic. Please forgive me. So, Robo could do 4 a.m. and I can't? Okay, no. We'll do it at a reasonable time. I don't really work a lot next week, I think. I will check the calendar. But we can pick any day that works better for you, and I'll let you know. Because either way, I get out of work early, so I could just choose not to stream that day. And we can watch the movies. But apparently there's 3 movies, so we'll probably watch the first 2 together, and then we can watch Rebellion another day, and then we're like set, you know? Or we can watch all of it together. I don't know. We gotta get Robo on this, and any other couple wants to join, you're obviously more than welcome. We're gonna be hosting in the Cub Club. Chris says my favorite thing to sing is the kind of meowing theme song. You know, it's funny because I was watching BG play it, one of the newest Halo Live girls from the Halo Advent, and it looked like a lot of fun. I've never played a Katamari game before, so ta-da! Homura also did nothing wrong, by the way. I do want to emphasize, if you Cubs have watched Madoka Magica and you're like, Homura's wrong, I need you to leave, okay? Politely. She did nothing wrong. She did her best. So, the hockey guy got neglected by his counselor, so he drowned, but his mom didn't like that. Wait, what happened? How is he alive then? So the thing I wanted to bring up is I was starting to read this manga, which is definitely not a manga for me. But I'm still reading it because I'm like slightly hooked on it. But not really, I haven't read it in a while. It's called Brutal, and apparently there's a anime coming out for it. And Brutal's just this like wacky police guy who basically gets revenge and like murders people. But it's actually such a gruesome manga. I'm just like, why am I reading this? Like he gets revenge for the people like who had suffered. So I think like for the first story, spoilers I guess for the first chapter, they talk about this guy who was like 13, or he was very young, and basically I'm so sorry, trigger warning, but basically he mutilated the bodies. And they were all separated, and he did his jail time, and then he came out, but he's like, I'm coming out with a book, and the corporations are like, yeah, he's coming out with a book, we're gonna make so much money of the mind behind a murderer, yeah! And then he's like, he goes on like the public TV, and he's like, I'm so sorry for what I did. But in reality, he doesn't care. He's a psychopath. And so, you know, this gets a whiff from the detective guy, the main character guy, and he's just so quirky about it, and he's like playing one of the scary movies. I forgot what it's called. Maybe it's the Shindig? The Shining? Oh gosh, it might not even be The Shining. I don't. It's some movie, or maybe The Exorcist. I don't know. I don't know movies. But basically, he's playing that in front of this guy, and he's like, "Shh, it's my favorite part." And the criminal guy's like, or the murderer psychopath guy's like, "What the heck is going on?" And then the guy gets revenge by like chainsawing off his limbs, and it's a pretty gruesome anime or manga that I started reading. But it's somewhat quote unquote satisfying, because if you like revenge stories, I guess this works for you. And again, it's called Brutal. Let me see if I can get it. But yeah, I didn't see it through TikTok, but I did see it recommended on my Twitter feed because of it coming out as a manga or an anime. I apologize. I hate gore, but the story's interesting. Basically, where I am right now, I don't care for gore. I'm sorry. I'm just like, oh no. Where's a nice site that I could just show you, Cubs? Yeah, so this is the series I'm talking about. Brutal. Criminals the law can't judge deserve the finest death. And this guy can be very quirky and funny sometimes. But like how everything happens, ugh. Anyway. But yeah, I'm also really happy Madoka Magica is getting a movie. The little white Scrimblow in Madoka did nothing wrong? Okay, Caleb. I guess for work purposes, I guess he did nothing wrong, but he's completely wrong in every other sense. The only hockey guy I know is the one from Friday the 13th. Yeah, that's what we're talking about, Jason. I've never watched Friday the 13th, so I'm just like, who? Is it the hockey man, Jason, or is the Frankenstein mask guy, Jason? But Rip was talking about a song that they had stuck in their head, so yeah. Cherry says, I've been seeing a trend of gruesome manga. Like, I hate gore, but the story's interesting. That's where I am with this one. So I linked it. That's the My Anime List version. And if however you want to read the manga, you're more than welcome to. But yeah, I haven't caught up with the recent chapters. I'm like midway. And it's a pretty interesting read. Gruesome, but it's interesting. Anyway, I just wonder how they're gonna play it out as an anime. I guess I'm just really curious about that, you know? Never watched it either? Okay, we're gonna have like movie night then. Anime movie night and like regular movie night, I guess. Alright, let's get back into it, question mark. So, okay, so let's do some active recall, okay? So Scour's test is also known as the quadrants test, and remember that's the one where the person brings the knee, like they bring the knee into full flexion and they push both an abduction and adduction. Faber, this is also called the Patrick's test, where we could just fold the legs and see if they have any pain with that. And or a posterior labrum tear, and that's the one where they do the opposite motion, so they're gonna just bring it out. It's basically a Faber's but more active, right? And osteoarthritis, so what's gonna help is getting accurate history. So remember, we said that some risk factors of osteoarthritis, primary risk factors are like age, developmental disorders, which again we'll talk about a little bit later, and also a previous injury. So if you have like a history of a previous hip injury or morning stiffness, then you're like, this person may have osteoarthritis. But again, they have to fit into like one of the 4 clusters, and we'll talk about cluster in just a moment. Passive range of motion classical, again, we use that kind of technique of moving the person's limb passively into these motions of flexion and internal rotation. But if you do it for someone with OA, what's going to happen is that they're going to have very limited amount of this, so you need to be super careful, okay? We can also do an MMT of the hip flexors, and if their hip flexors are weak or they have pain with it, maybe not the move, you know? So what we can do is some special tests. So we could do the quadrants test. Also, quadrant is also known as scouring. I just want to double check. Yep, both the same test. We could do the classical. We could see there's limited abduction, internal rotation, and flexion, which is going to be pretty much FAI. But really, the internal rotation and flexion should be the one that does it for you. And PFT, so basically if we have tenderness at that joint line or over that greater trochanter, so the greater trochanter is basically this right here on our femur. If we have pain with palpation there, may have osteoarthritis. But yeah, just think of our cluster findings. So again, if they're over the age of 50, if they have morning stiffness, if they're having limited flexion or hip flexion and internal rotation and it's painful, most likely OA. There's some things I do want to look up really quick. So please give me one moment and I'll add it into the notes, okay? I want to see how they want to do passive range of motion, internal rotation, because I like to do it sitting, but I don't know if that's what he wants. But yeah, I'm sorry, pelvis jump scare. I'm so sorry. Here, we'll keep it here really quick and let me go look up something. Passive range of motion, hip internal rotation. Or we could watch a little YouTube video about it. I think that would be cute. Hold on.
In this video we are going
No. Don't say in this video. In this video. These guys' videos are always so good, but gosh darn it. YouTube. Alright, let me go ahead and stop our previous music and enjoy the silence. But yeah, let's see what these guys have to say really quick. I'm gonna move him.
on the movement that was examined. For flexion, have the patient in supine lying position.
Oh, he's doing all of them! Let's go! Alright, this will be educational.
Close to the long edge of the treatment bench. Then palpate the anterior superior iliac spine on the side to be examined to monitor one.
So basically, you know when you place your hips or place your hands on your hip, like when you're angry or maybe you're impatient or maybe you're trying to pose like a superhero, this is where they're trying to reach.
End range of motion is reached and the pelvis starts to move.
I will also speed it up for all our sanities though. Maybe it's a little rude to speed it up that much though. Alright.
With the other hand, grab onto the distal femur with the lower leg, can rest on your forearm or stay in a flexed position. Then
you just push up
and assess the end.
And this is that hip flexion I was talking about earlier.
For extension, have the patient in prone lying
Sorry,
position
just
close to
seeing
the
him
long
prone
edge of
like
the
that
bench.
threw me off.
Then fixate the pelvis at the ischial tuberosity with the
So where he's touching right now, it's called the ischial tuberosity or the butt bone. This is a little bit weird to palpate because what's going to happen is, how to find it on someone is that you want to kind of karate chop their butt. And where your hand will land is basically like the fold of the butt. And so you start palpating and feeling, and then you should feel bony prominence, and that again is going to be the ischial tuberosity. Yeah, I have to do this to people. I know. You get their consent. It's fine. Assessing range of motion? Yeah, basically, we're assessing a passive range of motion for this one. So we're not. So the difference again between that passive and active is that we're not asking the person to raise their hip when they're doing this extension. As you see in how he's gonna grab, he's gonna move them into that. And so if everything should be okay and all right, he should be grabbing above the knee joint, because there's a shorter lever arm. Because if he did longer, I feel like that would not be as beneficial, and it depends on his length, arm length. And yeah, we'll see. The gluteus maximus, but do not forget about your minimus or your medius, please. Alright, let's play this.
With the other hand, grab onto the distal femur and perform passive hip extension and assess the end feel.
Ta-da! I don't know, he's juggling it like that. Not
For
juggling.
internal rotation, the first option is to test in 90 degrees of flexion while the patient lies supine. So bring the patient's leg into flexion while your forearm supports the lower leg, and your hand can cup the knee to protect it against.
Okay, before he does it though. Okay, so if he brings it, if the toe goes, or the feet comes towards the left side and he brings the knee out, that's going to be external rotation. But if the knee goes in and the feet go out, then that is internal rotation.
Valgus torque when you perform internal rotation.
Ta-da! Internal!
You can also assess internal rotation with the hip in neutral. This can be done in supine with the leg hanging over the edge of the bench, or in prone position where you again fixate the ischial tuberosity.
What is he doing? Is he doing both? I wouldn't do both.
For external rotation, the same applies as for internal.
Wait, but how did he do it? Sorry, I got so distracted. Yeah, that would be internal because the knees are going in and the feet are going out. Okay.
For external rotation, the same applies as for internal rotation, so you can test in both 90 degrees of hip flexion in supine position or in neutral hip position.
See, this again, I like the sitting position a little bit more. I feel like there's a little bit more stability with
For
it.
abduction, the patient lies in supine position close to the long edge of the bench. With one hand, palpate the ipsilateral anterior superior iliac spine with the thumb.
2.5 speed.
The remaining fingers of that hand can stay in contact with the bench. With your other hand, pick up the patient's leg at the knee so that the patient's lower leg is supported on your forearm and perform abduction passively, while your other hand monitors movement at the pelvis once you approach end range.
Yeah. So this is that is that abduction or abduction that we're talking about. So let's say that we put a line through the middle of his body. So abduction again is going away from the midline. And so he's just assessing that. But what was the normal degrees? I forgot the
fingers, long edge of the bench.
45. Okay, cool. Thank you.
For adduction, the patient lies in supine position with the foot of the non-tested leg placed laterally to the knee of the
Whoa. What? Okay,
leg
sorry.
to be examined. The patient's leg is supported on your forearm, and the thumb of the other hand palpates the anterior superior iliac spine on the contralateral side to monitor movement at the pelvis.
Oh, I see. That's very interesting. I've never seen this technique done. So again, so we talked about abduction. So this is adduction or adduction. And again, so we're getting the foot to midline, and obviously your other leg is going to be in the way. So normally we just moved it to the side and let it hang and be like, all right, good luck, have fun. This crossing over, very interesting. This reminds me I need to stretch more regularly. If you do it, I do it. Gosh darn it. So that's really interesting. So again, with osteoarthritis, whether we're trying to rule in or rule out, what we're going to do passively for that passive range of motion, the P-ROM classical, is that hip flexion. So
and the pelvic can rest on your forearm.
So this kind of motion we're going to be doing, and we're going to bring it up. And if they have limited motion or they're not able to bring it up all the way, away, And then they're talking about internal rotation, which was over
For extension, have the patient. You can also assess internal rotation with
right
the hip
here.
neutral.
And I
can
like
be
this
done
a
in
little bit
supine
better,
with the leg.
but I
You
do
can
want to
also-
see him do it again. Yeah, he just moves out of the way. And you could also do internal rotation like that. So let's go ahead. Let me put this away. Let me put this away. Let me blast our music. Watch, hi! Welcome! Welcome, welcome, welcome! Bearcat Hatsia, welcome! You made it just in time to stare at this. So wait, before I stare at it again, let's talk about the 4 different ways. Again, active recall really helps me out a lot, so I appreciate it. Let's talk about the 4 different ways again of how someone could come in with not osteoarthritis, gosh darn it, anterior hip pain. So it could be a CAM FAI impingement, it can be anterior labral tear, it can be osteoarthritis, and it also could be some kind of sprain with the iliopsoas. Psoas pog. So there we go. That could be the 4 potential ways. They didn't really give away about the psoas one. Maybe they have it in the next section that we'll scroll through. But for the first 3, osteoarthritis, you want to look at the clusters and limited hip flexion and internal rotation. To rule out OA for the other 2, which was the anterior labrum tear. Sorry, maybe it's more beneficial if you come see it and I could close my eyes. For the anterior labrum tear, yeah, you would do the same thing, flexion and internal rotation, the limit. For whatever reason, you would do, what was it, the scouring or quadrant test for the labral tear. You would do Bather, and you would do Patrick's, right? Those should be the 3 tests, or maybe there was posterior labrum. Sorry. And then for the first one, a keynote was that posterior range of motion accessory. It was hypomobile with the inferior lateral glide, and also special test. I think this was the FADDIR, the Fader's test, and I think that was the only special test for it, and I think I should be good. Ta-da! Oh, I was so lost about this one. Scours, Fabers, or posterior. I just don't get why we're having anterior hip pain and then you're telling me to do posterior labrum tests. I don't get it! But Scours or quadrants, Fabers, which is Patrick's. That's another name for it. So, okay, everything's correct so far. Alright, let's move on to a different thing, okay? But let me take some, like a quick sip of water if that's okay with you, Cubs, okay? Give me just one moment. Your girl is so dehydrated. I was gonna, sorry, I know I said I was gonna drink this water. When I had my webcam on for a little bit trying peace, I was gonna be really cute. I had my little sweater and I was like, oh, it matches my outfit, my VTuber, my teehee. But it got too hot for that, so I had to take it off. Global warming really do be a hacker. Would it be that instability or strained muscles in the anterior posterior can affect the other, maybe? I think it's important to check for both, but I think... no, like, I don't think you're wrong by any means. I think that's completely valid. I think just face value. I think it's weird to not do an anterior labral test if you have anterior hip pain, you know? But it's fine. I'm not the judge. I didn't make the body. Baby peas. Oh my goodness, Cubs, I don't have my phone on me. Hold on. Let me see if I can get this picture without her freaking out. Sorry if my model freaks out. I'm sorry. Hold on, I have to get this picture so I can show you, Cubs, of how she's laying. She's so cute right now. Oh my goodness, baby. Hold on. Why do you look like this? She looks like She looks so dumb. I'm so sorry to anyone who has to see this in the pets channel. Dun, 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 dun. She's so triangular. Oh wait, and something else happened. Aw, it's fine. Okay, sorry, let's get back on topic. Sorry. Me looking at my phone, I'm just like, what? What's happening with the world? Notifications, what? Oh, okay. So, now that I'm done being distracted, let's talk about pinching at the hip. So this is really interesting. So pinching at the hip, aka our FAI. It really is a femoral acetabulum impingement stream. Yay! So we can have different ways that we can have this pinching sensation or complain of pinching if we have at the hip. So we can have a pincer FAI, a cam FAI, and IT band syndrome. The iliotibial band syndrome, which we'll hopefully talk about in greater detail and probably just a little bit with the other person's notes. Let's go back. So again, pincer, cam, and even maybe combination. Again, these are just extra bone growths that we're having. Pincer going to be on the acetabulum, cam on the femoral head, and that's where the impingement's coming from. When you have like a puzzle piece, and it fits perfectly in the puzzle, but now the puzzle piece has like an extra, I don't know, little limb or something like that, it's kind of like, huh? What? So that sensation of pinching or impingement is going to happen because of this osteophyte or that extra bone that is forming. Thank you for the redeem. I had it ready just for you. Ta-da! I feel like I should flip it though. Don't you think? I should put it maybe... Oh gosh darn it. Is that cheating if that's that? Or no, wait. Why am I being a butt? Let me do this. It really will not go above this. Oh, here. And this and that. And remove this and some of that and do this and do that, and then I lost it and then I found it again and then I'll put it here. Ta-da! Thank you for the redeem. I appreciate it. Thank you. Alright, so now that we talked about the pincer and cam, we talked about cam earlier. And what was that for again? That was for if anyone comes in with front hip pain. That is going to be more common in young males, and that's going to be more common especially if they're athletic. So with pincer, we didn't really get to talk about, but pincer, you're going to have the same posterior labrum pain. You're going to have posterior labrum pain with abduction, external rotation, and extension. That's a little weird, but we'll definitely check it out. I Pinky Bear promise you. I think cam. Oh wait. Wait. Oh, I get it. Okay, so what's happening here, Cubs, and why I was confused is because it's just how common these things happen. So cam, yes, there are these characteristics we talked about, the young males, athletic, Cam is most likely going to be associated, yes, with the osteophytes on the femoral head, so this is going to be more of an anterior thing, correct? While pincer is something that we have those extra bones forming on the acetabulum of the hip, that C-shaped vinegar cup thing. Thanks, Kayla, for that one. So that's going to be more posterior. So different actions are going to affect it. So we're like, wow, FAI for FAI. But FAI, femoral acetabulum impingement syndrome, for CAM FAI, only applies if it's anterior, you know? So because we're talking about posterior, we're going to be talking about different actions, which is why it's going to be the opposite of FAI. It's going to be extension, so opposite of flexion is extension, abduction, not adduction as we've seen in FAI, and external rotation rather than internal rotation. And if they have that kind of pain, then da-da, ding 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 ding. Always glad to spread the cognito hazard. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So with this as well, you might Otis? Where's my English? You might notice that these people also have retroversion. So this is actually a fun little side topic we can talk about, and I think having visuals would be much better. I could say like, oh, they stand like a penguin, but like, what does that mean, you know? So let's grab a picture and let's talk about it a little bit more, okay? To this day, I still get adduction and abduction mixed up. No, Julian, we got it. You have to think of being like abducted by aliens. Do you know the LAMO people? Wow, wow, wow. And they abduct you, and so you're going away from the midline if you're being abducted. They're aliens, for goodness sakes. You know, we don't have that technology, or maybe we do. I don't know. But there you go, that's a fun way. And then adduction, you're adding, so you're gonna get close to the midline. So ta-da! So I hope that helped. Anyway, so when you're asked to stand, or you're just standing normally, maybe you're waiting in line, this should be your typical posture with the femur and the tibia right here, all normal, right? What happens is that you might have something called femoral anteversion. So you might have like an anime girl stance where not only maybe you have like these knock knees, and we'll talk about that a little bit later, called genu valgum. You may also have your toes pointing in, and this is something we refer to as femoral anteversion. Opposite of anteversion is going to be retroversion. So now the femoral retroversion, your toes are coming out. So think of like a penguin like walk, or how they're always presented. I feel like they have a wide base of support and they're waddling with their their feet out like that. So just something to keep in mind. So when we're talking about that pincer FAI, not only are they having this posterior labrum pain because of what it is, they also may present with this kind of posture. How's it enjoying the look? Thank you for stopping by. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So pincer, in comparison to cam, pincer is going to be more common in middle-aged females. This is definitely more likely going to be due to some recent increase in activity, and unfortunately it's going to be an insidious onset. Insidious meaning, oh my gosh, I hope I get this right, it's either medical related or there was no known cause. No, actually I think that's idiopathic. Idiopathic means if there's no known cause. But yeah, insidious is going to be like a gradual, subtle way with harmful effects, meaning something along the lines of maybe they got some care, and maybe that care didn't go out the way it was anticipated, and so it's just gradual, slow, kind of just happens, unfortunately. Hi, Wee. Hi. Welcome. Alright. Cam, again, anterior groin pain with the adduction, internal rotation, and flexion. But did it say groin pain? Yeah, it does say groin pain for both. Okay, that's a good catch. Gosh, I hope I get hip at this point. So these two are just going to be opposites of each other, but they're both the same thing of a femoral acetabulum impingement. So pinching at the hip can be examined in multiple ways. We can do again that passive range of motion classical. So there may be we could check for the hip flexion, which again we know our normal is at 120. Maybe they have some pain with that. They may have muscle guarding, so they know it's gonna hurt if you bring them up there, so you may feel some kind of resistance. Or maybe there's even a swelling end field, which is really interesting. I'm not sure where the swelling takes part, but we'll definitely check it out in a little bit. Passive range of motion accessory, so more of that inferior medial glide of the hip. Maybe you feel some kind of adhesion, which very interesting, to be honest. I wonder why there would be that kind of adhesion, and maybe it may be mixing it up with the anterior band syndrome. We'll see. But we're just learning about the hip and knee today, so don't mind me. For special tests, we could do the fadir. And again, that's going to be our flexion, abduction, and internal rotation. So let me see. Yep. And that's going to be testing again that anterior labrum tear. While we can also check for pincer more specifically and do the posterior labrum tear and do the opposite of the fadir. So we are going to do the flexion, but then we're going to abduct and externally rotate them out. And again, very just active motion. We can also do MSTT, which is a muscle selective tension testing. So what happens with this is that I'm sure you guys have heard me say MMT, which is a manual muscle test where basically someone pushes down and when you're doing a certain muscle action in mid-range, and they basically give you a very subjective grade of whether you are anywhere from like a 0 to a 5, and each one has a different thing, but basically if you make it past a 3, or I think a 3+ more specifically, you're able to do that motion with against gravity, and then everything from there kind of is as follows. And then they score on a plus and minus system. It's all like really interesting. But the MSTT, what happens is that maybe you're under the suspicion that they do have some kind of tendinopathy, and you don't want to really make the joint mad or that tendon mad, so you'll do this test. Let me see if I have let me see if I have something really quick that shows that. Hold on, don't mind the cat. No, I don't. But I can show you MSTT. Let's go! This is not the thing I really want to show you, but we can still do it anyway. Hi, the Cameron Slaw. Hey, hi. Welcome. Don't worry. I feel ya. Welcome, though. Welcome. Ta-da. So, for MSTT, I wish I really had that chart. Oh, it's literally kicking my butt, but I really don't want to go on my files on stream. It's not that serious, but basically why we would do MSTTs other than for tendinopathies is that we can also detect how do you call it, we can check for tears. And so what happens is that we can check for if a tear is partial or if it's complete. So let me see if I can write this out in a chart. Oh gosh darn it, I don't remember how big this chart has to be. So if the muscle is strong and painful, we just have to see what it is. Wait. Maybe another row below? Maybe above would have been better. Gosh darn it. Doing these on the flies are gonna kick my booty. So what was it? Tendinopathy? Partial tear? A complete tear, and then we can get rid of this really quick. Give me one moment, okay? So if it's strong and painful, it is most likely going to be a tendinopathy. Like, oh, you're able to hold it, but you're having a lot of pain? Okay, you may have some inflammation of the tendon, and again, that tendon is the attachment from the muscle to the bone. And remember, ligament is bone to bone. Partial tear, is it strong? No. Is it painful? Wait, hold on. Let me make sure I have it right. I think I have this correct, and I can always double check. So it should be. It makes sense, but you know, again, life finds a way to be like, oh, actually, you're wrong. So tendinopathy, again, we talked about. So partial tears. So we don't even have to talk about like the hip specifically. Let's think about something more common. Like you hear about people who always sprain their ankle and blah 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 blah. I actually have a friend slash classmate who had tore his Achilles, and what happened at the time of the event, and not putting their business out there, but they were just playing basketball, ended up doing something really wacky, ended up tearing it, and now we had to determine, was it a partial or was it a complete tear? But something so painful like that, when something rips your body, you would expect pain, right? Well, it turns out he actually had a complete tear, He was not strong, but he didn't complain of any pain. And why is that? Well, because it was completely ripped off. So of course you're not going to feel pain. There's nothing to feel pain to. But for partial tears, you will feel pain. But no, you won't be strong, unfortunately. So, yeah. Big ouchies. They dunked so hard their Achilles just evaporated. Basically what happened. So what this is saying, by the way, is that we can try to do an MSTT for hip flexion to see like, hey, maybe this pinching is some kind of inflammation, and maybe that's why you have some kind of swelling, because maybe there's something more acute. And that makes sense now that we're going back. So swelling end field, maybe it's acute, maybe you hurt yourself. Let's check if there's a tendinopathy. Let's do an MSTT. Let's do a muscle flexion. So now let's go back over to this. So there's different ways we can do our MSTTs. So we have flexion, extension, internal rotation, and external rotation. Now these, again, so for manual muscle testings, we're putting our whole hand, we're putting a force, we're going against gravity, we're doing it all. MSTTs are much more simple. We're just using 2 fingers, and we'll put the patient into mid-range, we'll put them in a loose pack so they're comfortable, and we'll have them placed in this position. And what we're trying to do is we're trying to exert an upwards force to try to extend their oh, this is for the knee, sorry. Well, we're doing we'll break down the knee, and then we could break down the hip. Is there even MSTT for the hip though? Yes, there is. I'm so sorry. I don't think I have pictures of it, but it's very self-explanatory in a sense that you'll just have a person, and we'll just say the person is a cub, right? Who apparently has a hunchback. I'm so sorry, cubs. And what happens is that, and apparently a very short torso. I'm so sorry, cubs. But at least they have like a little tail. Anyway, so what happens again is we'll put our 2 fingers. It's me. And we'll put our 2 fingers, and what happens is that the motion that you want to do is hip flexion. So again, that hip flexion, if you're seated, what we're going to be doing is bringing our knee up, like if we're doing some marching, right? And what I'm going to do is, if you have this up, I'm going to try to bring you down. I'm going to try to move you into extension. And it's just 2 fingers. It's very light. And the thing that you hear your patient to do is, please match my resistance. And when they match your resistance, they shouldn't try to kill your 2 fingers, basically. But then we go back to that chart we were just talking about. So now we have to determine, is it a tendinopathy? Is it a tear? And if it is a tear, is it complete or is it partial? So now let's think that if it's a tendinopathy, hey, they're able to do this hip flexion, they're able to bring their hip up, but they're strong, they're definitely matching my resistance, but they're complaining of pain. So yep, that's tendinopathy. For what do you call it, hip extension, same thing, we'll have them slightly flexed, because we do want to be in mid-range, and they're just trying to extend their knee, you know. But this is probably something I should look up, to be honest. But either way, my hand would be somewhere else. So they're trying to extend their knee, and I have the world's fanciest arms, which I wish I had rotate on this. Gosh darn it, my hand evaporated. Anyway. So I place my 2 fingers underneath the thigh, and what I'm going to do is try to push them into hip. It's not detachable, it's the same arm. Or sorry, let me realistically. I try to bring the hip into flexion, so I'm trying to bring it up while the patient's trying to bring it down. And the same thing, we have to evaluate whether they have a tendinopathy, tear, We do enjoy a short king though. Thank you Cubs, for being my test subject unwillingly. When you join the stream, you're just here, you know? So we can do the same thing. Oh, but I really want to actually check about the hip thing. You could do MS Paint 3D instead. Those got more functionality. You know, I definitely probably have to take you up on your offer. I had downloaded some extra thing because someone had made like layers for MS Paint, and I thought it was so fun. And it is a really neat feature, but it's very buggy for me, unfortunately. So I'll definitely have to look that up, okay? Thank you. Let's see. For hip, let me see MSTT for hip extension. guess you would have to lay them supine. But do you really want them to go against gravity? The world may never know. That's a question for another time. Anyway, let's talk about the knee stuff really quick, okay? So for the knee, same thing that we were just talking about with the hip, but this is for the knee. This person's trying to flex their knee, so they're trying to bend their knee, but I'm trying to straighten their knee. Bam. Knee extension. Okay, they're trying to extend their knee, so they're trying to go up, but I'm trying to bend their knee. I'm trying to flex them. Bam. External and internal rotation are the same thing. I'll test and I'll be like, okay, I'm just gonna apply a force that's opposite pretty much. Bam! Bam! And that's it. So now let's go back to our main document, okay? But with that, we're done with pinching of the knee. Or hip, sorry, gosh, where am I? It's got pseudo layers built in. Oh, thank goodness. I really need that. I really need it. Alright, let me see where I am right now. Hip, hip, hip. Okay. Okay. So we're on page 3, and then this person's notes end on page 6. I do want to eventually eat something. I can eat my vitamins. I hope that doesn't sound sad. I just it's past noon and it's intermittent fasting and blah 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 blah. But let me eat my vitamins because my vitamins have 15 calories and I don't want to draw off my fasting period. let me chew on these really quick so I could be like, a snack. And we'll talk about lateral hip pain after a 3-week hike. Our girl dinner? Girl dinner! Girl dinner! It truly is girl dinner. This sucks. My girl dinner yesterday was eggs and bacon, which I don't know. Multivitamin coming in clutch? Honestly. I have separate vitamin C pills. Or vitamins. I don't know, I just started taking vitamins now because the intermittent fasting, I saw my results and I was like, oh my gosh, in a month and a half, I've lost 6 pounds, which is crazy because your girl has been plateaued weight for God knows however long. Even with exercising, but like again, that whole past month with exams stressed me out, and so I'm like, oh, I want to do something different, whatever. And I had really good success with this, so I'm like, gosh, I guess I have to take care of my body more. So I decided to get these vitamin gummies because between you and me, Cubs, I tried to do this before with multivitamins, and I got like some weird off-brand one off Amazon, but it had like so many reviews, but to be honest, those reviews might have been fake. But anyway, not the point. Point is, I did get real vitamins, and I took it, and then shortly after, I had that dysphagia issue where I had trouble swallowing. So like I was eating food and I was choking nearly each and every time, and it was a very scary period of my life where I'm like, damn, I'm gonna die eating chicken fingers. Like, this is so stupid. But luckily, not luckily, but I basically was, it just sucked. I was eating food with like a group of friends, and I'm like, hey guys, I think I just need to go to urgent care. I really like had like the worst episode trying to eat these chicken fingers, and I'm tired of almost dying. Can we just go? And they did the examination and they just gave me omeprazole, which is, I didn't even know that was really what it was for. They said maybe I had some like weird silent gag reflex or acid reflux, I don't remember. And the medication did help, and I don't really have that issue. I only have the issue now when I eat really late, so the intermittent fasting kind of helped with that as well. So yeah. Time for the ultimate weight loss trick. Pick up a heavy rock. Oh yeah, my stick arms can definitely do that. Anyway, let me eat this last one. Good, because I gotta take 2. Don't forget to put them down and repeat. But how many reps, coach? How many reps? So sorry, I'm just chewing. Oh yeah, no, I got that checked. I didn't get it checked recently, but when it was happening. But I think, Robo, if you just came in, I was TLDR, I started taking a new gummy vitamins because I had these other vitamins, and once I had taken them, that's when my dysphagia started happening. And so I want to like relate that and say, hey, that might have been part of it. Some unknown branded vitamins I decided to take might have been hecking me up, and it might have been an allergy, who knows. I don't really have allergies, or not known ones at least, but maybe something in that was hecking me up because that was the only new change in my, you know, life. But when I was eating, again, chicken fingers with friends, I was like, hey guys, I think I have to just go to urgent care. And that's when I got checked and got the medication. But as of recently, no. I don't have insurance. I did get to, sorry, I'm trying to fix this, but this is not working. I did get to try to talk to a specialist because there are people who specialize in something called ENT, which is just an abbreviation of ears, nose, throat doctors. And I'm like, oh, maybe they can help me. But basically, urgent care is like, yeah, they'll stick a tube down your throat. And I'm like, brother, my gag reflex. I'm sure I would be numb. Or maybe I'll be unconscious. But either way, they said, yeah, that's just a test. If you want them to look at you, it'd be $300. And I said, you know what? I'll just die. It's okay. It's fine. Oh my goodness. Look at Caleb with the sets. Let's go. 3 times 5 and 4 set until failure. Let's go. Vaguely know about that. I can't wait to actually have a formal class. US healthcare. I know. It's fine though. Nice. Welcome on in, welcome. We were just talking about hip and we're going over the knee, and so now we're at lateral hip pain after a 3-week hike, which is very specific. But let's talk about different things, okay? So we'll talk about different hypotheses. So we have 3 here. So we can have trochanteric bursitis, which is here. Oops, here by your greater trochanter, and then there's like a little sac of fluid, and it's filled up and it's inflamed and blah 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 blah. We'll talk about that a little bit more. It could be lateral femoral cutaneous nerve entrapment, which, hey, that's crazy because lateral femoral cutaneous nerve entrapment should only be sensory and not motor. Well, no, I guess you could have pain. Oh, gosh darn it. We'll learn about that. Definitely in the other cohorts notes, they do talk about that. And I can even talk about it here. Sorry, hold on. Cover your eyes! I actually do just want to read. Is there pain here? Is there anything about pain? No? Okay, but we can talk about it once we get there. Let's see. And hip osteoarthritis. So osteoarthritis coming right up. Eyes not covered. Oh, I'm sorry if you see some of these. No, I can't do it. Anyway. So trochanteric bursitis. So what happens is that someone may complain. Gosh, I just want to look up a proper definition. I'm 100% sure of what I said, but I'm insecure. That bare glute, singular on screen. Get the TOS, please. You know what's worse? They really had just they just had male genitalia on like those pictures I had to crop because I'm like, what if I stream this one day? So I had to make sure to crop this poor guy's genitals. Like, why do you have to add that? There was no point. Anyway. Oh, here's a better picture, I suppose. Not necessarily. But sorry, retroversion, antiversion. You're gone. So yeah, hip bursitis is your pelvis, the trochanteric area, and you have this bursa, and what happens is that it's fluid filled right over here and it's inflamed. It hurts like absolute heck. And because it hurts like absolute heck, of course you're gonna have that lateral hip pain. And excuse me, it's probably inflamed because it's overused, you know? So with that in mind, God emoji. Hi Caleb, hi. Or hi Liv, hi. Caleb says after talking about the prostate often enough, you kind of just stop caring and just show the whole thing on screen. I know, but not on Twitch. I don't want to get in trouble. I already have such a Among Us video already up Which, by the way, hhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhh. Wrong site. Repost apparently, because retweet is gone. Like, share with your friends. Be like, oh, wow, Tippa, I didn't know you created this kind of content. Oh my goodness. Hi. How's some spooky, scary skeletons going? Oh, it's going well, thankfully. Too much to go was breaking in a single day. Ban Tippa from Tippa's channel? Nah! Oh my goodness. But yeah, totally not on Twitch. No thank you. You heard about that one guy? Anyway, sorry, we're not gonna go on that topic. Anyway, trochanteric bursitis, who just subscribed, that's the inflammation, so they're not able to swap because there's a lot of pain. It is a dull pain that gets worse with activity or prolonged sitting. There's swelling in that area, so if you feel for the greater trochanter, you'll be like, is there swelling? It hurts to go up or down the stairs because, again, that's just pain with that activity, and that pain actually may radiate down to the knee, which is spooky. You know, actually, I say that guy and I don't remember his name. Speed? Something Speed. I like Speed, I think, maybe? For the lateral femoral cutaneous nerve entrapment, this can actually be compression from skinny jeans, tool belts, and seat belts. So this is actually very interesting. Basically, tight clothing can compress that nerve, and that's why you may be having lateral pain. Brother, I don't want to put a date or anything, but I was living for skinny jeans, and now I'm like, if I wear skinny jeans, I will end someone. The guy who barks on camera, I actually don't know his content whatsoever. I just know it's like trending and going around. Emerge from the lateral aspect of the psoas. Did I have better notes up here? Is that why? No, because this is all sciatic. No. Okay. Let's actually read this because this would be probably more appropriate. I do wish I had another photo though, so give me one moment. Up with baggy clothes, baby. Let's go. Gosh darn it. I'm just trying to find the world's decent image. This is a drawing, so it's oh gosh, it's humongous. Okay, we have side-by-side drawing. Anyway, so this is the lateral, coming out laterally. Femoral, going towards the femur. Cutaneous, referring to skin, because it's a sensory nerve only. Nerve, wait, just because it's a nerve. So let's read this together, okay? The lateral cutaneous nerve is only sensory, and it's sensory to the lateral aspect of the thigh. I know, so mind-breaking. It's like, whoa, Tip, I would have never guessed that. Okay. It can be entrapped, and it can be entrapped at the iliacus, the fascia, and the fascia. The fascia is like what, like some kind of connective tissue, basically. I think the best way to describe it is when you peel an orange. And the orange is the actual muscle, but you see like some like white webbing, I guess, over the orange. That would be the equivalent to the body's what would be fascia. And under the inguinal ligament. So where's the inguinal ligament? Oh, right here. Ta-da! So it could be stuck somewhere in the iliacus fascia, and the iliacus is right here, this hip bone, and then the inguinal ligament right here, so it can be entrapped here and here. So you can imagine, again, when you're wearing a tool belt, or when you're wearing those skinny jeans, or let's see, close the other way, or when you're wearing a seatbelt, like across, it can compress this nerve, you know? Not to cut ahead, but shout out to the nervous and how it looks like a big thing of string cheese. No, thank you. Yeah, I think I melted enough on my brain to process any of it. Oh, don't even worry. So what happens is that, again, it can be compressed here at the iliacus or the inguinal ligament, and this tightness, wait, sorry. This could also be due to an overweight individual with a large protruding abdomen, which will compress over the top of the anatomical area. So think of someone with, like, beer belly? I don't know. I feel like beer bellies stick out. I don't know. They just have a belly and then it squishes more, and then that can cause that compression. And someone with excessive anterior tilt of their pelvis, so someone who is booty popping a little bit too much, creating that like anterior tilt of the pelvis. And even you could do it in your seat now. If you try to pop out your booty, you could notice that your pelvis goes anterior or to the front, and that can cause tensioning of the nerve. Tight clothes we talked about can do it, and basically patients will complain of burning or weird pains on the lateral aspect of the femur in their thigh area. So treatment for this is obviously let's remove it. Let's get rid of the pressure. Let's see what we can do. So what we can do is some soft tissue techniques and try to release some of the fascial distractions, because there are massage techniques we could do. If a patient's overweight and has a large protruding abdomen, we could do patient education on weight loss, because we'll be like, hey, there's nothing wrong with you, but this might be this thing. We can re-educate the patient about the control of the pelvis and try to put them more into a posterior pelvic tilt. And what else we can do, which is really interesting, is actually there might be something called a leg length discrepancy. Very fancy word just to say, hey, one leg is longer than the other. And what we could do is that we can give them a shoe lift, and we would give the shoe lift on the opposite side, because it's most likely that the longer leg is creating some tension on the nerve because of the weird length, and that's why we want to try to even it out. So have a good one. Thank you for stopping by. Please have a good night and sweet dreams. Thank you. Alright, so that's lateral femoral cutaneous nerve entrapment. I'm glad that we went back, because there's some details that I would have definitely missed. So woohoo. Third one, hip osteoarthritis again. So we can have cartilage breakdown, which means muscle weakness, which means issues with mobility. So how are we going to examine for these three things, which I'll try to look away? The lateral femoral cutaneous OA and the bursitis of the trochanteric bursitis. So, we could do PFT. So PFT is palpation for tenderness. Alright, palpation for tenderness. So it's exactly how it says. We're gonna be touching for tenderness. Hey, if I touch on this lateral bursitis, as we saw earlier, do you have pain? And if they have pain, well, what kind of structures do we think could be there, you know? This is going to help to rule in trochanteric bursitis. For passive range of motion classical, we could do the same things we've been doing. Hip flexion, hip adduction, hip internal rotation, seeing if there's any pain with that. And let me look at something really quick. Is that how you say it? Puff. Puss. Wait, puff. Anyway. Lateral thigh muscles. So, hold on, tensor fascia. So there's actually a really cute muscle, but I can't remember the. It's so embarrassing. I can't remember the action of it, so I'm gonna try to find it really quick. But I want like a short and sweet answer for it before I talk to you cubs about it, because maybe it's not even relevant. So hold on. I guess I can talk about it. It's fine. So cubs, guess what? We have a muscle. We love muscles in this household. Let me make the image a little bit smaller. So we have this muscle coming from the lateral side, and this is what they call a, maybe I have to write the name, tensor fascia lata. Let's go. Hello Tipanya, it's me, Void. Hello Void, it is me, Tipanya. Welcome. Hi K-Dog as well. Hi. Welcome. Oh, sorry, the name is slightly cut off. We're not in the eating mood. I apologize. Gomenasawi. Nice to see you. Nice to see you as well. Happy Friday. Welcome. So this muscle, the tensor, you can't even see it, I'm sorry. Tensor fascia lata is a thigh internal rotator. Apparently it stabilizes the hips and knee joints, and it is a weak hip or leg flexor. So that's probably also why we want to do some of this motion of the hip flexion, adduction, and IR. But we also want to do the flexion IR because osteoarthritis! Whoa, 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 whoa! Musculos. It sounds like mucus? What? Anyway, MLT. So this is going to be really interesting. Oh no, Cubs. He's gonna make me do Tia. No, he's gonna make me do the Thomas test. No. Okay, we need to look at a video for that, so we're gonna look at that in a little bit. Let's do all this and then we'll figure it out, okay? So MLT is muscle length testing. So what we're doing is stretching a muscle. How to stretch a muscle, Cubs, by the way? You want the easiest way? You ever want a good stretch or someone to stretch you? You would do the opposite action of the muscle. So if I'm like, oh, my hip flexors are really like, they're just so tight, you would do the opposite action. You would do hip extension and like some other wacky business, and you can go ahead and stretch for that. So what happens with that is sometimes when you stretch, other than like, oh, this is a relieving sensation and you get to test like how tight a muscle is, you might actually be compressing a nerve. So when you compress that nerve, there's different muscles that we can consider, and it's the rectus femoris, iliopsoas, and TFL. And someone wrote in parentheses, he made me do the Thomas test, and the Thomas test is my worst enemy because for whatever reason I just don't understand it. I get it, but I don't. So we're gonna find a video, okay? And then MMT, by the way, it could be positive for it could be positive for weak gluteus medius. So weak gluteus medius is a 3+ out of 5, and so it's good. It's against gravity, but that's pretty weak. Our gluteus medius muscle is the muscle right underneath our gluteus maximus, or our booty, and that's going to be a muscle that's going to help, I believe, with abduction and internal rotation. So we could test for that as well. I don't really know why we would want to do MMT, but it's fine. I asked for MSTT after. Strong and painful for hip flexion. Okay. Okay, that's fine. We'll figure it out. Quite literally, weak ass. Honestly, yeah. Sorry. Alright, let's go find. We're done with this, but let us go find that Thomas test video. Let me do a little bit of searching, a little bit of soul searching, okay? The Thomas test is, it's not easy. It's just, I don't know. We might have to watch this guy do it. Could maybe do this video. Modified hip. Gosh darn it. We're gonna be watching a bunch of videos until we get it, okay? And you know what? While we're at it, let's look at the Ober's test too, because gosh darn it. Let me see. There's another video, and there's someone who's interpreting the results. Hey, I'll take that too. Hold on. Hi, totally. Hi. Welcome. Sorry, give me one moment. I'm trying to find a video, and also I'm gonna politely do something really quick. Rip is live, so I'm politely supporting them in their Posmo adventures. Alright. So let's pop up the video really quick. I don't know if the
Thanks for tuning in.
Oh goodness gracious. Hey, maybe this is the video that we need. Alright, let's learn it together! Yay! Let me just Alright. Sorry, music. Or maybe it'd be very quiet in the background. Is that too loud still?
Like, subscribe, and check out to like this back to Catalyst University.
I don't know if this video would be the best. Okay.
Patrons on Patreon off. Please make sure to like this video and subscribe to my channel for future videos and notifications.
Okay, sir.
In this video, we're going to be discussing the Thomas test.
Alright,
so
I'm speeding
first,
you
I'll
up
show
too.
you how you actually set up the Thomas test for the patient. That's the easy part. It's a very simple test for the setup, but then all the intricacies come from the interpretation.
Yeah. So again, very simple test. I promise I'm not being dummy. It's just literally like, like, subscribe, and hit that bell button, or your patients will fail the Thomas test. Brother, there's no failing here. It's fine. They'll be fine. Like and subscribe. Because if you're learning a lot, make sure to like and subscribe. Make sure to comment and share with all your friends about all the cool things that you learned. Hey, put in the comments below what you learned. Thank you.
The interpretation allows you to figure out where muscle tightness is in the lower extremity. So let's first take a look at how you set up this specific test. So to begin the Thomas test, we have the patient sit at the edge of the table. Now this patient is seated pretty far over the edge of the table. That's actually okay, and that's actually good here, because we really want the edge of the table to be about halfway down the length of the patient's thighs right here, as you can see. Okay, so that's our start.
That was one of the videos I was going to
somehow
open
we need
up.
to get the patient into this position, as you're going to see right here. So the patient is on her back, hips are flexed, knees are flexed, and she's got her hands or arms wrapped around her legs, as you can see right there, both legs initially. Now how exactly you get the patient into this position is just really dependent on practitioner/patient preference, but this is where you need to get the patient. From
Okay, I was
here,
gonna say, I'm
you're
like,
see that
that's
she's
not how
going
we
to
do
keep
it.
holding one of her legs, but then let the other leg dangle down over the edge of the table, as you can see right here. So you can see she's still holding on her right leg, but then the left lower extremity is allowed to do what it would normally do if you basically let it go. In this case, her left lower extremity is the test leg. Okay, so the right leg is not being tested here, only the left leg. And then pretty much everything else is just pure observation. Now what you see here on the bottom left in this diagram is what you should see in a normal person that has no muscular tightness in that lower extremity. So you can see right here that the thigh is in contact with the table. That's what we want to see. And then the lower leg right here is pretty much close to vertical to the ground. Really, we want it to be about exactly perpendicular to the ground, or maybe 10 degrees off. But as long as it looks something like this, that is normal. The first
So I never even told you, Cubs, about this. I apologize. We just went straight into the Thomas test out of pure panic. The Thomas test, he's going to go over it, but really quick. But basically, it's just to assess tightness. And if you do assess tightness, then you can kind of like do some muscle length testing from there. But there's different muscles involved, as you see. So we have our iliopsoas and the psoas major and minor. Or sorry, psoas major and iliacus, which is going to be the hip flexors. We have the rectus femoris, which is technically like a hip thing as well. But what happens is this is also a quad muscle, so it can extend the knee. So your leg might be sticking out a little bit. TFL, I think it's just internal rotation, so your knee goes a little bit in. And the hamstrings and gastrocnemius, I have no idea. I thought it was sartorius, so we might have to check something else. Caleb says, I kind of get it. You want them to curl into the muscles as short as possible, and then the muscles are too tight, you'll have problems going down. Yeah, basically. So normal should be, like, as he said, perpendicular to the ground.
Deviation we're going to see is where, when we release that lower extremity, the thigh does not come down to the table. You'll notice here that the thigh is about 10 to 20 degrees off of the table, so it doesn't come down. And
yeah, so if it can't go down and it can't lay flat, there's a muscle that's pulling it. There's a muscle that is tight, and that's going to be our hip flexors, the
lower leg is still vertical,
iliopsoas.
so that's what we want to see for the lower leg. When you see a situation like this, that indicates tightness of the iliopsoas, which is composed of the psoas major and iliacus. Remember that the iliopsoas is a one-joint muscle. Rectus femoris and some of these others are two-joint muscles, but the iliopsoas is a one-joint.
Don't remind me of the one joint, two joint. Don't give me Thomas test. He's not gonna even give me hip. I think that's the worst part. He's gonna give me a knee, and I've been like focused for the past 2 hours on hip. I hate it here. Anyway.
Muscle. So whenever you have the thigh not coming down to the table, that's indicative of tightness of the one joint muscles, which in this case are iliopsoas. Now the second deviation is very similar, except in this case, notice not only does the thigh not come down to the table, but the lower leg actually sticks out pretty far from the vertical, as you can see right here.
Okay, I know he's gonna explain it. I just want to process it before he explains it, so I have a better idea, because this image kind of overwhelmed me a little bit. Learn the parts of the quad in case you get the knee. Okay. So what's happening here is he had mentioned again that one joint, two joint muscles. What that means is that when we're talking about a one joint muscle, it crosses only one joint. the hip joint. But muscles like the rectus femoris, and I'll get a picture if you cubs need, but basically this is a picture that crosses both the hip and the knee, and it has actions in both, and it's very important to be able to distinguish, well, both. So what happens when you lay down your patient and you're testing the leg, and that leg, the other leg is being grasped or bent like this, and the other one's doing this? So you notice, oh, okay, cool, their leg is sticking up like this. Okay, so they have tight hip flexors, but is it really tight hip flexors, or could it be rectus femoris that's trying to like keep the knee extended? Well, let's see. When you ask the patient to straighten out their leg, if the iliopsoas and the rectus femoris are both tight, the leg will just stay up like this at this weird diagonal. But if they straighten out the leg and the hip and the thigh is no longer coming off the table, I think that's a good indicator. If the thigh comes off the table, it's something related to the hip flexor. So again, in this case, we know it might be potentially the iliacus, but we won't know until we extend the knee. And when we extend the knee, again, thigh is off the table, the knee is straight, both muscles are tight because they're pulling the leg like that in a more, like, I guess you could say, passive manner. But if the thigh lays flat and the leg is straight, then again it's going to be the rectus femoris. So
Here.
we'll just
Now,
hear
this
this
can
guy
mean
out.
one of two things. This can mean tightness of the one joint muscles, or it can mean tightness of the two joint muscles, or both. And so to kind of tease that out, what you want to do as the practitioner is you want to take the knee and manually or passively put it into full extension, as you see right here. So the knee's extended up here, knee's extended down here. But when you extend the knee, one of two things will likely happen. So if we look at the top case over here, when the practitioner extends
This guy
the knee,
deserves my
you'll
like and
notice that
subscribe, by the
the
way.
thigh does not come down to the table. So anytime the thigh doesn't come down to the table, we know that the iliopsoas, our one joint muscle, is tight. However, that doesn't necessarily rule out a tight rectus femoris or tight quads. So it could be both of these, but it is definitely, at the very least, tight iliopsoas. Okay? If we wanted to determine whether or not the rectus femoris or quads were tight, we could always perform an additional test like the Eli test. Now down here, this is the other
You
case
lost
where
me,
we
but it's
passively
okay.
or manually extend the patient's knee, but then when we do that, the thigh automatically comes back to the table. Because the thigh comes to the table, we know it is not tightness of that iliopsoas, it's going to be tightness of the rectus femoris, or really the quads as a whole. And we could, again, confirm that with other special tests like Eli's test, all right? Now, what if we see a situation like this? So we release the lower extremity, thigh comes down to the table. Well, that automatically tells us that iliopsoas is not tight. But we see the situation where the lower leg is extended pretty far out away from vertical. So this is telling us that at the very least the rectus femoris, but it could be the quads as a whole, are really keeping this knee more extended and preventing this lower leg from coming back down close to vertical. So when you see this, this is tight rectus femoris and or quads. Now the third case we could see here is where we have hip abduction. So what we're looking at here is from the top.
So
we're looking at the belly side of the
So
patient.
just no, yeah, they did change the perspective.
Since they're on their back. The left leg over here has been omitted, but right here in the right lower extremity, we see that the hip joint is abducted. Okay? Now, this theoretically could be tight gluteus medius and minimus, although the more common thing that we're going to see is that this means we have a tight tensor fascial lata, or TFL. Now, you'll notice here I have iliotibial band.
Okay, but wait, didn't we just say? Gosh darn it! Excuse me. What are the actions of the TFL? Tensor fascial lata, muscle. Yeah, but the actions. Alright, what does Ken Hub say? Hip joint internal thigh rotation. It's a weak abductor. So if it's a weak abductor, why is it out like that? I want a refund. I don't want to learn anymore. I just want to blink and my exam is done. I'm tired. Okay, I know I'm gonna stop complaining. Alright, so let's look at the action. TFL is an accessory knee flexor. It also acts via the IT band in a lateral rotation. Wait, heck all of this. Wait, what does my muscle sheet say? So my professor from like term 1, or I guess term 2 because it's lower extremities, gave us like a muscle sheet. So let me, hold on. Tensor fascia. Assist with abduction, flexion, and internal rotation of the hip. Oh, okay. If it's tight, what kind of performance? No, I get that. I just didn't get the... I did not see that it helps out with abduction. And no, guys, they're at 3. Don't worry. They're going in order. I just got confused about why the TFL is pulling in abduction. I was under the impression of, well, Gosh, okay. So not only is it pulling it in abduction, it's also pulling it in maybe like some slight internal rotation, which makes sense. Because another muscle that they talk about, or we normally talk about, is the sartorius. And that's not in here and blah 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 blah. Gosh. Anyway, let's just finish the video. I was just confused about the action of the tensor fascia lata, so I'm kind of like, dies.
Because the TFL is the muscular part that pulls on the IT band and can actually yield some of this abduction that we see. However, we don't want to really think about this in terms of the IT band, because never in a million years are you going to be able to loosen the IT band. IT band is really, 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 really strong. You are never going to loosen this up. Okay? The only thing you can loosen is the pull on the IT band, which is through the tensor fascia lata, or TFL. Okay? So when you see this abduction right here, when the leg comes down, that's indicative of a tight TFL. Now, the last thing we're going to look at are contributions by the hamstrings and the gastrocnemius. So we let the lower extremity come down like this. Here's the thigh, and then here's the lower leg, and then here's the foot. Okay, so we're looking at it really from a caudal point of view, right? So this line right here on the lower leg, this is really meant to indicate the midline of the tibia, or we can think of it as the anterior crest of the tibia. And normally it's going to be pretty close to the midline of the lower leg. And for most individuals, the foot will be a tad externally rotated relative to neutral. Okay, some people it might be neutral, some people might be a little bit externally rotated, but normally it's going to be around this position. Okay, so what happens if we lower?
Yeah, but if I visualize the tensor fascia lata, I'm always like, oh wow, it's the lateral side. We saw how that muscle works. Yeah, hold on. Let me take out the YouTube really quick. Gosh darn it, so many tabs. If I look at it, I'm like, oh, that looks like an abductor, external rotator, and it crosses the knee, so maybe it could help with some flexion, you know? And it would be somewhat wrong because, yeah, okay, it could help with flexion. Yeah, you're right. Oh wait, hold on. The rotation's where I'm wrong, basically. Because to me, it looks like an external rotator, but apparently it's an internal rotator. But it does, again, help with flexion and abduction. Like, if I visualize the muscle in the joints, I'm like, oh yeah, of course. But this one is just like a weird exception, so I apologize. That's not me fighting against you. That's just me saying, like, hey, brother, I actually really don't know. I'm sorry.
That leg, and we notice that not only is the foot a little bit rotated inwards, but we palpate that anterior tibial crest, and it appears to be more medially facing. This indicates that we've got excessive internal rotation. Now, this could theoretically be caused by tensor fascia lata. However, tensor fascia lata is most likely to cause excessive abduction at the hip. The three most common culprits for excessive internal rotation
that's where I was like, huh?
Are going to be the semitendinosus and semimembranosus, which are two hamstring muscles, and then the medial head of the gastrocnemius. Those are going to cause excessive internal rotation. The opposite can also be true. If the foot is visibly externally rotated excessively, and you palpate this anterior tibial crest and it appears to be more laterally facing, we know we have excessive external rotation. And the two most likely culprits of this are the lateral hamstring, which is the biceps femoris, but also the lateral head of gastrocnemius. So hopefully this...
I don't agree, and I will like, comment, subscribe, but not get any notifications. I just want to look at another
there
video.
Would be no excessively from the
Whoa, that
from
video.
the table. In position, ask them to fully flex their uninvolved hip by grasping their knee and pulling it toward their abdomen. Observe for any elevation of...
Okay, that didn't help. That depends on whether or not crosses are front, the back, and the middle of the knee rotation. Whether it's an internal or external rotator depends on where it inserts on the tibia in relationship to the hip joint. Yeah, but so wouldn't it look like an external rotation? Cries. It's a good illustration, and the video is good. I give props.
One, hang. Yeah, let it go nice. Hip in the neutral position, and I'll be happy with that.
Okay.
Rec fem and hip flexors.
Essentially pulling that pelvis.
Okay. No.
This is gonna be a video.
I like their videos, but I had to. What is this? And now I have to watch this one.
The next test will look.
Why is he standing like that?
Called the Thomas test.
We
Thomas
saw this
test will
one.
Look at tightness of the hip flexors, the one joint and two joint hip flexors, specifically the iliopsoas and also the rectus femoris. With this, we'll have the patient seated on the end of the table, fairly far out, and then she
Standing
will
like Mr.
lie
Chad.
back and bring her knees to her chest. Back,
Honestly.
bring the
Oh,
knee
sorry.
to the chest. Now she's going to lower her left leg down.
Yeah, and she.
holding on
Okay,
to
so
her right
we'll try to learn from this video. Please ignore like all my suggestions. Apparently,
leg.
they're fine.
Now, typically what will happen in this case
They
with her,
full
her
screen
thighs
it?
down on the table.
No.
So we know she doesn't have one joint hip flexor or iliopsoas tightness.
Yeah. Okay. So he is correct. She does not have any tightness because the thigh is on the table.
She did have tightness at the iliopsoas. The thigh would be off the table.
Because remember, that's our hip flexors being tight and pulling that hip up.
Now it's conceivable that she could have tightness of the rectus femoris with the thigh off the table also, if the leg is up like so. If that's the case, we'll extend the knee.
If the thigh is up the table, yes, it could be iliacus, but we need to narrow down to make sure if it's iliacus or how do you call it? Oh my goodness. Rectus femoris.
And the thigh will drop down. And we know once the thigh touches the table, we know it cannot be a one joint. If the thigh's off the table, it could be one joint or two joint. If she does have tightness of both, she may have tightness. The thigh may stay up even though we do that. If it turns out her...
Oh, why am I not getting this? Okay. I have to replay the video.
not be a one joint. If the thigh's off down, and we know once the thigh touches the table, we know it cannot be a one joint. If the thigh's...
Okay. No, just play the video.
Now it's conceivable that she could have tightness of the rectus femoris with the thigh off the table also, if the leg is
and
up
that's
like
why we'll
so.
straighten the
if
leg.
If that's the case, we'll extend the knee and the thigh will drop down. And we know once the thigh touches the table, we know it cannot be a one joint. If the thigh's off the table, it could be...
But why do we not know it's not a one joint? Because maybe I guess because you're using the knee and it's two joint. Sure. Either way, but both of them are the hip flexor and the rectus femoris. It comes up.
If she does have tightness of both, she may have tightness.
Goodness
the thigh
gracious.
may stay up even though we do that. If it turns out her thigh's down and the leg's up, if it drops down to about 80 or 90 degrees, she doesn't have tightness. If it comes up to 70 degrees or higher, it's showing tightness of the two joint, the rectus femoris tendon.
Okay.
Again, if it turns out the thigh's up like this, we can't tell if it's one or two joint. So by extending the knee, we're putting the rectus femoris somewhat on.
Mr. Cheddar, you're so good. You're so good, Mr. Cheddar.
Down if it's tightness of the two joint rectus femoris. If it turns out we extend it all the way and it still stays up, we can pretty much assume it's one joint iliopsoas tightness. There are some false positives and negatives with this test. Let's repeat the test. And I'll ask the patient, come on up. Now this time go back and I want you to pull your knees way up into your chest as far as you can. So if she holds up like this.
Everyone's doing it in such like a safe way. I want to find someone who does the test the way. Will this random YouTuber tell me how to do this test? No, he's sitting too. So okay, the reason why I'm like, no, oh my goodness, I have this tab open. I'm gonna read your comment really quick though. Let me break out MS Paint. All right, so every time we're supposed to do the test for goodness knows whatever reason, this is me because I have the scarf that extends all the way. I promise, right? I'm here telling the patient like, hey patient, I need you to do this motion, and what they do is. Okay, this is gonna be an accurate description, I promise. So what happens when I tell someone to do these like exercises? I'm like, hey patient, I need you to go in a single leg stance. I need to stand on the leg that we are testing, grab the one that we're not testing, clasp your hands over it. I'm gonna be here protecting you, but actually I have to protect you on the opposite side apparently, so now I have to go rotate this, so I'm protecting you from this side, because if you fall, I guess you can just put the foot down, but on this one you're probably all wibbly wobbly. Not the point. I'm protecting you, okay? And so then I have to be like, hey patient, please go back to the table until your butt bone or your ischial tuberosity feels the edge of the bed. Now I want you to lay down. And so I don't have rotate, so God help me. So then we ask the patient to lay down, and then the patient is laying down. This is the new thing. They're on the bed, and they're on the bed like this, but they're not on the bed like that. They're on the bed more like this because we need their thigh to be like halfway off. And I'm just here, still on this side, chilling. This is a back view now. I'm tired of drawing. basically, I do it in such an unsafe way, or that is how we're taught, that they have to stand and then we like plop them onto the bed. Thank you, Big Am, for enjoying the diagrams. I'm just like, so everyone who's in this videos where we're just like, we're already in this position. We're already like an egg, you know? I'm just like, and they're just baby with their like legs up already. I'm just like, gosh darn it. That's like so much safer than whatever like suplex move I have to do. You know what I mean? So I'm trying to find someone who's doing it the way that I'm like, oh yeah, guys, by the way. But I don't think wait, will this guy do it?
Hello, doctors. I am Dr.
He's already on the table. I'm never gonna find anyone who's okay, it's fine. Nothing matters. Let me read. Let me read before I get too into it. I'm already in it, but like too much into it. Caleb says I get your problem though. Basically, so oh, because I got no the comment. We don't. Oh, okay. I see. I was gonna say, I'm like, wait, insert's wrong. Do you just get like a weird specimen, or were they really just trying to challenge your thought process for it? Heck, I'm sorry. And then I bench pressed the patient, basically. Let's go, Mr. Cheddar. He made it. He repeated it. Oh gosh, he repeated himself, and I lost the video. I found the video. Also seems less reliable to trigger a tight muscle. If you do it from an extended position, that's already going to be less tight, so to speak. Listen, I'm just following whatever the school tells me. Can this guy be standing? Gosh darn it, he's laying down. I'm tired. Anyway, let's just finish this video. Let's see.
This will give
I
a
have to
false
suplex the
positive
patient,
test.
unfortunately.
You'll see she's staying up like so. So she does want to bring her knee up towards her chest, but not all the way up like that, because this way she doesn't have tightness, but this is looking as if she does have tightness. Conversely, if she doesn't pull up enough and she's like this, she may have tightness, and it's going to give us a false negative for tightness of the 1 and 2 joint hip flexors. So that would be a poor test to do with the Thomas test. So you want to make sure when the person pulls up, they pull up approximately like so with the thigh when they hold that.
Okay.
So Thomas test looking at 1 and 2 joint hip.
Yeah, but is no one gonna tell me about the sartorius tightness? Gosh darn it. Physio tutors, you got me.
Video and to hold it afterwards.
Okay, they're already doing it wrong. Well,
And
they're not
ask
doing
him
it
if
wrong,
he can
but they're
feel
not
a
doing it the way
stretch
my school does.
in the right groin.
If your examiners
With a
give you
positive
problems, just tell them to
test, you will
call a
see
bug
that
on the
extended
internet.
leg is lifting off the table,
To
like
get
in this
them
case.
into a medical slap
You
fight
can
with?
even measure the angle at the knee as
I
a
don't want any
reference.
problems. No more problems. Ever.
If the extended leg is not lifting off the table, but is abducting,
Okay, wait.
we are talking about the so-called J sign or stroke, which is indicative for a tight iliotibial band. Alright guys, this was...
Gosh darn it. He said if it's abducted, the tight IT band. What did this guy say though?
That really from really.
Hey, okay, if it's a tight, it is abducted. Okay. Okay, we're gonna do one more test that's not the Thomas test. I know this is gonna be mentioned in a little bit, so I have it up. I might as well just do it. So Ober's test is supposed to test for tight TFL. So let's just hear it.
In the tensor lata muscle, which is responsible for a tight iliotibial band. To perform this test, have your patient in sideline position with the lower leg in flexion at the hip and the knee for stability. Then the examiner passively abducts the upper leg and brings it into slight extension, while the other hand fixates the pelvis. In literature, this test was first described in 90 degrees of knee flexion, but we prefer to have the upper leg completely extended to have the iliotibial band and even more stretch. Then slowly lower the upper leg all the way down to the table. This test would be positive if the upper leg stays in the air and does not fall down to the table, which is not the case here. Okay, this was our video on the Ober.
I missed it! I blinked!
This test would be positive if the upper leg stays in the air and does not fall down to the table, which is not the...
Okay. Yay! We learned 2 tests! Yay! Someone quiz me on the Thomas test later. Alright, let's get out of here. Let me go ahead and blast the music again. Oh my goodness, that might have been a little jump scare. I'm sorry, Cubs. Alright. Alright, let us get back into the grind because holy heck. I think the music might be a little too loud. Alright, I lowered it very slightly. Okay. So all of that segue was just for this one thing. So if there is lateral hip pain, especially after 3 weeks of hiking, MLT, to muscle length test this to assess for tightness to see if maybe there's some kind of weird compression, is that we could test for tightness in the rectus femoris, iliopsoas, and the TFL. No, Caleb, you're fine. You're so fine. I'm sorry, I'm dumb. Like, I'm sorry. Ah! Found one where the patient's standing up, but it's in Spanish. Oh, I'll take it. But as long as you get the idea of like, yeah, I have to suplex the patient, like, that's fine. There's more? Oh, goodness gracious. Okay. Okay, this is just talking about OA again, about the osteoarthritis, about, again, the risk factors and whatnot. But specifically for lateral femoral cutaneous nerve, because I guess the other ones weren't, we would do potential palpation for tenderness, but I don't know where you would palpate. What, I palpate into the muscle belly of the iliacus? Do I palpate the inguinal ligament? Like, what am I doing, my friend? I can MLT it, so, oh, gosh darn it. A tight IT band. How do we MLT a tight? So we definitely want to put it in its opposite action, but would an Ober's test, that test that we just talked about, would that stretch the IT band? Cubs, one moment. We're looking at this because goodness gracious, great balls of fire. Alright. Muscle length testing, what was it again? ITB, IT band. It would have to be the Obers. Because I'm not getting anything else, and I'm being lazy. What? Someone's doing MLTs? Hold on.
You can also get done in 90 position. The difference is efficient or that they have some type of
Hold on. I think we might be onto something. I just need to share it as soon as I find it. I think we found it. Tightness of the IT, the tightness of the IT band. That's all I'm asking for. And so I was trying to find a video because I'm like, is it the same as an Ober's test that we just looked at? And now I'm getting like delusional, so don't mind me.
the IT band,
there he
as
is.
well as the TFL.
There he is.
Ober's is specifically looking at more
Let's go.
TFL,
Let's go. Oh wait,
whereas
TFL.
Modified has the knee extended and is defined or described as looking more at the ITB. Now, the idea here is that you're getting an assessment of how tight those tissues are and whether or not the thigh is able to drop beyond horizontal. With that said, though, there's other contributing factors that we need to take into consideration that may limit that range of motion.
I forgot there's a difference between modified and regular Ober's test.
And recognize that we need to be careful in terms of how far we extrapolate our findings. So let's start with Ober's. To begin with, we need the individual to bend their lower leg back to about 90 degrees of knee flexion.
Yeah, didn't the other guy say that, by the way? That guy definitely did not bend his knee. Just want to say that. It should be over. Okay, thank you.
Them from rolling.
I wonder if he'll specify the knee bent and the knee straight.
We're then going to also flex the next piece, and that is the top knee or the involved knee, and then use our elbow and our trunk to control at the hip and ankle, at the foot and ankle. This hand is going to ensure that the hips do not roll back. In essence, we want the hips to be stacked vertically. If the hips roll back, it's going to be easier for them to gain some range of motion.
Oh, he said that. Okay, thank you. I'm
So
like,
at this
huh?
point, we're going to make sure the hips stay stacked. So we're
What?
keeping the hips forward. We're going to abduct, and we're going to extend the hip
extend,
to about
yes.
10 or 15 degrees.
Yes, that's how you're gonna get the stretch.
Extension. At this point, we then allow the hip to passively drop. And if they can get to horizontal, the test is considered negative. If they are above horizontal, in this position, the test would be considered positive. Now, in this position, you still want to maintain kind of control of the foot and ankle, but allow the hip to really relax. Now, if I let his hips roll back, what happens? He's easily able to achieve that motion, and the reason being is he's now in hip flexion. Okay? So that would be obers. Modified obers keeps the knee in an extended position.
Let's go.
And the steps are still the same. Abduct.
Extend.
Extend. Keeping
Go
the hips
towards the horizontal.
stacked, and then allow the hip to drop. Right? Now, with this, you're still looking to see if they get beyond horizontal. Again, the idea is that with the knee extended, you're taking the IT band and kind of ratcheting up the tension both distally as well as proximally. Okay? The next test that we're going to look at is ELIs. And ELIs is a muscle length test for quadricep. How
Don't care. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. We didn't learn ELIs in ours, and I don't think there should be any quadricep involvement. But if there is, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, future cubs. I'm sorry that I've jinxed my future because I was just being cheap for time and. Let us be done with these videos. Let us focus on lateral hip pain, because after lateral hip pain we could talk about posterior hip pain, and I can go grab a little snack. I can eat something. So lateral hip pain looks like it's only really one thing, and it's gonna be trochanteric bursitis. The modified test seems more reliable. The first one he did was too much room for error, and the modified one was the leg straight, right? But he still had the bottom knee bent, right? I mean, I can also just, I'm sorry. Too many tabs. Yeah, I like the modified one a lot, to be honest. That's the one I normally do. So when they said that was the modified version, I'm like, oh, I don't even know why they would modify it in that way. Like, normally there might be some like tightness or something like that, but we're all good. Let's go. So recall that lateral hip pain could be from osteoarthritis because of that extra activity and that muscle breakdown and the muscle weakness and whatever. It could be the lateral femoral cutaneous nerve, or it could be trochanteric bursitis. But in general, if they're not coming out from a 3-week hike, apparently, lateral hip pain can most likely be due to trochanteric bursitis. Yay! So now we'll talk about that a little bit more, and then we see that the bursitis again is that inflammation of the bursa on that bone, and it's insidious. So it's a gradual onset. They may complain of groin pain and definitely some swelling in that sac. It is angry. Inflammation in the bursa, pain in the lateral hip that may radiate down to knee and have the same amount of disability reported on lefts, which is just an outcome measure where we give the patient to be like, how are you feeling? Good? Bad? Okay. They don't check whether or not the patient can perform adduction and stop them at horizontal. Adduction being impossible needs to be checked, in my opinion. This is true. I feel like if their legs are already together at the starting, would that not be a good foundation to be like, yep, adduction? Or are you just assuming like, oh, that's just gravity? Lateral hip pain, they're gonna have pain with increased stair climbing, and they're gonna have pain with laying on their affected side. So what can we do? Palpate for condition. So similar to the the PFT, the palpation for tenderness, condition is just basically using the back of my hand to be like, do I feel any warmth or swelling over the location or over that greater trochanter? For active range of motion, we can ask the patient to do several actions. So we can ask them to abduct. We can ask them to externally rotate, so the knee out. We can ask them to extend, so they'll do a little kickback. And you know, we can also do flexion and internal rotation, because maybe that muscle's being pulled tight across the bursa as well. So lots of possibilities and actions we could do about active range of motion. So abduction, external rotation, extension. So basically the opposite of flexion and IR that we've been doing. But again, we can always do both. I don't know if he'll pull that card on us, but goodness gracious, if he does, I will start crying. Kind of. Them starting out in parallel and only going abductive for a little while implied that they expected the IT band to lock up. The heck up in an instant instead of actually checking the flexibility. Oh, but you might be reading into it because no, you're fine. You're fine. That is definitely a possibility that I don't think we should dismiss easily quite yet, you know, for any particular reason. This was a test done by just some guy though, so I don't know, you know? Definitely could be other people who may do it a little bit more appropriate or have like the perfect things for it. But normally you wouldn't do a special test without doing some kind of an examination first, you know what I mean? So they probably had enough reason or logic to go ahead and do the test the way they did, you know, assuming the best. Hi, welcome! I miss you and your cute streams, thank you! I've been studying, but now I'm studying, but in voice. Welcome on in, welcome! I hope you've been doing super well. Would you believe this is my last exam? Tomorrow? And then I can game? I could play gamer games like Elden Ring and Overwatch 2 and Tears of the Kingdom and finally finish Yakuza. And I could also play the Fortnite. I want to play Fortnite. I was telling Cubs, I think it was yesterday, maybe it was the day before. I lose, like, the exam week has me in a tizzy, or however the English say it. I don't think I was complaining, but let's just say the word complain. That I keep missing the Fortnite ads. So I was like, whoa, there's so many neat VTubers that I follow who are playing Fortnite. Oh, I wonder why. And I go into their channel and it's like hashtag ad. And I'm like, gosh darn it, they're getting sponsored. I keep missing the sponsorships. Tipa, the Pomodoro study streamer gaming? I know, I feel so bad. And like, it's good to have a niche and good to have like a brand. I just don't want that. I still want to be a variety streamer, okay? I'm just in like two extremes of variety, which is so unfortunate. I wish you luck, smart girl, but I know you'll do well. Thank you. I will BRB crying. I'm just so nervous. Even when I had like, gosh darn it. Even when I had originally failed my initial exam, my professor told me like, hey, you know, you did it. Like, not in a pity sort of way. He's like, no, you did a good job, and I have full faith that you're going to pass the retake. You just didn't get enough points this time, and so we have to fail you. And again, failing for that exam is getting below a B. So if you have below an 80, then you're like hecked. I don't want people to think like, oh yeah, Tipa got a D, and I'm like, no, God, no, there's no way to get a C. A 78 C is still failing for practicals, so I'm hoping to get every point I can, hopefully. And this is only one part of it, which is very unfortunate. I told you Cubs about history and whatnot, and we can go over history in a little bit, maybe if there's more time. Because right now, we're already 3 hours in, and we're still at the hip, so I'm kind of like, not nervous. I don't know. I just want to make sure I get through everything. I heard really unfortunate news from one of my classmates, and I just don't want to end up in a similar position because of one exam, you know what I mean? That is all honesty. But yeah, missing the Just Chatting gang. I know, I used to just do my Just Chattings at the beginning of gaming streams. It was nice. I miss my little room that I had. It's a shame that I don't get to use it more often. Boo-hoo. Boo-hoo. That's so nice of them to say. My professors basically tell us to get fricked. Oh, well, if it helps, the professor, when I had met him, basically told me to get fricked. The same professor who had the confidence of me passing was also like, hey, Tipa, your communication needs work. Refer to chapter 1. And you know, our brain thinks much faster than our mouth, so maybe you should stop speaking. But obviously, externally, I'm just like, oh, okay. starts crying. That's why I had such a bad time last time meeting him. And I started crying. He's like, do we have to do it like another time? Like, this is not appropriate. This is not professional. You know, if your doctor goes in, or if I was like angry, like, what do you think is appropriate? And I'm like, if you were irate, I would suggest that if I were you to step outside and just take a moment and blah blah blah. Little does he know, if I cry, I start sobbing. So I was like, sir, we won't have a next time. I will avoid you. Yeah, but it's fine. Even though he said all these mean things, it sounds weird. I still respect him, and I hope that doesn't come off in a weird, abusive way. I understand like where he's coming from. I just wish there was a little bit more compassion, but it's the most like unbiased thing you can get. I really respect him as a professor. He has like multiple degrees. The multiple degrees can be jack shit, but he's done like multiple degrees that I've even considered getting into, and he just really has a passion for the field and people learning and etc, and it does show in his teaching. It's just having these like recent chats again with just me having these crying quote unquote outbursts really soured them. I try to tell him like, oh, that wasn't my intention, like I don't want to make you uncomfortable, I just don't know why I'm crying. Sir, I haven't cried in months. I have no idea why I'm crying now. But yeah, I think it's just being worried, because literally now at this point I did everything right. I passed all my writtens, I did everything, but if for whatever reason I failed this exam, I failed the class, and so I think that's a lot of stress. Oh my goodness. Sorry, Professor, but we haven't gotten to the part where you could teach us how to do lobotomy, so I can't disable my emotions yet. Hey, sorry, I know you told me not to cry like a week ago, but I don't know. I think it would be like a mental health miracle if somehow I could just turn off the brain to say stop crying. I'm sorry. But yeah, it's okay. It's okay. I just need to get it over with, you know? So it's okay. It's okay. Anyway, let's get Drew lateral hip so we can get Drew posterior hip, and then we can free ourselves, okay, Cubs? Or at least I can get snacks because my tummy rumbling. Rumble. Alright, so active range of motion, we talked about that. So passive range of motion, classical, is when we move the patient. And these are going to be the same actions. We can move them into abduction, we can move them into internal rotation, and we can move them into a flexion. What does the tensor fascia lata do again? Gosh darn it. It helps in internal rotation, right? That's why we're doing it? Okay, abduction, flexion, internal rotation. Okay. Abduction, not adduction, no. Sure. I'm just gonna keep it as is. I'm just gonna do all the actions. I hope you know that. The thing also with this exam is that you don't need to get the diagnosis right. So even if I'm studying all this, I don't need to get it right, but I need to know if someone comes in with the suspicion, what kind of hypothesis can I do? So again, could maybe say osteoarthritis, trochanter bursitis, and blah 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 blah. Alright, MMT, we could do that, and we could we can do something that will aggravate the body. So basically, pain with the contraction of muscles that cross the bursa, and our gluteus medius will cross that greater trochanteric bursa. So if we test for abduction and internal rotation, that most likely will cause the pain, which is why we might want to do internal rotation again for passive range of motion classical. I do want to check something really quick though. Okay. Alright, cuz we're gonna get another video. Sorry. Both the expressions on both these people are just very funny to me for whatever reason. So I apologize. It's not making it fun of the appearance. I was just shocked to see both of these people because one is just very happy to be here. The other guy's like, huh? Talking about videos. Thank you. Please check out my new clip. Thank you. Thank you and good night. Alright, let's hear about this guy. So, this guy is doing hip abduction manual muscle testing. It should just be... This video is so quiet. Okay, hold on. Because we can't even hear him anyway, so it doesn't matter. We'll just see the action. So he has to stabilize the pelvis. Okay. Okay, holding the ankle and then holding above the knee. What? So, okay, TFL. For grade 2, we have the patient supine, similar, except we have the hip flexed to 45 degrees and ask the patient to abduct, and we apply resistance the same. Okay. I'm gonna let the video continue to play. There's like 20 more seconds because of the 2x speed. Okay, he's just doing what do you call it? Gravity eliminated. Okay, don't mind. Don't really want to get into that because I can also do that. This is just him. He's gonna have him do it gravity minimized, where gravity's not going directly down on him, and he's just going to do the same sideline position. Apparently he can also do this long sitting, and he just has the person do this. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Okay, let me and let me put the music back up. With this much speed, it reminds me of those when X is explaining why they do this thing is actually ideal. Sorry, again, I normally don't watch like the meme videos, like it reminds me of that one other meme video where it's like one guy's like the chat and the other guy's just like explaining on a whiteboard. He's just pointing, just like speaking very fast. I promise I don't normally learn on 2x speed or anything like that. It's just how do you call it? Sometimes they're really not getting to the point. Sorry, I'm so sleepy. Alright. Let me go ahead and do this though. Yeah, that one? Oh, okay, good. Same brain, same mind. Oh, and I'm sorry, PFT, yeah, you would have a pain directly if you touched it. Makes sense. Alright. We can get through posterior, no problem. Alright, so posterior hip pain. So if someone comes in and like, ow, my back of the hip, they can end up with posterior labrum tear, we end up with piriformis syndrome, and we end up with hamstring strain. So hamstrings are very interesting because we know hamstrings to be the back of the muscles, or sorry, the muscles in the back of our thigh, and that's going to help us with knee flexion. But to my understanding, and hopefully my assumption, all the hamstring muscles originate from the ischiotuberosity. So very easy to kind of group them all together with that strain, and again, anywhere in that muscle belly, if they are feeling pain, definitely a strain. So what happens with the posterior labrum is that they may complain of clicking and locking, maybe some groin pain and posterior hip pain, laxity, and stiffness. So we can definitely just do some classic range of motion. So we could do hip flexion, we could do the inferior glide, and we can also do our special test. So we could do an impingement prerogative test. So we can basically push down on the labrum, and we can also do favor, which to my understanding that's going to be the one that crosses over. Let me double check. Yep, this is the one that we just leave the crossover, and if they say, hey, that replicates my pain, it's the same pain, then ta-da! We're so good. And that's that. We'll get to the knee. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, and there's only 5 of the knee, so we should be able to get that down very quickly, you know? This one will probably require a lot of pictures going back and forth, so I hope that's okay. But for now, let me politely BRB so I can eat something, because again, I've been awake since 9. I haven't eaten anything but 2 gummies. My girl dinner kind of not enough right now. So I'll be right back with that. I could chuck some water, I could pet baby peas for emotional support, and I'll be back to talk about the knee. And then hopefully for the rest, if we just look at the pathology, I think we should be okay, to be completely honest. I hope. And then if we have time, we'll do history, but we'll see. I'm hoping to see if we can wrap up stream within the next 2 hours, which sounds like Tippa, but didn't you say we're almost done? Alright, so I'll be right back, okay? Let me grab a snack. Make sure to also stand up and stretch if you're listening along. Make sure to also take care of yourself, okay? Okay. BRB!
私はここにいるから曖昧な未来であって何も怖くないよ差し出された手に触れて絡まった糸が優しくほどけた不条理な気させて舐めてあげるから星の夜に
Sorry, Cubs, I took a little bit. I kind of forgot I had to eat the cookies too. I'm not even done. I hope you're super well. Guess what? For your patience and understanding and all that cool stuff, guess what we have? Special guest, Baby Peas. Oh, Baby Peas is so big. Hold on. Oh, goodness gracious, great balls of fire. Thank you for the welcome back. Thank you, thank you. Alright, we'll keep her right here. I love you, Baby Peas. You're so cute. So dummy, even if you like laying on my textbook. Oh, okay. Fine. She really do be peace there. She's so sleepy. Alright, let us continue on with the stuff that we have left. So we just have a little bit left of the knee, and then we could talk about how do you call it? Other particular stuff, okay? Okay. I lowered the music because I feel like I'm just not that my energy left, but for speaking like 3 hours straight, it takes a little bit out of you. A little win, you know? But let's get started. So we're moving on from the hip to the knee. We'll do some active recall stuff later when we go and do the other classmates' notes. But let's stay focused. Hi, Shi. Hi. Welcome. Oh no, my fingies. She covers her beautiful face. I got you, baby. Up here. Other side, baby. No, I keep kissing to her so she looks at me. There you go. So beautiful. So pretty. So nosy. I love her. I'm gonna get distracted. I do this for the whole hour. It's just petting Pea Simulator until she gets overstimulated. Oh my goodness! Mwah. Peas is doing the airplane thing? I have no idea why. There's nothing else to listen to. Babe, Peas, put your ears back. Please, place your ears back. No! Please, not the keyboard! No! Babe, Peas, there's only so much I can do and give you space right now for. She's perfect. It's really serious. She's so dumb. Oh my goodness. Babe, Peas, please move over here. So the issue is just she has her one paw on the monitor. I need her to not do that. Peas! Okay, she's getting the memo. Okay, I had to like tuck her. Okay, baby. Babies. This is how she is right now, and I couldn't tell you why she wants to lay over my keyboard. Okay, she's getting better. She's licking her left nipple. Okay, stay. So hip and cool. Let's go. My new favorite cub. They're everyone's my favorite. Thank you so very much for the follow. Welcome to the Cub Club. Welcome. Oh my goodness, I'm sorry you had to catch me like trying to like maneuver my cat. She could be a cam girl. She? What? Anyway. I want to say, I'm so sorry. I wanted to say the name is Saleri. Please. If I said that absolutely wrong, I apologize. I just want to note my pronunciation isn't the best, and Peace has now left the building. I just want to confirm she has left the building. Hi, Abby. Hi. Such an adorable cat. Thank you. Thank you. Goodbye, baby Peas. Goodbye, baby Peas. Alright. Let's get back into the grind, I guess. Gosh darn it. I don't want to grind anymore. I just want to eat these matcha cookies and like politely, I don't know, phase through existence for the next, I don't know. two things. I don't know. Peace channel win? When I get a long enough extension cord to have like my webcam to be more flexible, because sometimes she will lay in her bed. Now she's on the floor, so I just don't have those camera angles right now. I apologize. But anyway, let's talk about the knee. So, even though I'm so hip and so cool, I need to get through these knee notes. So let's talk about someone who comes in with medial knee pain with increased activity. So unfortunately, there's a lot of things that can be involved when we're talking about the medial knee. So we can have medial meniscus tear, and meniscus is that jelly-filled donut that we have in between our our bones of the femur and the tibia. We can have a medial collateral ligament sprain, which I'll pull up pictures, Cubs. I pinky bear promise you, so you have like a better idea. There can be a pes anserine bursitis, specifically the semitendinosus, which is a muscle of the hamstring. We'll also get a picture of that. And it can be semitendinosus or semimembranosus tendinopathy, because there's this thing with the pes anserine called sergeant goosefoot, and it's like the sartorius, the gracilis, and the semitendinosus that insert there. So that's probably why it's saying specifically semitendinosus, and why we're going to get that involved with a tendinopathy, which again, remember, tendinopathy is the inflammation of the tendon, that muscle and bone. We also have the saphenous nerve, so we'll talk about that all in a little bit. Let me grab you, Cubs, a picture of the meniscus and the MCL and the Alright. I'm also going to eat a cookie while we do this, if that's okay. But SG, enjoy your lurk. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate you. Okay, I think that's good enough, right? So, let's look at this picture of the knee. I know it's a little, there you go, it's centered now. I'm like, oh, it's kind of in the void. But, here's our femur, or our thigh bone. And then here's the tibia and here's the fibula. So right here, we're going to have the meniscus. So the meniscus, we have both a medial and a lateral. Here as well, we have some ligaments, and we'll talk about these ligaments in such great detail. You're gonna know them so well, like the back of your hand or the front of your knee, the side of your knee, the front and back, the left and right side. Yeah, anyway. So medial collateral ligament right here, medial meniscus, and the muscles for the semitendinosus is this tiny one right here. And again, all these three muscles are going to insert in this area called the pes anserinus. And there's a bursa there. We know that bursa is that sac that can get inflamed and blah 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 blah. So, okay, someone comes in with medial knee pain. So what are some of the signs and symptoms we could see? So it kind of varies depending on what we're looking at or what we feel like it's going to be the answer. So if someone comes in with medial meniscus tear, there's rotation on the planted foot. So there's crunching, there's pain, there's clicking, there's catching, there's locking. If you feel like they're a much older individual, it might be a degenerative change that might just be due to the aging process. So I was just really curious because it said cluster of medial meniscus, and I really just couldn't remember it. Give me one moment, Everycub. Hold on. I see. Let me do a little screenshot for you, Cubs, okay? I actually forgot about this. Sorry, going out of order. So, when it refers to the cluster findings, recall that a cluster is just a group of things, and so this group of findings will help us indicate a little bit more of whether, again, what it could be specifically. And in this case, we're thinking medial meniscus. So, if medial meniscus, if someone complains of clicking and locking, they have a joint line tenderness, they have pain with knee flexion and hyperextension, and they're positive for a McMurray special test, which is, excuse me, which is here, which is indicative of a meniscal tear, then most likely we'll have some kind of medial meniscus injury. Excuse me, oh my hecking goodness. Anyway, That's like a hiccup and a burp. Anyway, so if they have so before I even read this, the term specificity means that it can rule in something, and it's like a very specific rule in diagnosis sort of thing. So it's saying that if it has 3 of these out of the 5, you're about 90% right. If it has 4, you're about 96% right. And if you have 5 of these, all of these, you're 99% correct. And you can say with full confidence that that person has a medial meniscus tear. So let me see if I can remember it. Clicking, locking, pain, joint tenderness, pain with flexion. McMurray says, I'm missing the 4th one. Okay, pain with knee hyperextension. Okay. We got it. Alright, so let's go back into it. So those are the cluster findings of a medial meniscus. But what if someone has a sprain? You know, what if we sprained our ligament and, you know, owie. So if someone has a MCL, a medial collateral ligament sprain, most likely the mechanism of injury is going to be the valgus stress combined with rotational stress to the knee. So what does this mean? Well, time to break out the MS Paint. So let me also scroll so you cubs can see this. There you go. So we have MS Paint, right? So this is our knee, right? Or that's our leg. So this is our like leggies. They're uneven. So for whatever reason, you have a valgus force, and this is a valgus because it's coming laterally and going into the knee. What's going to happen is you have this force combined with your knee rotating. So you're also rotating. Maybe you're saying inward because maybe you want to, I don't know, start walking forward instead of walking to your right, I suppose. If you have a combination of these, you're most likely going to strain the MCL, and the MCL ligament would be right here. There's just too much stress, and it basically tears, or in this case again, it sprains itself. And there's different levels that we could talk about, but we won't really get into that much detail. So valgus stress coming out from the side, rotational, too much stress. So some of the symptoms you'll have with MCL sprain is that there's going to be swelling at the knee, there's going to be pain, and there's going to be some laxity, so it's going to feel very loose. Definitely the patient will complain of feeling unstable with weight bearing and changing direction. So kind of like the similar mechanism of injury that I just described on MS Paint is basically what's going to happen there. And then pes anserine bursitis, basically what happens with this is that there's going to be an insidious onset. Remember that pes anserinus is that sergeant goosefoot, that structure that we just saw right here, okay? And this is going to be on the medial side of the tibia, okay? So what happens with someone who has bursitis is going to most likely be something similar to people who also have that trochanteric bursitis, where there's going to be like an insidious onset, possible acute trauma, or repetitive cutting movements. So we remember cutting as those like sudden changes of direction. There's going to be some observable local swelling. There's going to be pain palpable with the bursa, and there's going to be pain with contraction of knee flexors against resistance. So we asked the patient, hey, can you do like how do you call it? Maybe an MSTT or MMT? And they're like, yeah, there's some pain with contracting. Might be going over the bursitis and it's pushing it down and it's causing that pain. So, So how can we assess for each one? What kind of examination steps do we need to narrow down? Because these are all medial knee pain, so how can I determine which one is which? So for examination steps for at least the medial meniscus, again our jelly-filled donut on the medial or middle side, we could do some passive range of motion classically, and we could just have them do knee flexion. We can move them ourselves into that knee flexion, and we'll say, hey, any pain with that? And they'll be like, yeah, and actually they're not even able to get into their full passive range of motion. So let's see. There was a really good video we just watched about the hip. I wonder if they have one of the knee. So I can show you cubs. Hold on. We'll try to go through their history, okay? While that's happening as well. You know me, I'm gonna snack on this cookie really quick. I only have 2 more. Oh. Alright, let's find this video. Oh, thank goodness they do have a video. Let's go. Alright. Oh, wait. Okay. Let me go ahead and link this and do that. And then we do this. And then we do that. And then we do this. And then we do that. And then give me one moment, okay?
In this video, we are
Let me also lower the music. Alright. Okay.
going to look at passive range of motion assessment of the knee joint. Rate the range of to excellent in supine lying position.
Alright, so this
Passive
is what
range of
knee
motion
flexion is going to be,
assessment.
okay?
For flexion, the patient is in supine lying position.
I just
Flex
want to
the
not
patient's
confuse it with
leg
the
to
hip.
90 degrees at the hip and fixate this position with one hand at the distal femur. The other hand grabs onto the tibia distally and performs maximal flexion and then assess the end femur. For extension, the patient lies in supine position and the leg lies flat on the bench. Fixate the distal femur with one hand and grab onto the distal tibia with the other hand from medial and perform
try to
passive
push?
extension.
Yeah, putting in slight
Grabbing the
hyperextension.
tibia
So
from
from here, so what's happening is that, don't know why there's this discoloration on this knee, but what's happening is that when your legs are extended, whether you're in supine or laying down on your back, or maybe you're long sitting, you just have your leggy stretched out basically. Your legs are an extension, and with extension, you can have some sort of flexion, but it's not really normal. Let me look at yeah. You can have some sort of flexion which is not normal, and I think 5 is like the maximum you should have of like a flexion, even though when your knees are supposed to be straight. 0 is the ideal, you're like true neutral, but some people are hyperextended slightly, so as you see there's that -1 to -5. Like I promise these are not like imaginary numbers, they're just like, oh yeah, some people are hyperextended, and when you push them into that range, you're pushing them into even more hyperextension. And so recall that was actually one of our potential cluster findings that we would find if we push them in the hyperextension. They're like, ow, that hurts. It's like, oh, okay. And so you're pushing that femur, you're bringing up the thigh, or sorry, you're pushing the femur, you're bringing up the ankle, and then it's creating that extension at the knee.
Grabbing the tibia from medial allows for the screw home mechanism to occur at terminal knee extension. For internal and external rotation, the patient lies in supine position. These two movements are minimal, though important for full knee extension and flexion to be able to occur. Flex the patient's hip and knee to 90 degrees and fixate this position with one hand. Grab onto the foot with the other hand from plantar and bring the talocrural joint into maximal dorsiflexion to lock it and to use the foot.
Hi Tomic, welcome
as
back,
the
welcome
lever
back.
for the
Lazy super
rotations.
well.
Then move the tibia.
We're just learning
into
about knee
internal
passive range of
rotation
motion so I can like go babble a little bit more.
and external rotation.
So we're bringing the toes in and the toes out. In towards midline, out towards midline. And it looked really subtle. Because we don't want to see the issue with the lower extremity, or just really any body system, is that we want to try to isolate as much as we can. So yes, we are bringing the hip into flexion, but we're trying to bring it into like a neutral as we can, and everything is just going to be the knee. So as you see, they're locking it up by bringing it into dorsiflexion and the toes up a little bit.
Then move the tibia into internal rotation.
See, internal, trying to move it in, the toes going in. I know it's very slight.
And external.
And then
rotation.
external, and then bring it out. I'm actually really curious because I don't know if they had a number to it. Okay.
Our minimum one thing that rotation. The patient is in supine lying position with a fully extended leg.
Patella's a little bit wacky.
Glide laterally
I hate
by
moving the
pushing
patella.
the
I
index
have no idea
fingers.
why I get so squeamish.
Glide distally by pushing with the index finger.
Yeah, okay, don't worry. Oh, goodness gracious. Thank you, physio tutors. I appreciate ya. Lots of love to ya. Alright, let me get rid of this. And Karma, hey, hi. Hi, Tiz. Why aren't there any medicine quiz or shows or competitions? I think it's just the idea of like, yeah, I hope you're good. I hope you're good. Or maybe it will go over a lot of people's heads. I don't know. Oh, sorry for the music jump scare. I was like, oh, it's so quiet. Let me bring it back up now that we're not watching the video. But yeah, the exam went well. I passed all my written exams, so all I have to do is pass tomorrow, and I could cry, I could be free. I don't have to worry about anything anymore until 2 weeks from now. But again, I'm not even worried about next semester because a lot of people said it's a very boring semester, so big you know? But yeah, let me go ahead and sorry, tapped over it. Wait. It's fine. I won't get distracted. Okay. I'm getting distracted. No. Okay, no, I'm not getting distracted anymore. Okay, so that was the passive range of motion classical. So as you saw, there may be limited knee flexion, and again, we're trying to bring that hip up to neutral and bring the knee up. And if they're like, or not knee up, we're trying to bring the knee down. We're trying to bend the knee. And if they're like, hey, I'm not really able to do it, okay, no problem. We could do the McMurray's test, which didn't we just talk about the McMurray's test, or did I just talk about it right now? I'm going crazy. Alright, special test, McMurray's again, just to reiterate though. The McMurray's test again is for meniscal tears, and so there's 2 ways to do it basically. You can either start in flexion and end in flexion, or you can start in extension and then end in extension. But each time you do it in the process of getting from one flexion to the other flexion, you need to rotate as well. So we rotate a little bit to the left, and that would be your internal in this case, and then you'll rotate to the right, and that would be the external. And that's how we would be assessing that. And if they have a positive sign, then they most likely have some kind of tear in the meniscus. Excuse me. So with that, let's talk about the collateral ligament. So we could do PFT, so we could also do the same thing about touching the joint line, but from the femoral epicondyle to the tibial condyle. So let's get some images here. Let's see. Femoral condyle, or sorry, epicondyle, or maybe we could look at it. Why did I get it? Why did I try to look it up? Hold on. We have it right here. So this is open, or like the knee is flexed, and you're just missing your kneecap, like the actual patella. But this would be the femoral epicondyle, and then this would be the oh my goodness, the tibial condyle, and you're just feeling for this side, and you're just feeling for the medial collateral ligament. And if you feel like the patient says that it is eliciting pain, no, you know, maybe, just maybe, it could be the medial collateral ligament. The tenderness over the joint space, you would try to feel within that gap, right? So for some special tests, they need a positive valgus knee test, so I'll show that in a little bit, and a stable Lockman to rule out an ACL. So what happens is that sometimes if some things tear, it involves other things depending on how tear that is, or how bad that tear is. So that's why it's important to make sure to rule out ACL, because again, we don't know the severity, and the patient could say something but maybe they're missing a detail, which is so unfortunate. So let's go over to the exams. So the valgus test, very self-explanatory, thankfully, you know. Hold on one moment. So there's a varus and a valgus. I'm so sorry these are so small. I wish I could. Hold on. There you go. I don't know why I didn't have these zoomed in before, so I want to apologize. I didn't think about it because the webcam was blocking it, so I'm like, oh, I gotta say that in mine. So valgus stress, remember, how did we injure our MCL, our medial collateral ligament, in the first place? So what we ended up doing was that there was a valgus stress, so there was a force coming laterally, stressing that out, and that's how we ended up getting this kind of laxity or tear even. So what's going to happen is that we're going to replicate that scenario with the patient, and we'll do it with the foot straight, and then we'll have them slightly bent off the table. If they have pain with that, then that's going to be testing for the MCL. Now we could do the same thing But with the VAR stress test, that's actually going to test for our LCL. We're going to have a medial force that's going in, stressing the LCL or lateral collateral ligament off to the side or on the lateral side. And it's the same thing. Just do it on the table. Sorry, wait for him to do it on the table. And then do it off the table, okay? There was another test they had mentioned, right? One moment. Oh, and stable lockments to rule out ACL. So for ACL, stable lockments is really interesting. So you get like your leggy, you get like your thigh, and you place. It's really silly. Sorry, you place their leg over your leg, and what you're gonna do is you stabilize here, and then on the bottom you're gonna just pull the leg up. And what happens is that you're doing that kind of very aggressive movement to test for the integrity of the ACL. ACL is called the anterior cruciate ligament, and this is to help prevent excessive anterior translation. So thankfully it's kind of in the name. Kind of. But what happens is that if you feel it being very loose or a lot of laxity, it's positive. It's a positive, like, hey, yeah, you definitely have a tear. Now, I need to double check if the, I apologize, if the sign is for pain or it's just laxity. So give me one moment to just double check on this. We have very similar tests as you see on the bottom to also check for ACL, where again we're just pulling forward. This one's a little bit interesting because we have to stabilize the patient's foot so it doesn't slip and blah 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 blah. So stable Lockman's test results maybe. Let me read here. One moment. Anterior translation of the tibia associated with a soft or mushy end field indicates a positive test. Okay, well there goes our answer. If we feel something soft or mushy when it shouldn't be, then what if the patient farts? You know, that was actually like a question like someone had said a while back, like in class. You just ignore it, or you fart too. Like I don't know. You assert a dominant. Yeah, there's nothing really much else. Are those all the tests? Yeah. Alright, so that's for MCL. So what are the 3 tests you can do? Oh, let me close my eyes. We could do the valgus stress test. And I think that was it. I think we only did the anterior drawers test to rule it out, right? Ooh. Yeah. Yeah. Alright, so for the pes enterine bursitis that we were talking about earlier, that Sergeant Goosefoot, what happens is we could do palpation for condition, so we're just feeling over the tibia and seeing if there's any swelling or warmth. And we could do MSTT of the knee flexors and the hip adductors. So this one's a little bit strange, but again, it's 2 fingers and just again assessing the strength. Yeah, because the adductors again are going to be like your gracilis, and your hip flexors are going to be the sartorius, and yeah, really just the sartorius. But yeah, palpation for tenderness, basically you're digging your fingers into that area and be like, any pain? And those are all your medial knee stuff, okay? Now we're going to see the clusters again, and let's see if I can recall the 5. And if I can't recall the 5, then heck. Just say it happens and keep going. Ah, yes, the reciprocal fart of acceptance. Yeah, because I'm sure most people would be like, oh, I'm so sorry. And I'd be like, oh, it's fine. It's natural. But then if you're stuck in that room and it spells, then, well, that sucks. But it truly is what it is. Don't worry, you know? Alright, so knee meniscus cluster findings. There's 5. Pain with hyperextension, pain with knee flexion, clicking, popping, pain and tenderness, positive McMurray's. I definitely did not see that in the right order, but yeah. Clicking, locking, joint tenderness, pain with flexion, pain with hyperextension, McMurray special tests. We're good. Now let's get out of here and get to anterior knee pain with no specific mechanism of injury. You just wake up one day and it's like, ow, it hurts. And I'm like, oh gosh darn it. What do you mean, kind sir or woman? McMurray rhymes with McFlurries? You know, a McFlurry sounds awesome right now. I haven't had a McFlurry in a long time. Someone was telling me, how do you call it? Oh my goodness. Someone was telling me like M&M and McFlurry is better than an Oreo one, and I said no hecking way. You guys have bad taste because I think the M&M one is very good, the McFlurry, but I think the M&Ms are too hard. You know? Oreos look good. Cubs, can you give me one moment? Like, one additional moment? My bestest friend in the world called me, and it's very rare for her to call. Not saying anything. I just want to make sure she's okay really quick, okay? Give me just one moment. But yeah, Oreo, good. Anyone who says Oreo bad person. Unless they just don't like chocolate, then whatever. But one moment. I love her. Sorry, so my friend called, and basically what had happened is this sounds so dumb. Okay, hear me out, Cubs. So because of the retake tomorrow, that's only maybe gonna take at most 20 minutes, which kills me, but I have to drive a couple hours. I had told my friends, I'm like, hey guys, do you want to just come to the area and we can, like, I don't know, be tourists in that town and just, you know, enjoy that we're outside of our normal area? Oh yeah. So I gathered a small group, and Ryan or Kisa is one of them, and she's just like, oh, should I come over tonight or tomorrow? I'm like, oh, whatever your preference is, you know, because I don't really have space, unfortunately. I'm like, you can stay here, it's fine. But she's like, oh, I'll just come tomorrow, because she's an early bird anyway, so I'm not too worried about her. But I'm like, yeah, I would like to leave at like this time. And she's like, okay, I'll be there. No, will she actually be there? No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. She has the same stereotypical blood where our kind of people tend to be late. So here's hoping. But anyway, and a 1 and a 2 and I see you and rip. Wait, why did I say rip? There, I see you too. I'm sorry, I read blue, and I guess I was just automatically like, oh, that's rip. I'm sorry. And Galo from a billion years ago, if you're still here, I apologize. Hi, I saw you in the BRB, and I'm like, I'm gonna go say hi. And then I did the exact opposite. And told hi! Hi. Can I bring an apple to the study room? Yeah. Free snack, hello? Unless it's for yourself, then free snack for you? Oh, wow, here, let me give you a shout out after these cursed head pets, okay? Okay. Wait, oh my goodness, my power is weakening. It must be the 3.5 only study stream. Wow! And those are your cursed headbats! Bye. Please! I got it, don't worry! Oh wow, I hope you're doing super well. I hope you had a great time and and I hope you've been super well. Those are grabby hands. I only grab the heads and I gently pat them. Don't let the sound effects fool you, okay? Thank you for the shout out, no problem. Cause please do check them out. They're playing Baldur's Gate, and I want to play Baldur's Gate stupidly badly. That's not even proper English, but I want to play it. But I don't even really know much about D&D. But there's this one character in there that I'm like, oh, okay. But I don't know. I really like all the dialogue so far that I've been seeing in like on my Twitter or my X. So yeah. You inspire me basically. Tipanya 3? Me actually gaming 3? Would be a thing, you know? But yeah. I did have a good time. I'm so glad. You should try. It's very beginner friendly. They have a baby level for me. They made a baby difficulty for me. Let's go. I'll definitely have to check it out. There's definitely like a billion games in my queue list right now, and it's unfortunately because school has made them like, how do you call it? I already get through games pretty slow, but now with my school schedule, it's even slower. Throwback to Persona 3 taking 10 months to complete, but hey, that was like a JRPG, and there's a lot involved, and that didn't include the grinding in there, you know? But I will definitely have to check it out. I get to this point where I play video games, or I want to play video games so bad that I play it and they're not cool anymore. Which sounds really dumb. That's not really the purpose of streaming. I mean, I will still enjoy it no matter what, but like the peak of needy streamer overdose or overload, I'm like, oh yeah, I really want to play that game, and it's still pretty popular. But you know, when everyone else is playing, I'm like, I want to play it too. And now it's been like a year later, and I'm like, I want to play it too. I'm glad there's still stuff coming out for it and whatnot. Like they recently had the collaboration with Musash and blah 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 blah. Remember when Tiff said I needed to stop playing long games? Is Boulder Game? I'm so sorry, I'm a fake fan. Is Baldur's Gate 3 a long game? Question mark, asterisk, exclamation mark, English grammar. The long game? Is it? Hold on. Wait, Cubs. How long to beat Baldur's Gate? I thought when people were cramming it over the weekend, you know? Hey! Oh, never mind. When focusing on the main objectives, Baldur's Gate 3 is about a 40-hour game in length. If you're a gamer that strives to see all the aspects of the game, you're more likely to spend 99 hours to obtain 100% completion. A typical player will spend 75 to 100 hours played. Okay, I see. I see. No need to tell me twice, cause I get it. I'll stay away. I'll just watch. I'll just watch a playthrough. I'll be like, please. No, but I want to be as fun because this game is so choice heavy, you know what I mean? Every single choice will give you a different result? That's fine. It's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. And it's very tempting to redo stuff over and over again. After you were like, what did you say? We rated into you and you're like, yeah, I'm redoing my progress of 4 hours. I was like, what? What? 4 hours? Oh, goodness gracious. A game where choices matter? I know, Super Punk. Let's go! Oh my goodness. Oh, I got spooked. It's just like Fortnite. It is just like Fortnite. Every decision I make not to be a gamer and to be more enthusiastic, more out of my comfort zone of like, maybe I should grab that potion, shield, something, whatever. Yeah, just like Fortnite. Yeah, I definitely know what I'm saying. Hey, hi! Welcome on in! It had to be done? Oh no. Welcome! I'm so sorry. We're talking about video games. I don't know why I keep speaking this very deep voice. But I'm doing everything in my power to avoid knee stuff, which really sucks. I really should. Oops. Finish that up right now. Ooh. But welcome on in. Welcome. You never played Let's play together. I'm a huge advocate of. You never played? Let's do it. Is it Tipa verified? As a fellow gamer, or as the Cow Club refers, Galmer, I would highly recommend Fortnite. Dice of embarrassment and cringe. Fortnite is a very exquisite game, immaculate taste. I used to poop on it because I wasn't really cultured, but also it had at the time it didn't have a no build mode, so I really did like poop on it a lot. Because I'm like, gosh darn it, I cannot do this building stuff. I cannot crank the 90s. I cannot do whatever. But Fortnite heard my concerns, my pleas, my cry, and now they implemented a no build a gameplay, and it's been super fun. Can be a little bit sweaty at first sometimes, but at the beginning, no, you'll definitely get some victory royales and you build up your self-confidence, and then Fortnite will destroy it and make you very modest. But it's definitely a game I recommend people to play at least once. I think it's very fun. Even if you're not super into battle royales, I would still try it out. I'm not sure where your experience is like with shooters and whatnot. Like if you're like, hey, I'm an Apex Legends pro, or well, this is not battle royale. What do you consider Valorant? Just an FPS game? Heck, like, you know, like you're like super gamer. I think you should just give Fortnite a try. It's a free game. They have a lot of cool collabs and a lot of cool characters, and it's a game that doesn't take itself too serious. And now with the more recent update, there's been a lot of cool custom games, so I recommend that to anyone. But don't download the game quite yet until I get that sponsorship, okay? Okay. No, I'm just kidding. But I'm always down to play Fortnite with whoever, whatever, wants to, what do you call it, try it out and play. Just like at me and be like, yeah, I'm trying Fortnite for the first time. Okay, cool. Let's do it. Oh my goodness. Focus hit me. I'm gone. Don't mind me. I promise I'll study though. You feel very proud of yourself playing that dub? Yes, congratulations on getting that victory royale. It's so good. Really, it's like such a instant gratification to be like, whoa, we did it. Time to gritty on them. Tactical shooter? Is that what you would refer to Valorant? We need Pada. Pada is the pro Valorant person that I know of, or Cub at least that I know of. We need their opinion to be like, Pada, how would you classify this game? Pada! Pew pew game. Oh, that's also an easier thing. Used to be sweaty with Apex. I cannot sweat with Apex. Well, no, Apex is just a sweatier Fortnite in my opinion, but I can never get super behind it. I tried multiple times, but maybe I don't have like an immediate friend group that actively plays it. Like, I feel like I'm more likely to get more involved with Valorant than I am with Apex. And I know those are two completely different games, but any game that I'm holding a gun in, I'm like, oh yeah, same game. I'm sorry. I'm kind of the worst gamer sometimes. Oh yeah, it's basically like Halo, right? And Doom? You hold a gun, it's fine. It's the same game. Come on. I'm sorry to the real gamers. I'm sorry. I'm interested in all these games. It's just, you know, everything requires its own quirks and skills and blah 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 blah. How about that anterior knee pain with no specific mechanism of injury? Is that Gears of War without the cover system? What the heck is the cover system? I'm a gamer, but I'm not an experienced gamer. This is why I stream, so I can catch up with all the games that I'm like, oh yeah. Anyway. Patellofemoral pain syndrome! Ta-da! So, oh gosh, let me revert. Let me politely reset. Let me place both leggies on the ground. So welcome in anyone who's coming in. I'm just studying how I was. And so we're just trying to finish off our knee notes because I have a retake that I have to do tomorrow and I cry every single day as this life or death basically depends on it. So let's break it through in the most simplest of terms, okay? So if someone comes in with anterior knee pain with no specific mechanism of injury, or someone's like, ow, the front of my knee hurts, it could be three different things. It could be patellofemoral pain syndrome, it could be patellar tendinopathy, and knee osteoarthritis. So patellar pain syndrome, when we talk about the word syndrome is just a collective of symptoms. And maybe we could talk about it. Let me see. Patella, I don't know why I forgot the name of it. What was the name of it? Oh no! Patellofemoral. I'm like, femoral? Heck, let's look up femoral syndrome. We'll just look up syndrome. Alright. So, this is very... Is there another one? Hold on. No? Okay. Okay. So basically, patellofemoral pain syndrome, or PFPS, is an umbrella term because it's an umbrella term because it has syndrome, which means that the person can experience different kinds of symptoms. Really, people kind of just sum this up. Anytime someone has a pain within the anterior aspect, then they could be like, oh yeah, definitely your kneecap, the patella, and oh yeah, probably maybe the front of your femur. Cool story, bro, you know? And that's really just not specific to what it is and how we can address it. Now the issue I'm having here is that I remember there was like I wrote these notes. Okay, cool. There's different ways of how patellofemoral syndrome can occur, or what signs and symptoms people normally complain about. And I guess I didn't really write it in a list, and I'm sorry this is like the plainest notes possible, but I was at work while doing this. So apologies. But yeah, someone could have like hypermobility as a cause, and this could be due to a few things. This could be due to genu valgum. So we talked about those knock knees, right? The anime knock knees. Let's see if I can grab a picture really quick. Genu valgum. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. I don't know why knock knees is here twice, but so this is how you would be normally, hopefully, right? If you have bow-leggedness, this is how you would present. And if you have knock knees, which is what we're talking about with the hypermobility, you can have the knees together like this, and this is considered genu varum, or again, more formally or informally or layman's terms known as knock knees. And that's gonna happen because there's some hypermobility because as your patella is going a little bit more medial, it's going to try to compensate by having increased lateral mobility to the patella, and this increases the Q angle, which is like a measurement from the hip to the knee. Other ways to have hypermobility and have it relate to patellofemoral syndrome is that maybe you just have a smaller lateral femoral condyle, so this weird intricate thing where the body will try to compensate, saying like, oh, we don't have much base to like move on or articulate with, so it'll try to compensate by more increased lateral movement. Or maybe you have patella alta, which is where the patella, which normally sits here, might sit here where my cursor is. It's just much higher up. Hypomobility can be due to a few things. Sorry, we'll get to it. A muscle imbalance, kinetic chain abnormalities, tendinopathy, and oh look, here's the chart that we were talking about earlier, but more colorful this time, about the purpose of doing the MSTT, or the muscle selective tension testing, and that this would be normal, that the person can hold resistance and there's no pain. But tendinopathy is like, yeah, they can hold, they're strong, but there's going to be pain. And partial tear, yes, there is pain and they can't hold. And complete tear, where hey, they can't hold because it's completely gone, and hey, actually no, they don't feel pain because it's completely gone. I think that's it, right? For all that, I know all that for just saying what patellofemoral syndrome is. Patellar tendinopathy, I don't know if there was a tendon here. No, there wasn't. Basically, there's just a tendon underneath the patella, and yeah, that can get inflamed. And then knee osteoarthritis, similar to the hip osteoarthritis that we were talking about, basically that degenerative disorder, and we'll talk about that a little bit more. Poor VTubers, their knees are messed up and their whole body's hypermobile. Well, how much their facials? Hey. Leave their jiggly face out of this. You could critique their knees though. And maybe their hands. That's okay, it's okay. It's to be more anime, so that's fine. So when people come in with anterior knee pain with no specific mechanism of injury, they may just say it hurts in a particular spot on the anterior knee. So maybe like, oh, it really hurts in the front of my patella. Definitely you'll have pain with going down the stairs. It'll be something that's progressive and degenerative, especially with the osteoarthritis. They may have a high tissue reactivity with running, and we just saw the tissue reactivity stuff right up here, right? Yeah. So what happens is that with high tissue reactivity, we can do passive range of motion to check their end field, and there will be pain before the resistance and restriction, and there'll be pain with no end field because you weren't able to get it because you're like, stop, that hurts, you know? So, there can be a gradual onset of pain and then just pain with sitting, which is weird because you think if you get off your legs, you would think, oh yeah, that's okay, right? I feel better. No, having pain with sitting will also like aggravate you. Another thing though, especially with knee osteoarthritis, is that there could be a history of trauma, pain with prolonged weight bearing or squatting. So maybe think of like just squatting in general. A lot of jobs that may require squatting. I know, like, for an example, they said like, you know, plumber. That can be an issue depending again on your occupation. And then maybe you have morning stiffness because that's just a sign of just arthritis in general. But osteoarthritis for either the hip and knee are going to be present with that morning stiffness that is lasting for about 60 minutes. And then of course you'll probably have some tenderness. So what can we do? So for patellar tendinopathy specifically, we can do MSTT. We just talked about that little chart that we just saw. So we can have the patient go into knee extension and we try to push them in the flexion and we tell them to match our resistance. And if they say they have pain and they can hold, they have tendinopathy most likely at the patella. We could do MLT of the quads. So what we would do is, that is a great question. I know how to stretch the hamstrings. I'm trying to remember the quads, and I feel like it's like a kickback, kicking your butt kind of motion, but that's definitely something we'll definitely look up because my brain is like, what? And for the patellofemoral, for the PFT, the palpation for tenderness, we could just feel the patellar tendon and be like, does it hurt? Alright, for everything else though, we will see a decreased knee flexion and extension. passive range of motion accessory, apparently, I don't know, they left it blank. An MMT, we may just see some quad weakness, so let's look into this, shall we? Let's look into about quad MLT. Give me one moment to grab a video. Quadriceps muscle length testing. How can we stretch the quadriceps? I keep losing where my music is. Hold on. Heck. I lost my mouse too? Heck. Hold on. Now I'm just making it up with whatever highlights. Hold on. Alright. So let's get this video here. I actually like these people a lot. So I'll blast that and I'll put this and we'll see what they say. Their video's so quiet.
So vastus, medialis, intermedius, and lateralis.
I'm sorry.
Testing them all at once. So what we're going to have the person doing is in a seated position, similar to rectus femoris. The leg has to have some clearance off the table. This one is slightly different in that in the textbook it talks about having an arm underneath. So it's likely to go to the knee for his brief here. But what I'm checking for is that his thigh isn't pushed down in front hand a little bit. I also don't want his thigh to lift up.
Oh, they're doing muscle testing. I'm like, why are they doing this seated? They're doing both manual muscle testing, which it's fine. But the MLT is what I was actually looking for, so I was confused. So you don't have to place your hand there. You could definitely put a towel and. Excuse me, oh my goodness. The quadriceps, remember, they are responsible for knee extension. So we'll place them in mid-range and they're going to be pushing that way. They're going to try to extend their knee to go up straight, up here. But the therapist is going to be placing an opposite force, trying to flex the knee. And that's how they'll grade it.
3, 2, 1, and relax. And then I'm going to have to push that forward to the straight knee.
And they'll do it again. Brother, there's only so much video left. How are you going to show me the muscle length testing? Oh, they're going quick.
To rectus femoris, except there is no need to take them into hip extension. So this is basically just bringing a heel towards gluteals. And that is it.
Okay, easy. That's exactly what I was saying about the kick butt thing. So yay. Alright, I'm retaining something. And it is definitely something. Alright, let me go ahead and blast the music again. Oh my goodness. So loud in comparison to that video. So yeah, so those are the things that we're gonna do. So we saw how they were gonna do that MMT of the quad weakness, where they were sitting at the edge of the table, bringing their knee up, and then we just push down, basically trying to get them into that knee flexion. But if there's some kind of weakness, then it might have something to do with this. Okay. Sorry, one moment. Alright, so what if there's anterior knee pain, but there is a mechanism of injury? Alright, so maybe not necessarily mechanism, but like definitely not questionable. This one's like more particular that we can probably more likely identify. So someone comes into your office or clinic and they're like, ow, my knee hurts and I have a vague idea. There's 6 different things you could see about why they may be having this pain. So they have plica, and plica is very interesting. I don't know if there's like a word I can or how to describe this, so I am gonna grab something to help me describe it better. But it's like not cognitive, not genetic. It's something that you're born with. Congenital. Yes. I'm like, huh? What? I'm gonna just copy and paste right here. I hope you cubs don't mind. Give me one moment. Thank you. I'm just like, my brain is so fried. Imagine this was just for one exam. Imagine what I do every single day of my life, cubs. But I'm just nervous. Anyway, so what's happening here? Plica syndrome. Plica is a fold in the membrane that protects your knee joint. So you can vaguely see it here. We have the synovial joint, and we have this indication of plica here as well. Most people have 4 folds in each knee. Sometimes the plica is located in the middle of your knee, becomes irritated, and this is called plica syndrome, and it's characterized by pain, swelling, and instability. So it's just something right over here, and that's going to affect it. Again, it is something that you're born with, not something you can randomly get, so yay. Patellofemoral pain syndrome comes up again, and we saw the various ways of how that could be affected. We have patellar tendinopathy. We have knee osteoarthritis. We have knee osteoarthritis, which we talked about up here. So basically, these are all the same. What's not the same is that quadriceps femoris tendinopathy. Quadriceps? What the heck is a quadriceps femoris? What's happening? There's a rectus femoris. Or is that what they're trying to refer to? Hi, Atomic. Welcome back. I'm having a... Ooh. Is it a muscle that I'm not aware of? No way. Okay, no, we're good. I think it's just trying to speak more general because gosh darn it. I'm like, no way. So the quadriceps, by the way, quad meaning 4, we have our 4 muscles. So we have the rectus fem right here, which has that hip thing. It says quadriceps femoris tendinopathy. I'm like, no way that's a muscle, first of all. You could say the quadriceps group, unless maybe the quadriceps group always had the term femoris at the end and I just completely never saw that until right now. That's why I was like, no way. But the quadriceps has this, and it also has muscles called vastus, and that could be vastus intermedialis, which is right underneath, vastus lateralis, which is right here, and vastus medialis right here. It just refers to all 4 of them. Good, because I'm just like, what? Sorry. And then we have ACL tear, which is very common, which we were talking about earlier in that special test when with the anterior drawers test and that stable Lockman's test, which we'll talk about once we get into special tests, okay? Quadriceps just means muscle with 4 heads? Yeah! I got that much at least. I was just confused about the complete naming. Hi Bam, hi, welcome. Hello, welcome to a couple of chat, welcome. I'm just speaking my notes in order to practice for a practical tomorrow. But welcome! Alright, so if someone comes in with anterior knee pain, if they have plica, so they may have that swelling, they may have the tight hamstrings, again the hamstrings being the muscles in the back of our thigh, hypomobility, so they're not really moving the way that they're supposed to, ligament instability, muscle weakness, and pain increased with activity. With patellar tendinopathy, what happens is that it could be aggravated by a lot of squatting and jumping. So think of someone who may be really passionate about their plyometric exercises, which requires a lot of these activities of jumping and squatting. For knee osteoarthritis, this will apparently continue or be coming in with someone who sustained the ACL. And as we know, ACL, as we saw the ligament right above here, this is going to be our PCL right here, and then this is our ACL, the anterior cruciate ligament, posterior cruciate ligament. Hold on. Because technically you can have a congenital thing that makes one of your tricep muscles have an additional head, hence the extra denomination. I didn't know that either. I'm like, what? Though it's much more common for muscles to lose a head rather than gain one. They're back to a Trucklad, I believe, who is just like, oh yeah, what happens if we have more tendons? Wouldn't it be 11? I can't recite the joke. Instead of 10, it's 11, but anyway, so ACL, as we saw in the above image, again, it's going to prevent anterior translation. And what happens with this kind of tear is that it's normally a non-contact twisting injury associated with uncontrolled flexion or extension to either the valgus or varus stress on the knee. And it's pretty much inability to control the knee when accelerating and decelerating. So, what are we going to do to examine, like, you have knee pain? Well, this could be a lot of things. It could be an ACL tear. Again, it could be your plica. It could be anything. So let's figure it out. So let's rule out tendinopathy first of all. So the patellar tendinopathy can be ruled out through that muscle selective tension testing by doing the knee extension, MMT, quadriceps as a group, so we will just do the whole entire quadriceps. And you saw how that video had done it. The guy was sitting and he's trying to extend his knee. The knee's in mid-range. We're trying to flex it. We're trying to rate it from there. If there's any weakness or replication of pain, that could be an indicator like, maybe it is your quadriceps, and maybe there is potential tendinopathy. But we're trying to rule it out with the knee extension. So, womp womp. Special tests, so this is going to be very interesting and we'll talk about this right now, but there is a plica stutter test, and we could do McMurray's to rule out meniscus because plica is actually going to mimic meniscus tear. Plica can actually replicate itself sometimes as a medial meniscus tear, which is absolutely crazy. And then our last thing for the ACL tear, definitely history is going to be our number 1 important thing. Like, okay, patient, can you tell me how you fell? And I think I have a little bit more here, so let me look it up really quick. Of course I have all this. Hold on. Alright, this is MCL. Do we have ACL? LCL? Okay, but do we have okay, we have PCL. Okay, but do we have ACL? Here we go. So by the way, injury to your ACL is very common. In fact, over 200,000 have repairs are performed annually, and females are at much greater risk than males for several reasons. Mechanism of injury, again, normally this is like a sports-related injury that is placed on. Normally someone's either cutting or doing jumping activities, but someone can tear their ACL without sports. So what happens is that the ACL could also be injured, like let's say that your foot is planted on the ground but you have a direct blow to the knee, that can affect it. But more often than none, again, it's going to be that non-contact twisting injury mechanism of injury that's going to be associated with uncontrolled flexion or extension, in addition to varus or valgus to the knee. So I'm trying to like visualize it. It might be a little hard. Let's see. I plant my foot to the ground and maybe I twist to the right, and so I'm using like my left leg, so I'm twisting immediately. I flex and then there's a varus valgus force. Heck, either way, it's a lot of stress to the ACL that's going to tear it up. And even if I don't really understand the mechanism of injury, we could use our special test to identify like, oh, okay, you definitely have this. But yeah, regardless, the primary mechanism of injury is going to be non-contact. And basically what happens is that the patient's knee is unable to control the accelerating or decelerating. You just saw the paper talking about the fourth head on cadavers, so thank you. Let's go! We love anatomical structure abnormalities. Let's go! We were actually talking about that earlier with the psoas minor potentially being phased out, or we're quote-unquote evolving from it. So that was really interesting to see a cadaver without one. But it's also like a very tiny muscle, so if it ended up phasing out, I'm kind of like, oh, you know? Oh, and sorry, for ACL, yeah, so we talked about that. History is going to be important. Passive range of motion accessory, we do like an anterior glide, and we notice maybe there's some laxity trying to bring it up. Active range of motion for knee extension, and we could do the anterior drawers test and stable lockment special test. So let's talk about all these special tests, because goodness gracious, there is a lot. So let's work backwards, okay? So for ACL, there's 2 tests we can do. We can do anterior stable lockment test, which again, get your thigh on top of the patient, or get the patient's leg on top of your thigh, and what you're going to do is stabilize on top, and then you're going to produce a pretty aggressive move on the tibia and shift it up. When you shift it up and you notice maybe there's pain or more laxity, they would have a positive stable lockment test. Same thing with anterior drawers, where you'll stabilize at the foot. You don't really have to sit on them. The guy does, and you just pull. And again, if you notice pain or laxity, that can be an indicator. We'll talk about these in a little bit. Sorry, I completely forgot about Apley's really quick, so I'm like trying to read it. Not that I forgot about it, it's a really easy test. When we were talking about the meniscus earlier, I'm like, oh, why wouldn't we have, done this test as well? You know what I mean? Alright, McMurray's, they said we could use this to rule out a meniscus tear, because again, plica can mimic it. This is another test also for the meniscus. Gosh darn it, why did I miss all these? Or why didn't they talk about all these? I think these are also super fun tests. The test, Deciles. This test right here is very fun. It's like a flamingo. So what happens is that the test you want to test, they'll stand on. So they'll do you single leg stance like a flamingo. And you ask them to bend their knee and then you have them rotate their torso. And what happens is that you'll test for both legs. Let's see. Actually, hold on. You have them straight and then you have them bent? Hold on. Okay, I guess you test for both. It has to be standing and then it has to be knee bent. This one's really interesting. Sorry, now we're just going down the list until I get over to the thing. Heck. No, we won't do that. Hold on. Plica. Plica's the last one, right? Yeah. Alright, so for the Plica stutter test, what's going to happen, again, is that that's going to be our congenital disorder. And to identify if someone has Plica, we could do this stutter test. So you would ask the patient to sit, and then you would have them extend their leg from a flex position. So you start off flex, and then extend the leg. You'll place their finger over their patella, and in about 40 to 60 degrees, imagine this flex being 90 and straight out being 0. Anywhere between 40 to 60, use your wild imagination. They will feel something, or you will feel something. You'll feel again like a stuttering, but throughout this whole process it should be pretty smooth. You shouldn't really feel anything other than the patella move, but you will feel like a around that 40 to 60. So now let's go back. These are all the things for the anterior knee pain. So let me see if I can name a few. So we have the tendinopathies of the quadriceps and the patellofemoral. We can have ACL, we have patellofemoral syndrome, and the Plica, right? And knee osteoarthritis. Yeah. Alright, let's go down, okay? Excuse me. Hi, Starparker. Hi. Like learning time? Yeah. We're only 9 pages in. I want to cry. No, I'm just kidding. I'm good. Welcome on in. Give me one moment though. Hold on. Okay. Da-da. No, 9 pages. I know. It's 4 hours. How do I get 9 pages in? Help me. Sending you strength. But after this one, I'm technically done. And then everything else will just be fun reviews of like, oh, let's look at all the cool things. And I shouldn't talk to them in great detail, because in the end, none of this matters, Cubs. I might not get any of this. No, I'm just kidding. I might get the hip, I might get the knee. And at this point, I don't know which one I would prefer at this point. And this is one part of the exam. I still have to put my hands on the patient and potentially do the passive range of motion accessory, where I have to move their joints, and that's something I still need to look over. And then we still have to do history, you know? You know those 9 pages? Yep, I definitely am painfully aware at this point. It's 23 pages. Okay, anyway, I'm done complaining. I'm gonna go sip my water. 420 blaze it. One moment. Medial knee pain. So if someone comes in and they have medial knee pain, so this could be a few things. This could be your medial meniscus tear, which we did talk about earlier, so why are we repeating this? Let's see. Medial knee pain would increase activity. Okay, I get it. So if they have increased activity, that's one thing, but if they're just coming in with, like, I don't know, sedentary lifestyle, we could see if there's a meniscus tear. It could be a medial collateral ligament sprain, or there could be the pes anserinus. And we did talk about this, but let's just talk about it more in detail, because reinforcing is great. Active recall, good. Everything good. You'll do good. I just want this to be done so I could turn off my brain. I was talking to another classmate who also like games and does stuff, and he's like, I just want to play video games without feeling bad. And I'm like, yeah, I feel the same way, my dude. So I can't wait until like Monday I come back and I'm like, Cubs, let's stream. You know, I didn't even look at my schedule though for work. Hold on. Sorry. Yeah, I work Tuesday and Thursday. So yeah, on Monday, you bet I'm waking up and I'm gonna game. Have you seen or tried? Huh? Palia? No, I don't actually know what that is. I'm so sorry, Starbucker. Give me one moment. I could look it up. Is it a game? Oh, it is. No, I haven't played any games. I don't really get to play games off stream. I only get to play maybe like a Fortnite for an hour, and then I'm like, okay. This one looks cute though. MMO Harvest Moon-esque game. It's Stardew out. Let's go. I can appreciate that. Yeah, maybe I'll check it out. It's really funny because they're like, play the open beta. You know, I did just remember, and I hope this isn't my. Oh, it's fine. Let me see. I think I did just check in my email. Yeah. I don't know if it's appropriate to share or say this. So I I kickstarted or helped fund the Kickstarter for Friday Night Funkin' because I really did enjoy the game. I thought it was very fun, and you know, kickstarting it or helping to get the game and whatever was not really expensive. So I was like, oh yeah, of course. Yeah, I enjoyed this. I love rhythm games. I feel great playing 4-hour keys or something like that. But it says that I've been selected for a test run, and I would love to try it out. I just don't know if it's okay to stream it, you know what I mean? It is a test run after all. But we'll see. I haven't really got past the email. The email was like 7 hours ago, and I'm like, I have to study. Yeah, let me double check something else really quick now that I'm like tapped out. Sorry, one moment. What email? Oh, no. For Friday Night Funkin'. Alright. So, let's continue on, okay? So we said our 3 different hypotheses for potential medial knee pain, correct? So for meniscus tear, we're looking for, again, what are our 5 clusters? If we do our beautiful active recall, gosh darn it. Excuse me, there will be the clicking, the popping, like all those crazy noises. There will be pain, or like when we do palpation for tenderness in the joint line. There will be pain with knee flexion, pain with hyperextension, and a positive McMurray's. And that's how we're going to be able to identify a medial meniscus tear. For MCL, again, what happens is that the patient will come in, and what happened will be that they hit the lateral side of their knee, aka that valgus force. And again, this could be with or without rotation, but usually the foot is planted, and the pain is going to change with directions and weight bearing. Glad to see you're still streaming. I don't want to be streaming. I mean, I would love to be streaming. I don't want to be studying. Hello, welcome. I am probably gonna be streaming realistically until 6 at this point. Let's be honest. Let's stop lying to myself. So right now it's like 4:30. So if I can get done before 6, ooh, my expectations. But if I get done at 6, well, you know, I set myself up for that. So anyway. And then pes anserinus can be another way, again, because of that bursitis that we may have specifically with the semitendinosus, which is that hamstring muscle. And so there could be pain with the posterior medial semitendinosus and membranosus. Those are our 2 muscles. 6 p.m. aka Fortnite time. I know. No, I don't think I could study today. I mean, I don't think I could Fortnite today. I'm going to be too nervous about my exam. And I still have to practice the other things off stream. I have like a little model. And I'm going to try to do all the techniques, and then I'm going to become temporarily delusional and talk to myself and cross off things that I need to make sure I cover in the history. Yeah, anyway, pes anserinus. Yeah, so there's pain with sit to stand, and there's also pain in walking. So there could be a few things that we could do to assess. So again, we could do that past the range of motion with limited knee flexion and extension. And again, that's going to be something that we're going to be indicating with that medial meniscus cluster findings. For past the range of motion accessory, there's going to be swelling or end field at that tibiofemoral or hypomobile, and that could be for a variety of reasons, to be honest. The special test, because the McMurray's test is going to help us determine a meniscus tear. It's saying that ER, external rotation, is going to test medial, and internal is going to test lateral, so basically they would be opposites. Valgus stress test is also going to be something that is highly indicated for the medial collateral ligament, and that's us doing a valgus stress. Hold on, let me show you the exam again. Again, placing that force on the lateral side, again, replicating that valgus force to stress the medial collateral ligament to see if, again, we're getting that pain. Because, again, this whole point of the assessment is to assess the integrity of the MCL to make sure everything is diazobuline. Become Delulu? I will. Alright, so, palpation for tenderness. Again, it's also going to be one of our things for the medial meniscus cluster finding. So da-da! Alright, lateral is our last one. Lateral kind of has a lot. Lateral kind of scary me. Lateral kind of stinky. So let's do this, shall we? Someone comes in and they're like, ow, the lateral outer side of my knee hurts. So there could be 5 different things that could be wrong with them. Here's our hypothesis. It could be more than this, but these are the 5 that we had talked about, at least in class, lecture, or some kind of formal way in this program. So it could be IT band syndrome or iliotibial band syndrome. It could be a lateral meniscus tear. It could be a lateral collateral ligament sprain. It could be a popliteus tendinopathy, which is something I don't feel like we talk about a lot often. So let us get a picture of the popliteus, see where it originates, and inserts, its actions, etc., etc. And then our last thing could be a common peroneal neuropathy. So this can occur because I think the common peroneal nerve runs behind the fibular head, and there could just be some involvement in so let us get a picture of the popliteus really quick, okay? Give me just one moment. Popliteus. This is such a funky muscle. I'm not gonna lie to you, Cubs. I didn't know Baby Peas was laying on my bed. What a good treat. Alright, oh, hold on really quick. Okay. We can put it down here. Oh my goodness gracious, great balls of fire. Is that good? Alright, so this is our popliteus muscle. So let's look at the origins and insertion, shall we? So what happens is that this muscle, let me put it right here. This muscle is gonna originate. Oh my goodness gracious. No, wait. My notes are escaping me. At the posterior, so we're looking at the back of the leg, leggy, kind of, you know, between the thigh and the calf. It's gonna originate from here, posterior lateral femoral condyle. So that's maybe why we're having some lateral pain, because of that popliteal tendinopathy. Maybe the tendon right here is inflamed, and it's gonna insert to the posterior surface of the tibia, above the thing that they call soleal line, which is just like a small structure that you'll see on the bone. The action of this is going to be for flexion and external rotation of the knee. Flexion and external rotation. Okay. So let's talk about this, okay? So they break it down pretty one-to-one for each number, so this is a lot of information, so let's do our best to break it down. So 1, the iliotibial band syndrome, or the IT band syndrome. Pain is mostly going to occur in about 30 degrees of flexion. There's actually a test that's neither in my notes or in this chart that I've seen so far, but there's something called the Noble's compression test, and to my understanding, but maybe we should look it up just in case. To my understanding, you're just asking the patient to flex their knee and you're applying pressure at the lateral condyle, you know? Noble's compression test.
In this video,
Hold on one moment. Where the hecky is my audio? Alright. So this one is really good for the IT band.
we are
So
going to femoral condyle or ankle, and the Noble compression test has not been subject to it. And then the knee over
I
the
don't like
lat
the one where they're
running.
supine.
Have the patient sit with the knees dangling off of the table in 90 degrees of flexion and repeat the test. And the patient actively extends the knee while you apply pressure at the lateral epicondyle. You can also repeat the test in a more functionally loaded position by asking the patient.
Yeah, you can either do that way, but let me see the
epicondyle
supine.
or 1 to 2 centimeters proximal to it. And then the knee is gradually extended. At 30 degrees flexion, the patient will complain of
okay, the supine is not bad, but still, I'm not a fan, so I'm a hater. So we'll just block that. We'll do this. We'll do that. And I'll blast my jazz music. Whoa, Tipper reaction video. I know. We're getting the rarest content right now. This is the new age of Tippa streams. Hold up, are they sponsored by Adidas? Maybe. Sorry, not to be a hater in that aspect as well. Hold on. Are they sponsored? I don't know. They have it on their shorts. But maybe that's just like a very sportsy thing, you know? But I don't see anything in their captions, so So yeah, the Nobles test is very important because we could actually do that kind of test that we saw in the video, and if they have pain in about 30 degrees of knee flexion, then we're like, oh, okay, might be IT band, and they might complain of a deep anterior knee pain. I can't believe I'm getting shilled. Oh no! No, you're not. It's okay. It's okay. I think it's just their fashion, you know? So what we could do right now is that we could see that there might be tenderness over that lateral epicondyle, so like on her femur, the Gertie's tubercle, and the lateral retinaculum. There could be pain with sitting stairs, pain going upstairs and sitting, maybe is what they meant. Pain radiating down the proximal tibia, and there's going to be a gradual onset. Lateral knee pain when new repetitive activities such as running or cycling, recent increase in intensity or frequency of the sport, running around the track in one direction, recent changes in fitting for cycling where the seat height has been increased, which means that if they have been cycling and they increase their seat height for goodness knows whatever reason, apparently that can increase hip adduction and knee internal rotation, which causes the pain. And this can all be secondary to a lack of flexibility or strength in the quads or the hammies or hamstring. For number 2, we got our lateral meniscus tear. Oh no! Rip, I just saw you. What? Hi, Rip. Hi. Welcome. Hello, wavers. Hello. My name is Tipanya. I'm a bearcat VTuber. I do the gal, I do the nya, and it's very nice to meet you. Right now we're doing some studying, and thank you guys for defending the fort. I'm so sorry. I'm so out of it, as you can tell, so I apologize. But I hope you had a ton of fun with Plasma. Welcome on in, everyone. Let me say my hellos. Welcome. Hi, Rip, first, yes, hi, Rip. Hi, Kata, hi, Kara, hi, welcome. Hi, Robo, hi. Hi, Dingus, hi, welcome. Quincy, hi, welcome. Aries, hi, welcome as well, welcome. Let me give a shout out to Kat. And Crew, you're here earlier, but I got you. And new as well, hold on. And new. Ta-da, welcome. Attack, oh no. Hi, Dingus. Oh, wait, Dingus too. I'm sorry, Dingus. Hi, Dingus. Hi, Everycub. Welcome. I hope you're doing super well. And again, I hope you had an absolute blast. I know that Plasmo has updated, but from my understanding, from the little bit that I peeked over onto your stream, I saw that, how do you say it? That the update kind of stinky. But either way, welcome on in. So for every raider who's new here, like I said, my name is Tipanya, Bearcat VTuber extraordinaire. Right now I'm studying. I'm so sorry. I promise I'm a gamer. I play video games. I played Mario once. Like, you know, I do play games, but final exams are literally kicking my booty right now. And though I got all the written exams out of the way, how do you call it? I still have one more exam to take tomorrow, but after tomorrow, I'm free. I'm free as a bird. BRB rebranding. No more bearcat. I'm a pterodactyl. I'm gonna be so happy. So we're almost at the end of the first part of these notes. We're gonna pretty much skim through some other disorders. So if you're really interested in being like, yes, I love learning about the hip and or knee, then I gotcha. Normally I do some pomodoro or steady streams like this, but I normally balance it out with gaming, so I understand that this isn't your cup of tea, but I appreciate you hanging out, doing anything regardless. Rip, I think you're also streaming for a little while, so if you want to lurk, you're more than welcome to lurk, but if you have to go, make sure to eat something super yummy, at least a little bedtime snack. Make sure to stand up, stretch, and definitely hydrate. Gosh darn it. You know how much water I had to go through today? I couldn't imagine. Thank you. What? But the gow gow nyan yeah? Okay, but I could do that rah gow gow and the rah nyan yeah. I think I sound like a parrot trying to imitate a bearcat. Maybe like the bird rebrand really isn't for me. Anyways, thank you so much. I appreciate it. I need all the luck. All of it. All of it. But it's okay, it's okay. Hopefully life will be again daijoubuuri, but only after tomorrow. I just have to get through today and tomorrow, and by 12 noon I can update you Cub saying like, yeah, I passed. And if you don't hear from me, either A, I forgot, which one, that's very rude of me, but two, I passed, so we're all good. Ta-da! Alright, thank you so very much for the follow. Welcome to the Cup Club. Welcome, 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 welcome. Oh my goodness. The biggest yeehaw. Enjoy your cider. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, we're almost done. Look, after that, we're done. It's like another set of notes that we'll quickly go through. So again, like I said, if you're interested in learning what the heck may be wrong with your hip or your knee, I got you. So how the exam is running, by the way, for those coming in might be painfully curious of like, well, Tippa, why are you studying on stream? It just helps me reiterate the information, and a lot of the stuff I'm going to be doing tomorrow does involve talking. Basically, a patient comes in, aka my professor who pretends to be a patient with like a different name, an occupation, a different age, maybe even a different gender completely, and I have to guess what they have. But I have to take an accurate history, which is one part of the test, and then there's a second part where I have to be hands-on, and the third test is basically, hey, after you do all those hands-on things, what do you think the diagnosis is, you know? What about the thigh? We're past it, I'm sorry. We're on the knee now only, but I don't know about the thigh, honestly. Wait, not the thigh, the calf? Get checked for DVT. Smile emoji. My knees are so messed up. How? What's happening? The Cup Club has a record of being the most healthiest club imaginable. No issues. Like behind the shin? I don't know anatomy as I used to. No, you're good. No, the calf. If you're referring to the back below your knee, yeah, that can be. That is your calf. I don't know. It could potentially be a knot, and maybe some trigger point massage might be like really good. No, this is such a build-up joke. Oh no. What was it? Like, in plasma, were you just like crouching? That's what I do in plasma. I crouch and I look down on the ground. You took an arrow to it? Oh, nice. Dies completely. Let me find it, please. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But yeah. I'm only a student, by the way, so I can't really give super medical advice. I could just speak about my notes and be like, oh yes. But my knees are just bad? Maybe it's something you were born with! Rainbow emoji. We'll try to figure it out. Right now we're talking about anyone that has lateral knee pain. And then we could go through all the disorders, and then we could just pick out which one you might have, you know? You think because you sit with the knees drawn close to your body and stuff? Oh, so you sit like... I got you. Are you saying you sit like... eh? Yep, that... like this, right? Sorry, we'll round it out. There you go. Always like that or cross? I got you. Oh my gosh, you're talking about oh no. Yep, that's me. Oh no. It's okay. It's okay. We got it. You're the painting guy. What is wrong with Everycub? What? Maybe because I don't do anything. Huh? Wait, let me not do that. Hold on really quick. Just in case. Don't open on stream. Oh, that's fine. Oh my goodness. What is this? Thank you for blessing me with these comments. A munchkin handful. Thank you. Anyway, let me cross this out. Anyway, that's a complex pain, a very complex pain. How do you describe that to your doctor? Like, oh yeah, actually, my niece just really hurt from. Anyway. Guys, let's get through this really quick. Please, I want to free myself. Okay, so let's get back into it, okay, so what's gonna happen right here is that we described the lateral meniscus tear, right? Oh no, we didn't get the opportunity. So lateral meniscus tear, by the way, that is going to be something where someone will complain of like the clicking and the locking and the pain and the catching, and there may be some effusion or some swelling within the joint. And what's going to happen is that this most likely occurred due to a rotational weight-bearing motion, and that's what our meniscus is there for protection and whatnot. But if there's too much weight bearing in a certain way, it can get injured. Wah, wah. Imagine holding these poses for so long, honestly. Tipanya says, my main knee pain I suffered is from sciatica to my right leg and got hit by a car back when I was 9, messing up surprisingly my right knee, so I get occasional spasms, curse the right knee. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. How do you, but this is not to like doubt you by any means. Because it's obviously your own experience and that can be like a result of getting hit by a car. The sciatic nerve, or sciatica, what people normally refer to, and we can actually look at it here really quick because I do have my knee stuff. Oh my goodness gracious, sciatic. The sciatic nerve is running through the back. Hold on. Let's see. So imagine this is your butt, right? It doesn't have to be your butt, but imagine it is a butt, and we dissected it and like, I don't know, folded over muscles. So we get like the gluteal muscles out of the way. There's this muscle right here called the piriformis, and then we have this nerve called the sciatic nerve. So when people normally say sciatica, normally it's some kind of compression, goodness knows where, most likely here. And what's going to happen is that this pain is going to radiate towards the back of their leg. So when you say right knee pain, I'm kind of like, I maybe it can be posterior knee pain, and I just completely like did that, you know? But yeah, that's why I'm just like, no, not to doubt you. I'm just like, oh, normally when people complain of sciatica, it's the back. So Thing is, says, you see, doctor, have you heard of a band called 3 Days Grace? Oh no. My butt on stream? Sorry, we'll get it out. Again, there's been multiple ways I could have broke TOS today, and I'm just not trying to keep doing this. We're trying to avoid breaking TOS again. Anyway, lateral collateral ligament sprain. So again, this mechanism of injury is going to be bear stress. So this is not as common as MCL or even ACL. But what happens is that someone pushes you medially. Da-da! And with that medial pain, you can put too much stress and then sprain the LCL. And we saw that the LCL is up here. Our lateral collateral ligament. That's a chunky boy to try to like sprain, but it can happen. Again, there's a force coming here. So da-da! With any ligament, if you notice anything like excessive movement, etc., that can be your laxity. Number 4, we're going to talk about the popliteal tendinopathy. And again, the popliteus or popliteal is going to be referring to the popliteus muscle, which is right behind your leggy, which again helps with what? I think flexion and internal rotation. Yes, flexion and internal rotation. So what we're going to have the patient do is that we can do MSTT to try to see if you can rule in or rule out. But for now, if someone comes in with this, they may complain of just tenderness at that lateral epicondyle. And the last one is going to be common peroneal nerve. And so this is interesting because this motor nerve, anytime you see the word common in anatomy, it means head skin is split. So we have a superficial and we have a deep peroneal nerve. With that, the motor, it can provide motor and sensory. So it provides motor to the ankle dorsiflexors and the everters. So dorsiflexion being like bringing your toes up to you, and everters are trying to bring the sole of your foot away from you. So you try to like kick it out. It's like a very weird motion, I'm not gonna lie to you. But because of that, so what was it again? So ankle dorsiflexors. So like your tibialis anterior muscles would be weak, and your everters would be like your peroneus muscles, I believe. I can double check on that in just a little bit, but I'm 85% confident. I'm sorry, my brain is so fried. But yeah, sensory to the distal leg and the dorsum of the foot. So basically below the knee and on top of your foot. Dorsum, because the sole of your foot, or what you would refer to as the bottom, is actually referred to as the plantar surface, while the top of your foot is referred to as the dorsum. The naming's a little bit wacky, but it is truly what it is. So what happens with common peroneal nerve is that crossing legs can normally compress that nerve, and usually this can occur after a brace or a cast that's causing that pressure. Hazel, hi, welcome. Let me give you a hugging shout out. I hope you've been doing super well. Welcome. And Dragon says, I got it in the lower back, like a sharp old pain that likes to go to a knee every so often, so my body's a wreck. I'm so sorry. I hope that you're able to find some sort of peace with that and some kind of pain management that works for you, you know? I'm sorry. So those coming in with lateral knee pain, yes, there's a billion ways, I feel like, of how do you call it, you can have lateral knee pain, or your hypothesis. So how do we rule out? So iliotibial band syndrome, normally people are like, my IT band is so tight. Unfortunately, there doesn't seem to be a educational, well-informed way of loosening it because of how tight it can be in general. That's just the nature of it. You could do an MLT, and you could do an Ober's test, which will help stretch it a little bit. So you have the patient laying in sideline, you extend their hips a little bit back but stabilize the pelvis, and then you just lower their leg. And if it can go to horizontal, or if it could go below the horizontal, then it's not a tight IT band and you can rule that out. But if it stays up in a weird way, maybe I have to grab a picture, but basically if it stands up in a weird way, then heck, you know. And let's see, we did their leggy. Sorry, Cubs, now you have long legs now. This is so cursed. Anyway, as I'm doing good, I'm just so fried right now. It pains me every single day, but it's okay. It's okay. Freedom's around the corner. Alright, but so you're laying sideline, and I grab your leggy, and the direction I'm pulling it is up, and then I'm also pushing it back, and then it should be a stretch. And really the ideal is, again, if you can meet this horizontal line or below, that means your IT band is tight. But if for some reason I let go of it and it's just still up here, it indicates a tight IT band. So, ta-da! MMT is unremarkable. There's really nothing about like anything that's really indicate lateral knee pain and MMTs. There's really no special tests other than like maybe the Bear stress test to try to get out the meniscus, but that's about it. And there's just going to be tenderness along the entire joint line. So I feel like with how little there is about this, I feel like this might not be a likely scenario. Plus, remember, lateral knee pain, as I said, is a rare, or not lateral knee pain, lateral collateral ligament sprain is such a rare thing, and lateral knee pain really just not as common as a whole. So definitely more likely going to get medial or anterior. And with that, we are so good. Now we can just go through like the pathologies like nothing, and then we're gonna be free. And hopefully, if I finish within the hour, then guess what? Our expected time to finish, which I said was 6 o'clock, which is an hour from now, will be free. And then I'll take a break to eat something, and then I will study more off stream. Okay, anyway. Is that a 2? No, it's a cub. You've been so fried this week. Most stressful week of work in a year? I'm so sorry. That means it can only get easier, right? It can't be any more stressful than this. Dragon says plenty of stretches and the occasional popping noise. The good thing is my right knee has no nerve feeling. Is that a good thing? So you can bend it in ways that it shouldn't without feeling a thing. Yeah, but be careful with your muscles and everything like that. I wouldn't do that, but maybe I'm slightly biased as someone who can't touch their hamstrings. I mean, someone who can't touch their toes because of their hamstrings. Yeah. Anatomic, thank you! Very sorry for going off topic, but Tip, I saw your latest video. Thank you! I was gonna post it tomorrow, but Everycub just kept posting Tip along today. So I'm just like, oh, let's go! This is it! But I struggled with the caption. I was like, what do I say to not make this sound like super inappropriate, you know? And I'm like, there's really no way. What's your opinion about massages? You want me to be completely honest? It really just depends on what the pathology is and what you may be going in for. I had a class dedicated to soft tissue intervention, aka massage, and I mean, it was fine. I think really having a human touch can just do a lot of things for you in the most not appropriate way like possible, but I think the human contact and just having that healing hand can be beneficial. Sometimes it can be stress or the knots or anything like that, where maybe a trigger point massage or like just kind of working on loosening that area can be beneficial. But if someone comes in with low back pain and they're just like, oh yeah, I want a massage to make it feel better, that's probably not the most optimal way of going about it. Though it can feel nice, that might not be it will be a short-term solution, but not a long-term solution. It's so good. It's a funny video. Yeah, I was like, oh, this one is definitely like weird, but it's like tip along. There's ears. I'm glad it worked out though. I'm glad you, cause like, you know, you're not shaming me the heck and back. I was like, I'm sorry. If you do see the original video, it's like with Miku, and it's supposed to be like a duck, and it's actually pretty funny. Yeah, mine is upper back tendon, so it might help. It might. Again, I'm just a student. I don't really have like opinions. I don't really have like a good say in it until I feel a little bit more confident, or if I get more exposed to that. Ask me when I graduate, then I could be like for now I'm kind of like but at least when I graduate it's like, oh, but I passed the boards too. I let me think through my brain really quick. Right now I'm just like, brother, I'm on the lower extremity, hold on. I don't know anything about the upper extremity anymore. I drew that knowledge out so I can pass this exam tomorrow. Anyway. So let's talk about, now we're on page 10 out of 26. Crazy, insane. Love that for us. So let's talk about the fun things of what we could do and what we could potentially see. And we won't really get too into it like how we have been. We'll try to like quick gunshot this if that's okay with you, Cubs. So let's talk about saphenous nerve. So saphenous nerve is a very interesting nerve where it's sensory only, to my knowledge. I think it's sensory only, and it's actually innervating this light blue part that you see here. So it's below the knee on the medial side. You can have palpation over the sartorius and the medial knee at the pes anserinus that might aggravate this to maybe replicate it. MSTT may aggravate it. You could do a neuromuscular, and what you could do right now is that you could try to test both sides and touch at the same time and be like, hey, does this feel the same as this? And if they say no, there might be a change in sensation involving that area, and that is the only nerve we know that innervates that area. So if they're like, hey, I don't feel it on my left leg, but I feel it on my right, you might want to suspect that. Tenels, potentially, if you do it at the adductor canal, but that's a huge maybe. We could do an MLT, so we could try to stretch the sartorius or the adductor magnus, and we can pretty much go from there. Let's see. And you can apparently do an MMT as well. What happens with this kind of thing is, with anything with nerves really, most of the time it's just some kind of compression. And they talk about the border, so the sartorius, adductor magnus, and the vastus medialis being it. But yeah, it's just some impingement. It could be in that canal, it could be a fusion or that swelling. It could be a medial meniscus tear right here that impinged us or maybe injured the nerve. So wonky. And most likely this can have some pain here, and if you're able to rule out everything, you're still kind of like, oh, what could it be? It might be this. But that's all it is. Common peroneal nerve. We talked a little about so the common peroneal nerve, we talked about this a little bit earlier with the lateral knee pain of someone coming in, and they may have some involvement with this. Again, remember, common peroneal nerve is going to split off to both deep and superficial, and so we have a motor and we have a sensory. And so for the motor components, again, that's going to be our everters and our dorsiflexors, and then for the sensory, it's going to be the entire side of the entire lateral side right here for the superficial, and then sensory as well for the web space between toes 1 and toes 2. So what's gonna happen? Let's read this backwards. I'm so sorry. So motor, again, dorsiflexion, everters can also involve the everters and plantar flexors, and sensation, distal lateral, as we said right here, and the dorsum of the foot right here. And then we can specify which one's which. The light blue is the superficial, and then the dark blue is the deep. Mechanism of injury. So again, this nerve, I believe, runs behind the fibular head. So this can happen from a fracture, can happen from a pressure from a castor boost, and again, that's going to be something that impinged it, or squeezing it, compressing it, and lateral ankle sprain can occur, and that can tension this and make it a little bit wonky. Tightness of the muscles here, or just trauma again to that fibular head can affect it. And there's different things you could do. You could palpate, you could do neurotensioning, you could try to stretch the MLT, or we could just do some passive range of motion active, and we could try to see like, oh my goodness, maybe there was a fracture or some trauma here, and that's why you're having this pain. Infra suprapatellar patellar fat pad. I don't think I'm gonna get this, so I'm gonna skip it, but basically blah blah blah, fat pad in the knee, blah 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 blah. Hydrate? I got you, thank you. You know, I forgot to hydrate before saying all this, so I'm kind of very grateful. My lips are a little chapped too. I'm just kidding. I mean, let me sip some water. One moment. Okay. I chugged that water, I'm so sorry. So, now we can again talk about, remember how we were talking about the lateral ankle sprains? Or, not sprains, the pain? Look, popliteus is popping up again, and we can have a tendinitis, or that tendinopathy, or that inflammation of the tendon right here on that lateral epicondyle. So what can happen is that this patient may present with swelling, edema, tenderness in this area. Yeah, that's everything they could appear with. And so what we can do is that we can do MSTT, because again, that's a great way to rule out tendinopathy. We can palpate, so we can just touch it. We can stretch it, and then maybe it can aggravate it. Or we could just try to feel for swelling or warmth, you know? Our next one is the pes anterine tendinitis. So we talked about this earlier for what? Medial knee pain. So for medial knee pain, we are just talking about all the different... Sorry, my tracking today has been so wonky. I cry every single day of my life. Anyway, so the pes anterine tendinitis... Actually, hold on. No, there's nothing else open, so I wonder what happened. Anyway, not the point. Pes anterine tendinitis, doing all the actions of the three muscles that are inserted here. So we could do MSTT of knee flexion and internal rotation, and we could also do external rotation. We might as well cover all our bases when doing MSTT. We could do palpation for condition and MLT. For semimembranosus tendinopathy, again, this is going to be our hamstrings, and this can also be something that's located right here by the pes anterine, but maybe not quite there yet, which is why it's going to be separate. But it should have a similar presentation, right? Maybe not, but this is going to present with pain, swelling, tenderness, while the semimembranosus, which again is one of your hamstring muscles, is going to present with swelling, edema, tenderness, and yeah. And you know, actually, you might have the... Oh, wow. You might actually have some tenderness right here on the ischial-tuberosity, so I guess that's very important to know. Medial knee and the ischial-tuberosity, where it's going to originate, because both of these are tendons. IT band syndrome, basically right here, we talked about that a little bit, how we could do MLT and we could do the Ober's test. We could palpate the different areas, the lateral femoral, epicondyle, and Gerdy's tubercle, which I'm going to just keep up for my own personal reference. Hold on. Gerdy's tubercle. Is there a thing here? Okay. This is such a huge image. But ahead of femur, Gerdy's tubercle right here, okay? And that's going to be on the lateral side by the fibula, so we could feel for the lateral femoral condyle when we're feeling the IT band. And if we feel some slight bump right here, that's our Gerdy's tubercle. Okay? We could do the Noble's test as well, and we could just palpate for condition, but basically the patient should be presenting with deep anterior knee pain, and the pain may radiate, even though it's from like the upper hip on the tibia, it can radiate to the knee. Hold on. Other things to know is that maybe they had genuvarum, which is just another word again for those knocked knees of the knees, and then that causes excessive lateral tracking, and then we can assess that, hey, maybe that's why you're having that lateral knee pain because of the genuvarum, and then you're aggravating your IT band, because everything's a system in the body. So gosh darn it. ACL, can't walk, giving away, a fusion, lack of extension, range of motion, all that jazz. And we could do multiple things. I feel pretty okay with the ligaments, but we could see if there's a fusion. We could do our accessory and classical, and they may have swelling just because of how injured they may be. Special test is definitely what's going to save us in a history, especially if you hear someone who's like, oh, this is how my foot was planted and there was like a force. It's kind of like, oh, goodness gracious. Or, you know, I twisted myself and I had like, maybe I didn't control myself with acceleration and deceleration, and my knee went too forward, and now I have this pain in the anterior or the front of my knee. PCL, same thing basically, but this is actually more common with how do you call it, motor vehicle accidents, which we didn't really get the opportunity to talk about, but like a dashboard injury. So I don't know, someone falls, the dashboard like goes into your knee and it pushes your knee a little bit too far, and then you end up tearing the PCL. What's going to happen here is that there's going to be minimal to no pain. You could do the same things basically right here. Same as the ACL. MCL is also very similar with all our special tests, but really you just want to get that history to see what they were doing. Just look out for swelling, look out for sprains, look out for laxity, etc. Same with LCL as well, and then LCL, a good way to determine that is also the Alpes distraction test, which we talked about a little bit here, but we didn't really get the opportunity. I was just staring at it. So there's two ways we could do the Alpes test. So the Alpes test, what happens is that you take the knee down, and if you take the knee down and you do the rotation anterior and exterior, what's going to happen is that the meniscus is going to glide, and then it depends on how you glide it. Exterior is going to be medial, and then interior is going to be lateral, and then you just push down, and then if you say pain, might be a meniscus injury. Now you could do the same thing, and as you see, the patient or the therapist is stabilizing down, and they're pulling up, and they're providing a distraction force. Whew. Sorry, I'm trying to speed run through these things, so I'm so sorry if I'm speaking right fast. Patellar tendinopathy, same thing again, tendinopathy. I feel like we've gone through that a few times. Plica was very interesting, but one way to really figure it out is only if all the meniscus stuff and medial stuff are negative and nothing's ruling in, it might just be plica, and you do a stutter test and you're like, oh yeah. Acute meniscus tear, this is just the same thing basically, but it's just the time of what happened, and degenerative is just going to be like, oh no, you're aging. Oh. I don't think this is going to be I don't think that's going to be on there. Bursitis, we talked about the bursitis of the trochanter, and we talked about the pes anserinus, and I guess there's one in the popliteal as well, which is very interesting, but the idea is that you just touch it. It never hurts. you might have it. Neo-A, let's read through this a little bit, because it's not the same as hip OA, and OA, for those coming in or unsure, is going to be osteoarthritis, which is that degenerate, like if you're familiar with arthritis, it's basically this, but for the bones. Osteo meaning bone, arthritis. And there's different clusters and everything we could do. Like for the hip, for example, a cluster finding is that you're over the age of 50, You have pain with internal rotation. Your internal rotation is equal to or greater than 15 degrees of flexion. And oh gosh, it's escaping me. Oh, and morning stiffness. Yeah. That's gonna be hip OA, but knee OA. Pain at the joint line, possible soft tissue thickening and swelling, joint capsule would thicken. Just ask if there's any stiffness in the morning, especially for the knee. I think that's gonna be your most important part. And then we just do the test as you normally would, okay? You'll notice some weakness because, yeah, there's degeneration. Of course, your body's not gonna get stronger from that. But there are ways to manage it. Osgood-Schlatter's disease is a genetic disease. Same with Johnson syndrome, which is really stinky. These are just things you should probably just know. But again, they said don't worry for the practical. I'm not gonna worry. Patella pain syndrome, we talked about this. Again, pain with sitting, anterior knee pain, pain with descending, gradual onset. So we're gonna go ahead and do our other things that we normally do. There is no pain with resisted tests. We test for the end range and basically just palpation for tenderness. If they're like, ow, it hurts, who am I to judge and fight that, you know? And it can happen for a variety of reasons, and these people actually listed, so I'm very grateful. So with patellar pain syndrome, if you're suffering from anterior or front pain, you can have that because of poor tracking of the patella. Maybe there's some muscle imbalances. Maybe there's poor muscle activations. Maybe your muscles are just not activating the way they're supposed to. Poor kinetic chain functioning. So maybe you have like a certain thing in the hip, which is affecting the knee, which is affecting the ankle, hip, or maybe just weak muscles again, and then that's going to contribute to the pain. Maybe you had surgery. Maybe. And those are all the knees. So now our last one, we're going to go over the hip really quick as well. Again, so for hip osteoarthritis, one of the risk factors you can have is like some predisposed disorder, like maybe a genetic disorder. So maybe you could have a congenital hip location. So basically there's just some weird abnormal change of both the head and the neck. And what's going to happen is that this just frequently dislocates. I'm not too worried about that on the test. Like Kaspers disease, I can't say these names. Not worried, it's just another kind of disorder that happens about the acetabulum in the head just not fitting the way it is, and these are all like genetic. And I could stop if you need me to go in detail if you're like, hey, I have that, and I'm like, I'm sorry. Hi Rift, hi. Oh no, you're so good. Don't worry. Hi, welcome. We're just trying to speed run through this because my time to finish this is at 6. It is already 5 hours of me just speaking. I don't know how long I've been doing this and how long I was able to speak for 5 hours straight, but it's fine. Okay, trochanteric bursitis is something we talked about and something I do want to go a little bit into detail. Pretty much person is having pain lying on their hip. So imagine, yeah, of course, the greater trochanter is right here. You can even feel it on yourself when you're sitting. It's just a bony prominence off to the side of your hip or the side of your butt. And if you lay on that side, of course it's gonna hurt. There could be gradual onset, lateral hip pain, could be deeper aching, pain with stairs, a single stance might be possible, warmth and edema, and structural deviations. And so we could do all our tests and pretty much if they say that they have pain crossing your legs or lying on the affected side or climbing stairs, may potentially be this. And yeah, I don't think he'll have that. I don't think he'll have this. This is another not genetic thing, but this happens with teens or teenagers who are growing up and they may be slightly overweight or whatnot. What happens is that this kind of adds stress and then it slips out of the ball and socket and blah blah blah. I don't think that's gonna be it. Fracture. If he gives me fracture, I will scream. If we get fracture again, I swear to all that's good in the world. Internal rotation with pain, swelling and bleeding in the thigh. Palpation for tenderness is just pain at the greater trochanter. So if we palpate here on that side that we were just talking about earlier, they may do something. The limb may look shorter, and that might be due to the fracture, and yada 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 yada. This could be due to falls or trauma, most likely females than males, and this happens to people who are over the age of 60. They can also have a femoral neck injury, so this was a trochanter, so this is more here, while the femoral neck is right here, and it's about similar, but it's just a painful sudden snap or giving away. Also very common in females over the age of 60. It's intracapsular, you don't have to worry about that. But basically there'll be swelling, acute groin pain, pain anterior medial thigh, and basically severe constant pain worse with movement. There could be a posterior fracture, which can dislocate, which is a medical emergency because guess what? You have some very important blood supply here. And if you don't have blood supply here on your hip and your legs, basically you end up with necrotic tissue. Yeah, like your muscles just may flat out die. You may just lose your leg, my dude. So it's a very important medical emergency to be like, yes. More dislocations, tendinopathies we talked about, but there's iliopsoas, so hip flexion, it could be knee extension, and then the hamstrings about more knee flexion, so we're good with that. Medial or gluteus medius and minimus strain, that's a little bit interesting. Pain on the lateral hip, it could be glute mid strain. We could do palpation on the muscle belly, which is very awkward because that means I would have to palpate someone's butt, but that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make to pass. We could do an Oprah's test apparently to see if it can stay. Maybe there's tightness, or maybe there might be some pain. And yeah, just MMT to see if maybe there's some weakness. And again, hip abductors, or they are hip adductors, so we're good. Adductor strain, I really don't think he would give me groin pain, but if I had to guess, it would have to be this. I don't think that. We talked about FAI, and how do we talk about FAI? Oh my goodness, this is 4 hours ago. Tipa, go remember. What were we saying? Anterior hip pain. We're talking about both anterior and posterior hip pain, and FAI has like the pincer and the cam, and it depends on what you do and how you want to do it, and we're so good. Don't worry. Okay, so oh no, that's a phallic. Okay, let's talk about nerve entrapment. Linguino's not on there. Okay, not worried. Femoral nerve entrapment. Maybe you'll have weaker muscles that are innervated by the femorals. So the femorals, like your thigh, the anterior or the front thigh. And we just test the muscles of the quads, the sartorius. Maybe you could feel, and we could feel for the anterior medial thigh to see if they feel the same. We can do various tests to assess what this could be and see if maybe there's any tightness that may be aggravating it, which is why we need to do that Thomas test. Alright, lateral femoral cutaneous entrapment. Remember, that's if we have something that's too tight. And we talked about this, I believe, if there's lateral hip pain. Yeah, I think so. Anyway, lateral hip pain. So maybe like skinny jeans or tight clothes or tool belts. Yeah, we're good. And so we could do iliopsoas, so we could try to like test it and see if maybe there's some tightness that might be compressing it. We could see if maybe there's some relief with some stuff, and we could do palpation for tenderness, so we can actually palpate at the ASIS where the nerve will pass through and see if there's any thing with that. Sciatic nerve entrapment, don't get me started, we just slightly talked about this, but basically know your sciatic nerve has both motor and sensory, so we could test the hamstrings, or we could test a posterior lateral leg sensation and the dorsum of the foot, because again of how the nerve travels, it becomes the sciatic nerve, then the tibial nerve, and the sciatic I think becomes a common peroneal. I might be completely wrong with that, but I know my lower leg muscles at least. Everything connects some way somehow. Okay, so we'll do that. We'll get a history, maybe there's a mechanism of injury, and basically just something may be entrapped, and with anything with the nerve we just want to untrap it, you know? Obturator entrapment. that's nerves innervating the adductors. So what's going to happen is that we can stretch the psoas muscles. So we can bring the we could do psoas MLT. So we bring the hip into extension. Yeah, I guess extension and maybe abduction, and then that should be a way to maybe potentially do the MLT. I'll definitely look at that a little bit later. MMT is just manual muscle testing, and definitely we want to check the sensation on the anterior medial thighs because the obturator nerve is innervating both motor and sensory for the how do you call it, inner thigh. So what is this? Oh, that's, I don't want to look at that. Saphenous nerve we talked about earlier. Common peroneal we talked about. Deep, again, deep being in between the web space. Superficial. We're done! We're done! Alright, cubs. This doesn't really cover it, and I still may not get any of this, but I am very excited to say that I am personally done. Wait, going through these notes that I had made previously, and we definitely did have some time, so we're good. We're so good. Thank you, cousin. Thank you. Really, just any cub joining me and humoring me with today's stream. I'm so sorry. This could have been like a fun stream where it's like, oh my goodness, Tipa's just hanging out. Oh my goodness, so quirky, Tipa. But no, I really had to study, so I really appreciate you cubs taking the time to just like hang out. And I know it's all kind of just boring stuff. I'm passionate about the human body. No, but like it's a little rough, especially if you don't really have like the background, but you have a body, so it definitely plays a part, you know. Thank you, Atomic. Big hype. Let's go. So what we're gonna do now is we're gonna try to see if we can raid into someone, but I'm trying to see who we can raid into. There's a few people debuting. Wait, someone said big gal in their title? Hold on, we need to check out the biggest gals. You're gonna do some ground your exam? I hope! That's really what I'm hoping for. I hope I just don't get like too caught up in myself, and I don't know, you know? Gosh, should I raid this person before? The world really may never know. Anyway, Everycub. Let us... Oh, her model's so cute though. Oh, goodness. Everyone I want to raid has like booba, which every it's like booba, you know what I mean? That's fine. I'm not opposed to it. I'm just shook. I look up like, whoa. But these are new people I haven't raided into, so I'm pretty curious. And let me see if there's anyone else really quick. I understand. Thank you. Like, I really don't mind. I'm not gonna shame anyone for booba, but I'm just like, hi. I retained no information, but it was nice nonetheless. Oh yeah, if you love 5 hours of me just talking straight with little to no breaths, I got you. Hi Ram, hi. Welcome. Alright, Cubs, let me get a poll up really quick if that's okay with you, Cubs. Let me see if I could get one more in here. Oh, okay. Interesting. Someone's building Digimon, but did they just start or are they done? Okay, they just started 15 minutes ago. Alright, let's do our little poll, okay? I don't know where to send you, Cubs, sometimes, because I'm like, if I go into like a really chaotic stream, I'm just like, oh, I'm so sorry. You're probably here for like a good time, and I'm just like, hey, by the way, someone's playing, ooh, Euro Truck Simulator 2. Does that count? Did I spell simulator right? Yeah. Oh my goodness, it was like squiggly. Someone's doing best girl tier list. I don't know if I should raid into them because they did definitely put Haru and Marin as C, which I mean probably, but I'm still really hurt about that. Salte has a new model, and I think that's actually really super cute. And they're celebrating their 3K celebration. So if we wanna celebrate, we can do that as well. We can raid into Booba model, but they're doing a VRChat and their 3Ds debut. So I'm actually kind of happy for them because even I think their design is actually really cute. So let's just put this poll going up. So again, who are you gonna raid? We have someone who's making Digimon, like they're doing arts and crafts, but they're still just chatting. So I don't know if that's your whatever. We have Euro Truck Simulator. We have someone with the best tier list, best girl tier list, and we have someone playing a crab game. So feel free to check that out. Okay. Okay. Anyway. Yo, Euro Truck Simulator, let's go, let's go! I had to like specify it because I'm like, oh, my EU cards are gonna have a blast with this. Let's go ahead and spam some stuff while we wait for the poll to end. So Discord, official Cup Club, and I think when I go live, and I need to update a few things like my Twitter bot, but that's okay. We also do anime nights, and we're moving those back to Tuesday, 8:30. Right now we're watching Ranking of Kings. I believe some 100 and Jujutsu Kaisen may be back next week, but I definitely have to double check. Okay. But we'll keep it updated next time. We have our Twitter. So the Twitter, I have my schedule pinned up, and today was the last day of streaming. Woohoo, woohoo. But I will definitely do my absolute very best to put up a schedule as soon as I can, and we'll try to see what we're doing. There are some people I want to collab with, and I'm wondering if they're available next week. If not, it's absolutely no worries. Plus, I do have to squeeze in the Madoka Magica movie nights with Robo and Rip now, so I'm looking at a Tuesday. Maybe after my work, and maybe we could stream like, I don't know, at 8 p.m, maybe 9 p.m. your Cubs this time. Or I could just do a really early stream and just do it right after. Completely up to you. Alright, socials as well. So please feel free to check out socials. So I have my YouTube, I have my TikTok, and all the cool stuff. I actually uploaded a new short, so if you want to give it some love on either TikTok, YouTube, or even Twitter, I'd really appreciate it. Thank you so very much. Thank you. Cubs, the poll's almost ending, and I see that, how do you call it? There's a tie. I just need you Cubs to the side. I just need you to hit that nice. Side. Alright. With that in mind, while we are getting some of the raid, let's get our raid messages out, okay? So, if you're not subscribed, absolutely no hecking worries. Feel free to use the berry emoji with the Gao raid. And if you are subscribed, thank you so very much for your support. I appreciate ya. Please feel free to use the tipaForever17 with the Gao raid, and we'll be raiding into someone very shortly. So, Cubs, please stop talking. Oh, please, I want to eat something very yummy. Please, I'm gonna die. Well, it looks like there's this one person who voted for Digimon Maker, so now all the pressure really goes back to them. Gosh darn it, these are the longest titles too. What was it? Euro 2 Simulator 2 Truck. Okay, and VRChat 3-day debut lady. You Cubs love ladies, right? There you go. Those are the new names, please. please and thank you. There is a poll up, please. Anyway, with that in mind, like I said, as this poll goes, and if I have a majority somewhere, we're good. But thank you, Everycub, for joining. Thank you for streaming. Best of luck. You got this. Thank you, Rafa. Thank you, Leaf, as well. I will keep you Cubs updated as soon as I hear the news, but I feel pretty okay. Like, unless I like absolutely fumbled the bag, I don't know, you know. I just don't want to travel a couple of hours just to do something for 20 minutes though. It just kind of sucks. That's really all. That's all. But it's okay. It's okay. We'll figure it out. But I'm very excited to hang out with you Cubs to next week. Next week I'm super excited. We get to game, and we'll get to play and finish a few things, and I can stream for however long I want, and it won't just be 7-hour study stream. So yay. Okay, I have good news and bad news. I'm looking at the 3D lady, and her screen's just black, but maybe she's just loading into a world in VRChat. Yeah, okay, she's just loading. I was like, oh. Thanks for loving stream. Thank you, Cassie, for joining. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, they're in a Five Nights at Freddy's world, so I don't know. I don't know if that changes anything or makes a difference. But we'll go right into them. No, okay. I'm politely waiting for the poll now. What else is new and cool though? Atomic, thank you for the stream. Absolutely no hecking worries. Here comes. I could subject you to while this poll ends. I don't know why I did it for 3 minutes again. It's like I hate myself, but not that I hate hanging out with you guys. I'm just like, oh gosh darn it. Gosh darn it. This is not the way it's supposed to go. Anyway, cuz, please check out new video. Go check out YouTube. Go check out everything. And let's get the raid message going again, because apparently Euro Simulator 2 Truck is winning. So we'll go ahead and I recopy and paste this message because I copy and paste those links, and life would be good. I will still give a shout out to Booby Lady. I do see both of these people stream relatively often, so I'm not like sad if I miss one or the other. It's just obviously one has a debut and one's driving a truck. And I'm gonna go to the person with the truck. Oh my goodness. They look like they're having a lot of fun. They have the fish hats about, like, you know, fish fear me, women fear me, I'm alone on this barren earth. That sounds like a fun time. I love fun times. Let's do this. The boobs? Oh yeah, see? But her design, cute, but like boobs just to be like, I'm watching something very innocently, like I'm just trying to watch something and my friend walks in or my mom walks in, she'll be like, what the heck? Thank you, Kayla. Thank you for hanging out and joining. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for the anatomy refresher stream. Absolutely no problem. Chef kiss. Alright, cuz, we're gonna go right into let me do the shout out because in case you cubs are not taken away. This is the person. They're called Ounce Melia. They are a literal possum VTuber who draws, rigs, and plays games, and they have massive gremlin energy. Many screams, roadkill chan, and the fake tooth fairy. Hey, I'll take that. Anyway, please come enjoy the rest of your Friday. Please have a good weekend and lots of love to you. See you Monday, hopefully. Bye. 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 2 pieces of metals with wheels makes brain go big. Brain go big. Hat collection go big. My love, bigger. Okay, goodbye. Goodbye. Enjoy your weekend. Bye.